And welcome to the North American Last Chance Qualifier. I'm Casanova, joined by Riley, and we're here to bring you day 2. That is the final day of this qualifier, and we're sending 2 people to regionals. Riley, how are you doing on this fine Sunday afternoon?
I'm having a great weekend. I'm always excited to be back here casting with you. We're about to send 2 players to regionals. Today's going to be a good day.
It is, in fact, going to be a great one. We've got plenty of action ahead of us, so let's go ahead and remind you all what the format was for this Last Chance Qualifier. We had 16 players yesterday. They played 6 games, and the top 8 of them advanced to today. And those top 3 secured themselves some bonus points. There are now 8 players remaining, which means we just have 1 lobby that we're going to be playing 6 games in, and the top 2 are going to qualify for the Dragonlands North American Regional Finals. There's not just that invite on the line. There is a little bit of cash as well, $2,500 US, and that's going to everyone in the top 8. If you made it to day 2, you're getting a little bit of cash, but you want to fight for those top spots because that invite to regionals is the most coveted thing of this tournament. You know, speaking of, we had a day 1, now we're on to day 2, and day 1 there were a lot of interesting compositions being played. But Riley, is anything surprising out of our day 1 stats?
I think coming into today, we expected a lot of Kai'Sa, we expected a lot of Dragons. I don't think we necessarily expected a lot of that Seraphine Graves that's at the top of this chart. Although when you think about it, it makes sense. A lot of players were using it as their low roll level 7 out, while you still had players who were kind of like high rolling a little bit, still using that as a consistent level 7 comp. And that's kind of reflected in that 0% win rate. The low rollers aren't going to get to that win. The top 4, like, people playing it from ahead are going to lose to the Dragon boards that had a 36% win rate. So it's more of a surprise coming in, but just when you think about it, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, it's interesting as well that a Dark Flight Rengar carry is on the most popular comps, but that was carried by 2 players. Lucky and Covenel,
yep.
Just playing it every single game, essentially. Not quite every game, as you can see. It's not full game popularity, but they were both fighting over that composition a lot throughout the day and brought it onto our chart here. But speaking of some of the players, let's take a look at the players who made it into that top 8. Lucky, one of them, but the top 3 that secured the points yesterday were Wajan Iverson, Saj, and Sully. Riley, who else impressed you on day number 1?
I mean, this lobby, top to bottom, is filled with mostly players who are relative unknowns and really trying to make a name for themselves by breaking into regionals. But of course, the one guy we're all looking at is Spicy Appies. He's the last big name that's left, with Solus, Emily, and DQA all bowing out of day 1. And this is the redemption arc for him. He hasn't had a great set 7. This is coming from him. His mental hasn't been the greatest coming into these tourneys. And when he started yesterday with 2 8s, it looked pretty doomed, but he brought it back. He brought it all the way back, and he's in this finals lobby, and this is his shot at redemption. Make it back to regionals.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if he was able to level up his mental yesterday. Starting with those 2 8s, we were questioning whether or not he was going to be able to turn it around. He did, just barely squeaking into this top 8, and now he's got an opportunity to still lock in a spot in regionals if he has a great day of TFT today. So now, before we get into our game 1, I'm going to take some time to remind you of our partners over at Ball Street. Fantasy TFT has been with us since set 5, creating real-time fantasy markets for everyone watching live. You can predict the winner of each lobby or matchup while you are watching the stream, and the best part is you can change your mind whenever you want. They are giving away digital gift cards all weekend long, so just join via the App Store or on fantasytft.com to pick winners for every single lobby. Always a lot of fun to be able to try and guess who is going to win. You can try and guess who's going to make it to regionals here as well out of these top 8. Jirachi, if I had to make you bet here, who you taking? Who's your top 2 today?
It's easy. Well, Appies, I just talked about him, and I think he is one of the favorites. I think he was one of the favorites coming in. I think that's still the case, especially after we saw him level up his mental yesterday. The other one, we all got to be looking at Wajan Iverson, coming in 39 points, those 3 bonus points. He was ridiculously impressive yesterday, getting a ton of firsts, getting a ton of high placements. I'm expecting him to win the whole thing, but we'll see if that happens. We're getting into game 1.
Yep, we're going to be starting off with Wajan's board. Yesterday in the interview, he said he was going to be going tier start every game, looking at Kai'Sa, but being flexible. And hey, guess what? There's a tier start from the opening carousel for Wajan Iverson. Really solid gameplay yesterday. Scored 39 points, which is incredibly high. Was absolutely dominant in the day one lobby. I know he mentioned to us he felt like he was high rolling a little bit, but he also feels like he is a top 10, top 15 player in North America right now. And if you think you're that good, you should be good enough to get through the LCQ.
You know, Setsuko agrees with him, putting Wajan Iverson in his top 15. So, you know, maybe there's something to it, but yeah, he said he was high rolling, but as always in TFT, just because you high roll doesn't mean you make it through. You could be the 15th best player in the field, high roll completely to a position that any other player would have gone first and made it to the final lobby, and still just not be good enough, not be able to capitalize on that high roll. Just because Wajan Iverson high rolled doesn't mean he doesn't deserve to be here. He clearly played very well around the Kaisa, around these high rolls he was given. Already offered another Kaisa in this 1-4 shop, so things looking good already.
Yeah, good spot already having that tier. The belt, maybe not exactly what Wajan wants to see, but he still might be able to get one more item and find a really solid start for this Kaisa, start to maybe win streak. He's also looking for one more Lagoon here, so he can start stacking that up.
Yeah, solid opener if he is going to go for the Kaisa. I wouldn't be surprised if he just forces Kaisa off this tier start and the early one immediately. And honestly, there's the entire lobby has to be looking at this and seeing Wajan Iverson's success on Kaisa. They know he might be the best Kaisa player in this lobby. They see how he has the angle. That's going to deter anyone else from going for that. And when everyone else is deterred, he gets it uncontested, he gets to hit easier and have a higher chance of going first.
All right, well, the augments that are offered, Better Together, Warrior Crest, Sunfire Board, none of which being, you know, your favorite thing to see when playing Kaisa. Sunfire Board can be just fine, though. It takes care of the healing reduction, so you don't have to worry about that. But just noticing on the side of our screen, Sully just hit a Kaisa 2. That may be a True Twos pick. We'll see in just a moment when we get all of those augments shown up on the screen. But if not, that is just Sully finding a natural Kaisa 2, which would be rather crazy here on 2-1.
Yeah, Sully with the Kaisa 2. Soul Reaver actually hit a Yone 2, so we might be seeing a good amount of reroll this lobby. Sully could also be using that Kaisa to just push levels, or he could decide, you know, I have the early Kaisa, depending on his items, depending on his augments, he could just go for it off the early advantage. We'll have to see what his spot is for that comp and see if he is going to contest Wajan Iverson.
Yeah, and, you know, Wajan Iverson in the interview yesterday said that he believes Kaisa can support 2 players, but it cannot support 3. So we'll keep our eyes out on how many players decide to commit for it or who is going to pivot off or just use it as a win streaking device, as Kaisa is just one of those stronger early game carries, and you can put items on her that pivot really well into late game dragon boards.
Yeah, we're hopping on board with Spicy Appies now. He took the Mirage Crest for 3 Mirage, I guess, but it did give him a Nunu, and he is able to slam a Sunfire Cape, so already got a pretty strong opener, able to take just a 1-unit loss versus Wajan Iverson, as we see. This is an opener that Appies could consider playing Yone out of, depending on the Mirage, and the Mirage's game is Duelist Dexterity, just because Soul Reaver already has a Yone 2 and the Warrior Crest. Well, now I'm looking at 4 Yones. I don't know if Appies wants to contest this.
Yeah, that gets a little bit tough. I mean, there is consideration to just play towards Deja as well. Even though she's been a lot less popular, it's still, you know, Duelist Dexterity, very strong version of the Mirage, and you've got the Mirage Crest already, so you can start to push those higher traits, maybe even look for 8 Mirage Duelist Dexterity very, very quickly.
Yeah, he already has the bow on the bench, an open component for Deja. Sunfire Cape is saving him health. Yes, these are losses, but they are much better losses than you were taken without slamming the Sunfire. Finds the Zippy early. You want to generally be playing towards Guild when you're playing around the Deja. It's actually quite expensive to hold Zippy early, especially if you hit like Zippy a pair. But just the one Zippy, you can 100% tech this in as your level 5, maybe put it in over Nunu, sell that off, put it in over the Sejuani. So Abby's got a couple options with his early game right now.
Yeah, and of course the losses that he's taking, not bad if you can keep the loss streak with a high HP. Can be very nice for Appy's economy, and it seems like his board isn't strong enough to win too many fights. It's in one of those good spots where it's going to have very soft losses, but it does feel like Appy's is strong enough if anyone is playing more of that open fort style that Appy's would be able to end up picking up a win and ruining his streak.
Opposite him, we have Sag, who is level 5 on 2-3 with the Shimmer Scale already. +1, we see the Shimmer Scale item this game is Mogul's Mail. Mogul's Mail, I feel like it's among like mid-tier Shimmer Scale items. It is good because it's very consistent gold generation. Generally, you're going to be getting that bonus gold from that item reaching 40 stacks from taking damage, but it's not like Goldmancer stat where you have the potential to rack up like 6, maybe 8 gold a round depending on RNG. So it's just a consistent source of income, and a lot of players have been saying hitting early Shimmer Scale is just so good because of how hard it gets your econ going early.
Yeah, of course, that can be huge. And Sag, of course, moving towards that with Shimmer Scale Heart, making sure that they've got the access to Shimmer Scales very easily. I wanted to note that Sully was not True Twos. That was a natural Kaisa on 2-1. It is Jeweled Lotus for Sully. And we see Metabolic for Trick P, so we'll have our eyes on if that ends up being a lot of value throughout the game. It seems like Trick P is already going to be generating a good amount of HP. Other than that, pretty standard stuff across the board. With second win CBs, a couple just general augments.
Yeah, hopping on board with Soul Reaver, who we pointed out has the 4 Yones, and honestly, with one bow with the Warrior Crest already, I think you can just straight up force Yone from this spot. I think that you 100% need as many bows as you can. I'm just so happy I get to finally talk about Yone. We didn't really see it much yesterday. I'm like, ooh, yes, it's my comp. Let's talk about this. So he has the one bow. Generally, you really want rapid fire cannon on this champion. This champion just barely exists without that item. Yes, a lot of people have been pointing at Ginsu's Rage Blade, but in my experience, if you don't have a rapid fire cannon, he just walks around, he just takes a bunch of damage, he doesn't get to actually do his thing. So you really need as many bows as possible. Just off the Warrior Crest isn't quite enough to necessarily play this comp unless you're a 2020 degenerate like me. So him having the bows early, already a good sign. Him having a solid opener, he is 100 HP win streaking. He's in a good spot to play Yone.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a very nice spot having the 4 of them already. Having a bow, as you said, needs a little bit more, so we'll see what happens on Krugs for Soul Reaver, but at least this composition has been very strong, and I think Duelist Dexterity is going to be one of the best versions of Mirage to be playing this in.
Yeah, probably the comparable one is going to be Executioners. Both of them are just the most amount of damage that Mirage can provide to Yone. So it's a good Mirage for him. 4 Yones on 2-1. I mean, that's already going to give you direction. And we talked yesterday about the flowchart style of TFT and how, especially in this meta, it's so good to just get your direction early, have something to commit to. And the best players in this field are going to be the ones who can play around that direction. And for Soul Reaver, he has his direction. Is he going to be able to hit? Is he going to play around it well?
Well, he's able to maintain his win streak through Krugs, and we jump on with Sully, who has actually maintained a loss streak through Krugs here, having a Kaisa 2. Maintaining a loss streak with Kaisa 2 is pretty interesting how that happened, having Jeweled Lotus with an IE, so definitely an angle to go in that direction, but also could play to some other late game composition. Just going to be able to get that value with some AP character by just having the IE and being able to put just a higher ability power item instead of the Jewel Gauntlet.
My inkling is that his frontline wasn't great for the Kaisa. Just because you have the Kaisa 2 doesn't mean it's automatically going to get a ton of work done. It really does need that frontline to support it, just like any comp really. But for him, he also took out the Kaisa just to maintain this 5 loss, which is totally correct. Yes, you end up at 56 HP, but it guarantees you have the econ, and I think for Sully, you especially need to get some good items. He didn't start tier off Carousel, I believe. Wajan Iverson did. So he need the tier. You need the 2 tiers for this Kaisa. There is a possibility he decided to open fort just for item priority, which when you have the 2 Kaisas, when you have such early direction, is definitely a viable option.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see where Sully is able to go from here. He was one of our bonus point earners from day 1. He had finished 3rd place on day 1, gets that 1 extra point. He was playing really solid. He was one of the players that was very consistently finding those top fours. A lot of the time Sully playing from, you know, a win streak position instead of a loss streak, but I wouldn't have said so much about him doing that compared to someone like Renzer, who was consistently finding way more success from that, you know, 100 HP hyper win streak kind of style. Sully was able to play a little bit more flexible yesterday, and we'll see how he's able to do from 44 HP on 3-1.
Yeah, he open forwarded for item priority. The thing is, it is very hard to play from behind right now, even on the rerolls, especially contested. You just need more gold to be able to hit, and that means you need more time to hit. Sully doesn't have time being on 44 HP.
Yeah, does he have time to prep? He's gonna try. He's gonna play prep. He's gonna start looking potentially for Kaisa, start prepping them, but it's going to be a little tough to make this happen. He's able to pick up an extra Kaisa here. He's on 5 now. Wow, okay.
He's
There's
on
6 and 7.
Wait a second.
7 Kaisa.
Is there a world? There's no world he hits Kaisa 3 right now, right?
Is he just rolling down for it because it's contested? I mean, he's just trying.
He's also rolling for Jax. He needs Jax to complete the 3 Shimmer Scale and 2 Bruiser synergy.
Yeah, there we go.
So
and he did find it.
He needs to roll anyway, and it's worth, especially at 7, it's definitely worth digging a little. Generally, Sox has talked about perfect 0 with rolling for your units. Perfect 0 with 2 costs is generally at 7 copies at 50 gold, but it's worth digging a little for that 8th copy, even on these lower amounts of gold. And if you hit the 8th Kaisa on 3-2, congrats, you are now digging pretty deep, because once you hit that 3-star Kaisa, stage 3 is it is the earliest you're going to hit it generally, any kind of realistically, but that's still absurd.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely crazy. That roll down was working very well for Sully. If he can find those last 2 Kaisas, it's huge, because it is a contested composition right now. However, maybe it's helping out that there is a Yone player. I wonder if there's any other 2 costs that are being kind of aggressively pulled out of the pool. Because we've got that note there. Wei Iverson grabbing a mage emblem from a tome. We might see some direction there. Namzi is notably not a mage this game, so it won't be a Namzi direction of mage. Might just see Sohm as the option instead for Wei Iverson.
Yeah, I imagine that is going to be a Soman. We're going to get to see some of his knowledge of some of the other AP comps. I imagine he saw that Sully is so far ahead on Kaisas, even being so far down in HP, that it is worth it to pivot out. I've talked about, hey, on ladder, you're a 2020 D-Gen, you never pivot. It does not matter. You take your 8th and move on. But in 6 games, you never want to take an 8th. So in this scenario, it is 100% correct for him to try and find some other direction with maybe that Soam angle instead.
Sag got his Volibear stuck in the corner. Gonna have to reposition after this fight, but still should be able to take down Spicy Appy. Spicy Appy's board still looking incredibly weak. Down to 57 HP, actually approaching Sully for lowest HP, and with Sully's roll down, Sully is certainly stronger than Appy's on that board, so we'll see how Appy's starts to make moves pretty soon here, I imagine, with that low of HP here on stage 3. You take a look over at some of the augments. Again, more generics being picked up, but Trickbee picks up Scorch, so it's likely we're going to see a Xayah angle from him.
I believe he played some Xayah yesterday too, so him taking the Scorch and just committing to that Xayah angle doesn't exactly surprise me. I do think, though, this lobby is now shaping up to be 4 people who wanted to reroll for a 2 cost, and two of them just hit an incredible number of copies super early that the other 2 were saying, hey, I can't realistically go for this comp anymore. And it's also 2 very different stories of how they adapt. Wei Iverson is very healthy, is able to go for the mage's angle instead. Appy's is not healthy. He's now approaching Sully in health and finds the Zippy too. That should help stabilize him a little bit, but he's on the struggle bus right now trying to make his way to Deja.
Yeah, I mean, Lucky on this 100 HP win streak just found a Zippy 2 himself, able to jam Warmogs and an Ionic Spark. This is a very powerful board for Lucky at this stage, and even though Appy's rolled down extremely hard on 7, he hit a Jace and he was able to get the Zippy 2, but it's still going to be a close fight here versus Lucky. I think the Jace might have been enough to make it happen. It looks like it will be, but still very close because the Zippy is just so strong in there with that Ionic Spark.
Appy's, I think, has the 4 Mirage as
Oh,
well, so that
no.
should help, but
Appy's actually
no.
loses.
The Zippy is just stronger for iLucky, and Appy's is on 0 gold, level 7, unhealthy, on a loss streak. Oh no, I'd say I'm seeing a repeat of yesterday, but the repeat of yesterday was barely scraping it into finals. Appy's needs a top 2 today.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to be able to get away with the performance that he had on day 1 here in day 2. This game looking very tough for Appies. One game will not keep you out of top 2, but taking an 8th at any point today is a massive blow to your chances of making it to the regional final. So Appy's going to do everything that he can to avoid that.
Yeah, and that's where just picking up every point possible comes into play. There's a good chance that Appy's is going to be donkey rolling on 7 the whole game, trying and just avoiding that 8th place, picking up a couple points. Maybe a 7th is going to be his most realistic option from this spot, unless he hits a Deja relatively soon. Or if he picks up a 6th, then he's in a much better spot. It's just about avoiding 8th, and is he able to do that? Is he able to keep that mental intact today?
Yeah, this Zippy's so strong. It's funny. This is something that Crone and I talked a ton about at Dragon Cup that we watched in day 1 and day 2, is just finding Zippy somewhere in stage 3, trying to 2-star it as you head into stage 4. And a lot of times that 2-star Zippy will win streak you through stage 3. It may even win streak you through stage 4. And it was so strong on day 1 and 2, and it disappeared on day 3 and 4 of Dragon Cup. And then now we didn't see it at all yesterday, but here in the finals, we've got some Zippies, some Zippy 2s being played to try and bridge that mid game. And Lucky is the one who is getting dividends from it, still on that 100 HP win streak as we head into Wolves, which is absolutely insane. Jumping on board though with Renzer now, and also playing Guild, also having a Zippy in, just on a loss streak here, but was able to have a 4 loss into Wolves, which is really nice for Renzer.
Just the complete opposite of what we were seeing yesterday. We're seeing a bunch of dragons, we're seeing a bunch of reroll, and now, okay, we barely saw Guild yesterday. Apparently today we're gonna see a bunch of Guild, and it looks like Renzer might also be angling for the Deja best friends second win. These are really good augments
Sully.
for it. Sully hits the
hit.
Kaisa 3. 4-1, a little late, all things considered, considering 7 Kaisas on 3-2. But that's not great for Appies. It's not great for TrickP either, who's down there at 40 HP even with the metabolic. So we're gonna have some players in the bottom half fighting for some placements, while Sully looking to win streak it back. Appies has found the Deja, after all, has the Zippy 2 with some relatively solid items actually. So looking to stabilize, looking to bring it back now.
It does mean that Sully was able to fully prep that Kaisa as well, so that's going to be a very strong board
True.
down there. It is a gold augment prep that was fully done onto the Kaisa. I'm sure Sully's going to be able to prep the rest of the pieces that are going in as well, and now he's stabilized with that Kaisa. Appies is going to be a bit more stable now on that Deja, but if Appies can find a Deja 2, this can turn from a really rough spot to a top 4. There's a think fast on our screen. How fast we thinking? We're not, because there was a Guild option as well for Renzer. He's going to just take Guild and level up, start looking aggressively for that Xayah. For now, he finds
2
some
Dejas?
Dejas, though. There's the Xayah. He's got an option. Decision point, skips it. So he's going Deja.
Deja or the Ao-Shin is the other option. Guild Ao-Shin is the late game variant that a lot of players have been going to, but 2-star Deja at this point would be stronger if you can find that. Appies cannot catch a break ever.
Yeah,
He's just running into contesting all the time.
Yeah, and I mean, Renzer doesn't find the Deja 2, but does find a Yasuo. And while playing all these Mirages, Yasuo is going to get a ton of value from that trait and just be incredibly strong on 4-2 to have a Yasuo with, this much Mirage in. Didn't end up having items for him, but still, this is a strong unit for a couple rounds, and potentially Renzer can itemize it in a carousel in the Dragon round.
Yeah, we're seeing, we saw a couple players who are greeting their level 8s and their roll downs for level 8. A lot of the lobby rolled on 7. We saw TrickP had to roll down on 7, but unfortunately runs into Renzer with the level 8 board. Is the Zippy going to get it done for Renzer? The Deja is firing. It looks like it will get it done. Yeah. Renzer with the level 8, able to beat out TrickP. TrickP spot looking kind of rough now.
Yeah, TrickP in a really tough spot. Has metabolic, so has also been healing all throughout this game and is still down to 28 HP. Really needs that Xayah 2. And Appy's getting a Tactician's Crown. I think Appy's was just being able to stabilize, and I think a Tactician's Crown can be a big boon for continuing that and potentially turning this into a top 4. The worry is how strong Sully and Renzer are, trying to stay afloat above them. TrickP looking like the likely candidate for an 8th place in this game.
I think that's going to be the conversation of this game, right? It's game 1. You're trying to you're trying to have a solid start. You're trying to get every placement possible. And in this bottom 4, there is a decent HP gap between Appy's in 5th and Sag in 4th, that 20 HP. And you've got 2 players, Appy's and TrickP, who are trying to kind of just hang on. But you have Sully and Renzer, who have gotten really strong. And Appy's, it looks like, has gotten strong himself, now on a win streak, especially with that Tactician's Crown. TrickP is just kind of getting his butt handed to him right now.
Yeah, Appy's finding that win streak. We see wins from Appy, Sully, and Renzer, the 3 that it did feel like were able to stabilize these loss streak positions. TrickP, however, not looking good at all in this spot. Just not able to hit the Xayah 2. I think it could have made a huge difference. He would have won that last fight against Sully if that was the Xayah 2 versus the Xayah 1 with how close it was. And TrickP just not being able to catch a break, being so low on gold. As we take a look at these prismatic augments that were picked up, we've got a binary for Sag, who's been one of the most impressive players for just maintaining HP, kind of in the middle of the pack this time around. But binary with portable forge and shimmer scale, that's a lot of options to create a ton of value, and we're going to get a chance to see just how much he's been able to do. And yeah, that's a lot of binary value on the board right now. We also had a couple earth grab bags, item grab bags, and we'll continue to talk about that more as we go on. But Sully picking up the Dragonmancer soul is another big one to look out for, because that's going to continue to increase that value of the Kaisa.
I love the binary pickup with the vertical shimmer scale. With all these items you're getting from shimmer scale, it's just more binary value. The problem is sometimes you run into too many items. You're only getting now 3 items from binary, when potentially you could be getting binary value on every unit on this board. Just a few too many items, although I imagine by the time he hits a later game, he's going to be dropping out of... He could drop out of the vertical shimmer scale. He could opt to just stay here, but he's getting a lot of item value from binary right now, is able to steamroll over Lucky.
Yeah, I mean, either way, once he gets to the dragon horde here, he's going to be able to kit out the rest of the board with getting shimmer items, or not shimmer items, but binary items, and potentially turn, you know, this spatula could find another spat, turn it into Tactician's Crown. There's a lot of things that can happen. And as you mentioned, you could also just pull back the shimmers, reduce the amount of shimmers you have on board, use this to maybe scale into a level 9, look for a late game dragon board, and pull out the shimmers from there, kit them all out with your binary.
Yeah, it also depends on what order the shimmer scale items end up coming out in. I know we had the Mogul's Mail as the first one at 3 shimmer scale. I'm not 100% sure what the 5 shimmer scale item is. If it is the Determined Investor and later to become Diamond Hands, then you might consider just dropping down to 5 shimmer scale. But for now, going into Sully's board, Sully actually found a Dragonmancer Crown as his 3rd augment. So very, very, very strong prismatic augment for him, just boosting up the power of that Kaisa.
Oh yeah, very big for Sully to pick up. Kaisa incredibly strong, but still Sag able to find that win, as we see TrickP drop in 8th, never able to stabilize from that position. We're going to jump on board with Appy's, who has just taken a loss after win streaking for a while. Had felt like Appy's had stabilized. Now we'll see if the Dragon Horde can actually help him continue to stabilize. There's an Ascended Death Cap and another Death Cap on there, and wow, that's going to be Appy's take.
Yeah, you can put the Ascended Death Cap. One roll finds a Jace to put the other Death Cap on. But he is able to find the Deja pair, so that's good. But he is still contested by Renzer, who now is on the win streak of his own. If Appy's can find this Deja 2, this is a good, strong board for stage 5. I just worry that's going to fall off. And he is capped out at around a 5th, especially with how strong Renzer and Sully are.
All right, and speaking of Renzer, picking up a Jace 2, I think that's going to be a nice pickup. Sully upgrading his Dragonmancer is going to continue to buff up that Kaisa. And Appy's really needing to find that last Deja. It would be so massive for him to just stabilize if he could get to that Deja 2. At least the items are solid, so this Deja is going to be cranking out a ton of damage in these fights. It's just, is Deja 1 going to be enough for Appy's to hold on for a top 4?
Appies is also able to basically get to 6 Mirage for free, quote unquote, with the Mirage Emblem and the Tactician's Crown, able to just add a Leona and get 6 Mirage in, which is a pretty big jump from 4 to 6 Mirage. So that's helping him a lot. It's helping him to just absolutely run over this fight against Sag. Sag, who I believe is sacking to level 9, making this fight a little bit easier for Appies. Appies has actually gotten a little bit of help in his matchmaking. He hit Renzer on 4-1, who was sacking that one round in order to go level 8, able to hit Sag, who is sacking to level 9, just sitting on his gold. So Appy's getting a little bit of help from the matchmaking RNG, though. We're seeing Sag go to level 9 now, get some rolls in.
Yeah, immediately finds a pair of Shyvanas. Gonna start to look. I mean, this is what, I mentioned we might see Sag do, is just use that Shimmer scale to make enough money, go to 9, then you start pulling out these Shimmer items, or at least some of them. Like, still gonna play 7 Shimmer though with the dragons for now.
Yeah, able to get a decent board online, got the Terra in, still has the 7 Shimmer scale in, runs into Renzer, who has the guild emblem Deja 2, and that's where Appies' Dejas are right now. So even though Sag is level 9, he was only able to get a couple of rolls in, so not the strongest board right now. A relatively slow transition. Looks like he is going to take this fight loss to Renzer. So not the greatest transition for him, but he is a little bit healthy at 33, although that's not quite what you want to see when you're not super far ahead of the lobby.
Yeah, still a close fight, not a bad loss. One more transitional turn. Has the ability to use that champion duplicator to turn this into a Shyvana 2, but actually naturals it. So still gonna have a champion duplicator to potentially go for Aoshin 2 if that Aoshin is found. There's already one. And we've got the 5 dragons in, have a duplicator on the bench. This is a very strong position for Sag, especially if they can just find one more Aoshin. They've got some gold to roll through. Not going to do it on this turn. Going to be able to econ a little bit, but this board is real close and real scary to getting fully capped.
This is, oh my god, it's always the slow transitions for these players. We were calling some of them out yesterday, and Sag on 24 health, not the transition he needed. Weijin Iverson, 16 HP, just got a nice little boost from Sag on the slow transition down to 1 life.
Yeah, that's a really rough misplay here from Sag, just being too slow on that, because now he's got 1 life left and he's got to make it happen with this board. He has to win out, and the board is strong. It's possible that he can make this board win out with the items he's got, with the augments, having binary on everything. He's got enough items to make it happen. He's got the champion duplicator. He can get to Aoshin 2. He can get to Terra 2, whichever one he needs to find, but it's going to be tough because now he cannot lose, and there are other strong boards in this lobby with all those prismatics coming through.
This HP in this lobby has really tightened up. Weijin Iverson actually fell from very far ahead all the way down to 16 HP with that Sohm, but
he found it. He found both.
He found both Aoshin and Terra for Sag. He's got to decide which one to duplicate. There's the Terra, and he's going to duplicate the Aoshin, so he's in a strong position now. But with Weijin Iverson falling down, the HP has really tightened up. It's only 14 HP separating Lucky in second and Weijin Iverson 16. Every point of HP matters right now.
There we go. Just going to build full items on Terra, not worrying about the value of binary because they wanted to have these specific items on the Aoshin, on the Terra. We're going to see once that cast comes through, can it take down Sully, who's got a pretty damn capped Dragonmancer Kaisa board. Here comes the cast through, and then should be enough with the tier 2 Aoshin, even though that is so much health on the Kaisa. She's going to get a couple more casts, but she's going to go down to Terra, and Sag stays alive a little bit longer. Gonna stay alive a little bit longer.
Bramblevest, Terra 2, just face tanking the Kaisa. Good item build from Sag, I guess, in the end of it.
All right, now checking in with Lucky, also moving towards a late game dragon board at level 9, just doing it a little bit slower here, having the Aoshin, having some more HP to play with as well. And that's an Aoshin with some Radiant items on the line. Those are some crazy good Radiant items grabbed from the Radiant Relics.
I imagine the duplicator is going to come in as well. That is a terrifying Aoshin too. This is three very good items, and 2 of them are Radiant. This Aoshin, once it casts, boards are just gone.
Yeah, Sag able to dodge Lucky this time because Sag is in the pool. There's a chance that iLucky would actually just take out Sag even with that high dragon board, just depending on if this Aoshin would cast first. Wei Iverson, though, going to run face first into this Aoshin. Was kind of close for a second there from the Sohm. Actually, still, it didn't take them all down.
Wait. The front line just isn't good enough.
It's the Mystic Soul as well, being able to give that extra magic resistance. Or the Mystic, yeah, the Mystic Soul, yeah.
Renzer is dead? Wait, no, he's alive. 1 health.
1 HP.
What
The
is this
HP's
lobby?
getting so close. Look, Appy's at 6, Sag at 6, Renzer at 1. Even Sully in danger once we move to that next round of just going down in 1 hit at the 14. Renzer finding a Shroud. That is a nice pickup at this stage in the game.
Especially if your name is Sully, Appies, or Renzer, you are going to be heartbroken whoever gets 7th here after all this on 6-1, after all this clawing back you did. And to just eat a 7th after all of it, whoever takes that placement they're going to be heartbroken. You just already know it.
All right, Renzer's got so much gold. Let's go. Find out what you're going to do. Just going to level the 9 play Yasuo. That is very strong, though, in this situation. Playing the Deja gets up to 4 Mirage. Kind of the perfect hit for Renzer to go to 9.
8 guild Deja with a Yasuo pair. Honestly, as long as Renzer can dodge the dragon boards, he should be good to go. 8 guild, yes, it saw some nerfs, but it's still a very powerful trait, especially when you have the crest on your carry. It's just a whole boatload of stats, so he's going to end up into Soul Reaver, who has found the Yone 3 and is on 50 gold. He's sacking level 9. That is very fortunate for Renzer.
Yeah, also has that Lilia 3. It's going to be doing a lot of damage applying that Morellos to the front line, but the Yasuo getting some really good CC, and the carries of Soul Reaver are just in the grinder that is the Deja right now. So Renzer going to hold on and have another opportunity to find that Yasuo too, which could make a huge difference in this game. And Appy's going to be the one who falls in 7th. Cannot find the win in that round, and after all that, with Lucky on 2, Renzer on 1, and Sag on 9, Appy's is the one who falls first into that 7th place spot.
Is Appy's having the most low roll tournament ever, or just what is happening? This close of an HP field, he clawed back and then just ate the 7th. It's 16 HP for Wei Iverson in first.
Everyone in this lobby wants those spots in regionals so bad. To have a game 1 that is this close, this tight, this big of a fight between all these players is exactly what you want to see out of the day 2 of a last chance qualifier, because this is just setting the tone for the rest of the day. Everyone can come back after this. It's not the end of the world to get the bottom placements, but it's gonna feel like it, and you're gonna have to keep fighting back, especially Trick Pete and Appy's with that 7th and 8th. But this fight, is Renzer going down? It looks like he might be as well. The Deja gonna get taken out by the Nila, and that's gonna be Renzer falling, and just 1 HP difference between Renzer and Lucky. Lucky gonna finish in 5th, Renzer in 6th. It's a heartbreak for Renzer.
It's heartbreak for all these bot 4 players, and if your name is Sag, you are so happy you hung on and that slow transition didn't punish you, but the slow transition did end up punishing guys like Appy's and Renzer. Sag just not able to quite kill off the lobby in time. These strong players just not quite getting it done in time to kill off the slightly weaker players.
Sag lost this last fight and is only alive because they had the Soraka 2 in for, I believe, 2 rounds. And that kept them high enough HP that they survived. The Soraka saved multiple placements for Sag. Now we've got the Aoshin. Can it cast? It got hit by the Shroud. It's taking forever to get to the cast, but now it's there and it should be enough. Those items are insane. So much damage coming through. Soul Reaver going to be the one who takes the hit here. Sag has outlived Sully as well. Sully going out in 4th. Braum living forever, but it is going to
welcome
fall.
to Braum things.
And Soul Reaver does kill enough units, though, to outplay Sully. Sully in 4th, Soul Reaver in 3rd. Sag and Wasian Iverson, our 2 best performing players from day 1, are going to kick off this lobby so strong, finishing 1st and 2nd. But who is going to be able to fight for that 1st? Because Wasian Iverson's transition, I'm not sure if it was as strong as what Sag was able to get to after that slow move. It's just a Sohm versus this Cap Dragon board.
It's just Sohm, but it is a pretty capped out version of Sohm. We have the Zoe 2, we have a Mage Bard 2, because sure. And so Wasian Iverson has capped out around what his board is. Is it going to be enough to beat the Dragons? I'm not sure. But for Soul Reaver and Sully, honestly expected they're going out in 3rd and 4th with the reroll comps that are just getting outscaled by these other Dragon boards. For Wasian Iverson and Sag, though, we could be seeing the final fight.
Beautiful
Zephyr on the Sohm
from Sag onto the Sohm. That's going to be massive. As we're still looking at the Bard to get the freeze. Gets the double freeze because of the Mage Cap. Still waiting on the Aoshin cast. It is going to come out. Still has that Zhonya's Hourglass. Going to protect, but it's not doing enough. It looks like the Sohm board still going to cut it. Wasian Iverson starting the day with a 1st to continue on to those 3 bonus points that he earned yesterday, building a nice lead to kick off the day here in the last chance qualifier. Wasian Iverson going nuts again.
Of course he is. Of course. He had 3 firsts yesterday. He has 4 firsts in 7 games. Why am I even shocked?
This guy's playing the best tournament of his career. It's one of the first ones we've been able to
course
watch.
he is. It's his 3rd tournament.
It's crazy, though. I mean, he's playing so well, and the confidence that he had yesterday. This is a young player, 19-year-old kid coming in, popping off, playing some insane TFT. Let's take a look at the scoreboard, see, everybody, how they place out. We're going to see how the bonus points were affecting things, but realistically, it just keeps Sully tied up with Soul Reaver, and Sag and Wasian Iverson, after that insane game 1, the insane day 1 that they had, are building up a nice lead.
Yeah, our top 4 performers from yesterday are our top 4 performers in game 1. And for the guys down at the bottom, heartbreak, some low rolling, but it's one game. Of course they're not out of it, even with how far ahead Wasian Iverson is right now with those 3 bonus points.
There is so much TFT left to play. This is not to blow anything out of proportion, but the fact that they're coming in on form off that day 1, playing such amazing gameplay, even Sag being a little sloppy there in the transition, but they had set themselves for a spot where they had time to make it happen. They had so much gold. They were almost always going to hit. They did hit. They're able to make it to that 2nd place. These 2 have been popping off. And so Riley and I got to cool down a little bit, take a little time off, bring Boop and Dan in here to grab game 2. Before we go, reminder, our partners over at Ball Street are giving away something new. We've got digital gift cards. Let us know how you would like to see Fantasy TFT help grow the scene. You've been with us for almost 2 years and have some big plans to build out the TFT scene. New features, new games, and a central home for news and all that juicy TFT drama. Help support the scene and support Fantasy TFT. Sign up in the App Store or over on fantasytft.com. We're going to go to a short break, but the North American Last Chance qualifier returns right after this.
Wajan Iverson got us started off with that first place in the closest lobby of the weekend. Hello, everyone. I am Boopasaurus here with an up-and-coming streamer, Frodan. I'm so happy to be here with you and give this opportunity, you know, to such a up-and-coming newer streamer, you know?
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah. Anyway, so in terms of that first game, it was really, really close. I think the two things that we, you know, obviously saw were Wajan and Iverson doing very, very well, and a lot of people seeing Appies at the bottom too. But one thing I actually wanted to mention is something that you talked to me during pregame. Just because someone's name is recognizable doesn't necessarily mean that they're playing the best or are the favorite.
Yeah, that's correct. I think a lot of people go into a lot of TFT tournaments, and honestly, just a lot of game tournaments in general. It doesn't even have to be TFT. It could be even League of Legends, Valorant, whatever. And they look at the big profile names, the people who performed well 6 months ago are the people that they're probably picking, right? Appies was very dominant in set 6 and Gizmos and Gadgets leading up to the regionals. However, it's a new set. It favors different skill sets and it's a different patch. And currently, if you look at it, I think Appies has, you know, a pretty solid chance to make top 2, but so does a lot of these other players. And I think Wajan Iverson is really putting on quite a strong performance and really understands the tech. I really like the fact that he leaned into Lagoon, having that Sunfire board. We've been seeing more of that develop in China because Sunfire board allows you to not have to build that Morello, and he executed it to perfection, able to get another strong finish, pushing his lead even further.
Yeah, and if you think about it, if you don't have to put that Sunfire Cape or Morello's on somebody, you're going to be able to put more stats on someone else that might be more valuable to cap out that power. We're going to be talking about a lot of those little techs as we move into the second game, but we also have those bonus points. Remember, only 2 people do qualify into the regionals, where a lot of people have already qualified. We'll tell you about that a little bit later as well, but knowing that there's only 2 people qualifying in this final 8, right? Are there particular comps that just aren't going to be as strong today as they were yesterday?
I think today you have to try your best to minimize the amount of tap out around 3rd and 4th, unless you're in a position from being ahead. We'll see. It's still early in the day. Anything could happen.
Yeah, exactly. And I am so excited to see what that can be. Remember, everyone's first choice is what is going to happen on that carousel. And we're going to be riding along with our first place representative right now, who is Wajan Iverson, starting with that Karma and Bow.
Yeah, 11 points, extremely dominant position, able to get a first and that +3. So if Wajan Iverson can put on a few more games of that caliber, no one can catch him, almost guaranteed top 2, which means everybody's playing for second. And Wajan Iverson really caught my attention in recent times, largely due to what felt like jokes from some of the other players on North American ladder. Bryce, Esports Law, and myself put together a power rankings going into a lot of the major tournaments, and Wajan Iverson was one person that was called out by Setsuko for being on his ballot. And at first we kind of thought it was a little bit of a prank, like, hey, like, does Setsuko actually really like this guy, or is he just saying like he's a god because he loses to him all the time in some pretty high variance moments? And the more we've kind of watched him like in these kinds of environments in these tournaments, it seems like he is putting on quite consistent performances to the point where whenever you do fantasy drafts, you have players who are taking him very early in the draft just because they feel like he is a reliable pick. So I think it's really interesting to see what Wajan Iverson can continue to do. Apparently someone has built a Tactician's Crown at 1-4, which is extremely impressive. I would love to know how Soul Reaver did that, because I would like myself to get some tac crowns at 1.
Yeah, I was like, that is a tech that I would love to know about. Spellswords Enchantment should be best friends with Deja, so we already have attack speed here. A lot of people have actually taken out the Rage Blade on some of those Deja comps, getting more AP there. Hextech Gunblade's gotten a little bit more popular as we get more units on the board with those Mirages, so we do have that area to go, as we do have some actually pretty good choices here.
Yeah, so Spell Sword, so Jewel Lotus, that allows you to think about Deja as your primary carry. You can use Jewel Lotus to effectively get a Jewel Gauntlet and scale that Deja with attack speed. Preparation 2 is also just a very strong augment, particularly when you want to play a lot of reroll compositions. You have a lot of things that lend itself to it. So I can see both of those being strong options. The upside of Preparation is he already has some units that he could theoretically try to prepare. In this case, he's going to start off with the Lagoon while prepping what looks like to be some of the Astrals and the other units. You can also flip it. You can just play some of these weaker units, prep the Lagoon, and then when 2-5 rolls around, you have the opportunity to really start to win streak there. Interesting enough, he ends up leveling. A lot of people believe that Preparation should be an augment that you are willing to lose the first few rounds of the game. especially now that it's changed, you just have to prep even less time. So it's okay to have to, stack your units a little bit quicker, or rather, it's a little bit slower, and feel like you're able to kind of jumpstart your win streak somewhere in the middle of stage 2. So this is a little bit of an interesting choice. I'm not sure how it's entirely going to work out, and the fact that he's named Rageblade means that he's open to a bunch of different things. I'm not entirely sure what Wage Iverson's angling for, but that's part of the benefit of this kind of open.
And that means that other players might not have that type of benefit too, like to expand on what you just said, right? If we don't know exactly where the GPS is taking Weijin, then the players don't, and that could actually be some really fun mind games to watch on the Convergence. As we are going over to Chickpea this time, who watched more than I think played that last lobby. We have the Ezreal 2 in the back line, and we have not leveled, so that's actually something that we would have expected Weijin to do because of that prep board, but we are going to be level 3 here and see if we're going to be able to take down 1 or 2 units with this comp, so we don't lose out too much. Getting an 8th place to start feels bad, but sometimes you're just like mulligan and you want to keep going. Don't act like that first game exists and play as clean as possible this time around.
Wow. Going up against Weijin, who did pick up a second copy of Kaisa and has that second Malphite prepping, so I guess all's well that ends well. That's exactly what Weijin Iverson was looking. I mean, if you're getting rolls like that, it feels like Weijin Iverson can't misstep. It feels like a lot of his plays are being rewarded, and I'm sure that's very high risk but high reward in some scenarios, and everything looks pretty good so far. In Trickpea land, we're clearly kind of angled for Olaf in some capacity. We have that early Olaf, we have that early bow, so lose streaking here is not the end of it.
Oh, no, not at all. And remember, TFT is one of those few games where winning can actually be very, very frustrating. You want to keep this loss streak, especially since we have over 10, and we have units to potentially lose by just 1 unit as well. I mean, if you look at that last lobby, for example, these individual units that we're losing or winning by was the difference between the top 4 in that last lobby. So every piece of economy, your health, your gold, matters in these games, and Trickpea already behind on a lot of it. So 88 HP and an Ezreal. Let's see if this is going to be a 1 unit loss or something more. Maybe we steal a win, but that would hurt our streak. It looks like this should be a loss based on what we see on the other side.
Yep. iLucky does have the Jewel Lotus picked, and again, it could have been something that Weijin Iverson scouted around, saw like, hey, look, there's a couple other people going for Jewel Lotus, which opened themselves up to Spell Sword Mirage variants with Deja, possibly playing the Kaisa reroll. I just feel like Jewel Lotus is one of those augments that unlocks a lot of compositions that you can immediately commit to at stage 2. And the current meta environment feels like you should be making strong decisions early. Also, by the way, I couldn't help but notice as I look over at someone's board, is a Spicy Appies that has 2 Ezreal 2s. Ezreal reroll is a composition we haven't really seen much of, and it's also a composition. It's actually a reroll composition that actually has a lot of risk associated with it. So I'm actually interested to see if he's leaning into it. It just so happens to play 2 copies of Ezreal and will lean into it until he gets to his core strategy. And with Appies, you never really know.
I think we saw it 1 time yesterday, and I do believe it top 4. So we know it can be possible. It was an Ezreal 3 at the end of the day. But we'll see where this Ezreal does land up, because those Ezreals can really ramp, too, because of the Mystic Shot. The AP will get you more attack speed, so you don't have to build that, and then you get mixed damage, too. It's some really good opportunities with Ezreal to potentially get you to some later game at comps as well. We have a champion duplicator on this board, too, along with a Bruiser Spat. So doesn't look like that was an actual tack crown this time. It was the Bruiser Spat along with the Hextech Gunblades. I think Soul Reaver was the graphic.
That makes sense to me as we take a look at who Soul Reaver plays. This is a kind of important fight. We want to get that 4 streak to maximize our economy, going up against Renzer, who has 2-star Lux, but no mages. Now, that's actually not a bad thing for Renzer, because he does have Archangels and 2-star Lux, so it's still fine. Like, yes, you don't double cast, but Lux will start hitting very hard somewhere around this portion of the fight, and as long as she's not taking all aggression, can actually potentially win. Unfortunately, does end up getting ganged up upon. This monkey will not be denied, so Soul Reaver loses the streak. The last person... Oh, actually, I apologize. Soul Reaver was... I was talking from the Renzer's perspective. Soul Reaver is the person that's on a streak, and Lux not able to have that frontline support her. And Renzer's a person that really does like to play that Lux a lot throughout the weekend. We'll see if it ends up helping him, because yesterday we also saw a really strong Lux position where Renzer ends up taking an 8th place.
Yeah.
He was not able to actually get everything online in a timely manner.
I would say Lux was one of the more disappointing comps from yesterday. Every time we saw it was either behind already, or if it was already doing well, it did not hit the top 4. So let's see if this is going to be a little bit different this time, because like you said, with the Archangels, the top end of that Lux is going to be a lot stronger, especially once we do get those mages in. We have, a splattering of units here for Sully as well on the other side, who is one of our top 3 coming into today. But with this Bruiser Wukong and that Hextech Gunblade, there actually is some support going every which direction, and Wukong's ultimate is actually going to give a good amount of Omnivamp, and this is going to be a big loss right now for Sully, who was already in 2nd place. That's 4 units.
Yeah, leveling to 6 has become something that is a little bit more common. I think it raises some eyebrows because it was something that was even mocked in previous sets of TFT. And I think people have understood that in this current environment where streak and gold matters a lot, right? Like, people talk about early game economy trades like Astral and Lagoon. In the same way, the inverse of that is playing a high tempo win streak. But all of these things all have one thing in common, which is you want to maximize your gold as much as you can. And so Soul Reaver very much in that camp, and while it looks a little bit weird to some of the players who may have not seen that much, I do think that Soul Reaver understood the risk going into it, and it was like very much a calculated.
All right, so this is definitely one of the more spicy, I get it, boards on the Convergence right now. Spicy Appies with the double Ezreal comp and a champion duplicator. So a lot of champion duplicators, I feel like, over the weekend so far. But now we have a lot more flexibility in terms of where we're going to go in the late game, right? We can maybe finish off a tier 3 unit, get a 5-cost tier 2 unit, or even get some more dragons as well. But in terms of what itemization we have currently as well, the tier can go into a lot of other units. The front line's good. We saw that Braum 2 eat like 2 Aoshin ults a little earlier today. So this is all still feeling good, even though it might not look like it's the best comp in the world.
Yeah, Appy's item situation is quite tragic. You saw him try to go for a rod on the carousel to complete an Archangel staff. Archangels is one of the strongest items on Ezreal 3 if you're able to get it early. Oh no, and Ezreal actually ends up being attacked both from the Lux in the corner as well as the Diana that jumps in the back. Oh. And we'll see how Appies is able to kind of handle those 3-2 transitions. Sometimes you just randomly do get a double trouble here at the 3-2 augment, which actually would be kind of insane if he was able to find a way to get Ezreal 3 and roll down for it. But we'll see. Right now, this loss, it is what it is. Appies is on a win-loss anyways. So yeah, it really kind of depends on how his 3-2 augment shapes the rest of his game, because his items are very defensive, which means that he theoretically can play almost anything he wants.
Yeah, his number's still getting, waiting to get called, right? Not tons of final decisions needing to get made right now. No double trouble. We got Blue Battery and Axiom Arc, though.
Yeah, both of those options are interesting. Blue Battery is generically stronger because it just gets 10 ability power across all your units. 6 units, 60 AP. It's not bad. And I think Appies tends to agree. I think Axiomar kind of leans you to a specific way you want to play, which is the dragons. Oh, he's going to try to roll for Ezreal 3 right here. Oh, okay. And he has it if he wants to.
We could dupe, and we could keep rolling if we want to stay over 20 gold, though. Then we use the duplicator. We do. I know it feels weird to use the duplicator on a 1-cost unit sometimes, but think of the tempo, right? Tempo's been kind of the word of the tournament so far. And in terms of fast, quick tempo, this is what you want to see right now. It's just 3-2, and this unit should be able to take us potentially to stage 5. So let's see how successful this is going to be. A lot of Luxes this lobby. I think this is the 2nd or 3rd one so far. Weijin moving still into those Lagoons right now, keeping the Nidalee in play instead. But this Ezreal is definitely the star of this fight.
Yeah, it looks like Weijin Iverson is posturing himself for a Seraphine Bulldozer composition, utilizing Pantheon Graves and some of those Canyon Lagoon support units. The thing about Appy's play that's, very nice in my opinion is that he recognized he didn't need to level. I think a lot of people in this spot feel like, oh, it's 3-2. I want to level to 6 and power up. I want to streak. Appy's is very likely to streak anyways, and wants to make sure to get back into the game economically because he is very poor relative to some other players. The other side of it, another poor player is Soul Reaver, but he is full streaking, has encountered a Shio Yu, now is playing a Jade Shimmer Scale board with Draven's Axe. That is a very powerful combination because, one, obviously his board is very strong, right? Because he's able to get the 5 Jades, get that healing and the attack speed stacking. But 2, if he's able to get a couple of iterations of Draven's Axe to print the extra components in gold, he actually will rebound and slingshot his economy right back into the mix and have a couple of extra items, and he has double duplicator ready to go for the first high impact champion he wants to 2-star. So Soul Reaver is in a fantastic position to run away with this game.
Yeah, and Soul Reaver doesn't need to win all of these rounds either. Soul Reaver could get that economy, right? Still get those Draven X stacks. Anyway, it's almost like every single possibility is advantageous right now for Soul Reaver. We have the double dupes too, so we can choose, again, the tempo to increase our very strong unit if we want to choose it on Xiaoyu, for example. But it was actually really interesting because on the other side is a very similar comp, but not as good in any way, shape, or form in terms of itemization. So I'm curious to see what iLucky is going to do after seeing that. We're riding along with TrickP again, who is bottom of the totem pole in the lobby and so far got 8th yesterday too. Got 3 firsts yesterday, so we know it's possible for TrickP, but traditionally, TrickP is one of those players that hovers around, a conservative spot in the mid game and tries to attack in the late game, but you can't attack if you're not alive. So hopefully TrickP is able to recover here with this item.
Doesn't get much time left. Yeah, it's not a prismatic lobby, but it's one of those situations where if you're just too far behind HP and you have dominant win streakers like Soul Reaver who might get online, it's just becoming harder and harder. So we do see this fast 7, if you will, going at 3-5. It's not really a fast 7. It's kind of an early 7. And you want to try to make sure to stabilize here and hit all your 2-star units for your scale scorns. We do have RFC Olaf. And I finally understand a little bit of what Tricky's predicament was, is that we didn't get that many item components, and the ones that we did don't lend itself well naturally to this composition. In fact, he probably will feel compelled to slam a Ruden's Hurricane here. And Ruden's is not one of Olaf's strongest items anymore ever since they changed the interaction with Scale Score. And a lot of times you want really powerful burst items like Infinity Edge and Hand of Justice. And Ruden's is scaling based off your current attack damage. So this combination, I hope Olaf has a high base AD. We don't even have 4 warriors in. So even if we're able to get the win here against iLucky, I do feel like TrickP isn't in a very strong position to put together a win streak that he's looking for, because what the Olaf wants to be able to capitalize around this portion of the game while everyone else is greeting for their fast states.
Yeah, and so there are going to be some people that are going to be sacking, again, for those fast states. And the other thing about Olaf is it looks like we have gotten stacks to get us a little bit stronger, but it is a death by 1,000 paper cuts Olaf right now. Everything, like you said, scaled off of that AD, and with the Runins, it's going to be a little backline access, right? Which is okay right now. It would be better even earlier, but that's the type of thing that gets weaker and weaker every round from pretty much here on out. So Olaf, as an Olaf 3, might have enough base stats to make up for that, but death by 1,000 paper cuts can probably win a couple rounds. We'll probably lose a couple rounds, but TrickP needs to save this HP because there's not going to be enough time to make a move and snap like a Cobra a little bit later. And Appy's still just running with the Ezreal because we can, and we have a Graves with the Spat too. So this could be a couple different things, but we already have those Tempests, and that's going to increase the attack speed of everyone on Appy's side anyway, who's also a Tempest.
Yeah, Appy's kind of playing a flex board, going back to this roots of TFT. But again, kind of run over by this board that all in. Appy's is still very poor. He's at 30 gold, level 6. And again, his item situation is quite tragic, right? Part of it is at this point, you expect to have a 2-item carry. He has a single tier on an Israel 3. That's just not good enough.
Yeah, it's coming out of his eye. He's just crying.
Rolling down his cheek ever so slowly.
Yeah. Exactly. But now we have some good frontliners here at Olaf as well. More warriors here. So Satch kind of in the middle of something right now as well. We've got good items, right? We've got the Morellos, which is going to be really good if we don't have that Sunfire board. But again, we do expect some of these 3-cost units now to get to that tier 2. We do have a tier 2 Olaf already in the lobby. So we'll see what happens after this round if we're going to get a pivot, because 4-1 is one of those decision-making rounds, because you're going to get to your augment at 4-2, and that's pretty much your late game. Everything becomes more and more finalized from this point on. If you're too busy still making decisions or doing the forever pivot, this is where you're going to get the most consequences from that.
So clearly, I think we're going for Jades here. We find a Siphon, an opportunity to kind of lean into that. I'd be kind of surprised if we leaned only into Whispers long term. Clearly, it's our strongest board right now. We can put these items immediately onto Siphon. But longer term, I think we want to try to see if we can get Jades back into the mix, because, with Whispers, you really want to specifically have items for Zyra as your secondary, or it just has a way to split your damage source across Siphon and Pantheon. But I think people forget about Whispers. I think it's totally fine as a mid-game comp. Part of the reason why it came to prominence in the first place was because of the immense amount of tempo you had from rolling at 7. And it's just a strong recognition from Sag to be able to understand that right now he doesn't have to roll all the way down to get a Shio-Yu. I think a lot of players lose the nuance of this composition. That being said, we're not buying the Jace in the shop, and we're keeping the Sejuani. So we actually are open to a couple of different things. An instant reroll and taking a look at what we could get. Cyber Implants, Knife's Edge, Cyber Shell. These are all really strong silver tempo augments. Didn't really like any of the Pandora's or Future Sight they saw previously.
All right, so it's going to be a cybernetic with Celestial there. So everyone with an item is going to get a little bit stronger, and that's going to be very nice for our Siphons. For example, we are going to be looking for Shio-Yu, and we have the Zyra too, and that with that attack range and actually some CC, Zyra can be a difference maker in some rounds, especially if you're stacking in the back line or the front line here where she can get the entire AoE destruction there. As we do have just the Tier 1 Dragon and the Olaf here, Dan.
Okay, so we did end up not pick up the Jace, and we showed Shio-Yu, so I suppose we're just committed to Whisper, at least in the temporary, while we recover our economy. I'm kind of surprised by that, just because it feels like his board would be set up better long-term by just holding on to it. I recognize that does cost a lot of gold, and it's going to be a long time before his board can materially improve, especially since he wasn't holding on to things like Gnar and Jace and Jax and Shio-Yu. It just gets really expensive altogether. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about this, quite frankly. I just feel like the 6 Whisper with the setup is okay now, but I do find I also can see a world where it just kind of caps him in an artificial sense, and he isn't even able to win this fight despite rolling a material amount of gold here at 7. So Sag, definitely in an awkward spot. We'll see if it ends up biting him later on, because I'm still a little bit hesitant about our decision there.
It's kind of like we played 2 separate games in that lobby, right? We went one direction, thought we might be lost, going another direction, and let's see if we're going to be able to recover, just like Trickbee has. Like to see that man on fire right now, because the first game was rough. But we do have what I would assume when you see the Mirage variant here, is going to be the Deja, especially with attack speed. Every single time the attack lands, I think it's Spell Sword's enchantment, so we'll get stronger. So it's all about Deja and that front line giving Deja time, and it's the Spider-Man meme right now, right? On the other side, we've got the RFC and Rageblade on the Deja too.
Yeah, I think I like Wage and Iverson's setup a lot more, and that's not just me using the results immediately of Wage and Iverson winning. It's just that the comp seems a lot more balanced. I guess the difference is just level 8 versus level 7 just help get a little bit more units, but I think the guild really provides strong support there, so well done to Wage and Iverson. I kind of thought Wage was going for the Seraphine build, ends up going back into Deja. Hopping on board with Renzer, who did end up taking a loss of Spicy Appies. Appies finally got offensive components for his Ezreal 3, and lo and behold, he's actually beating a lot of boards that all end or roll down. So, just a good recognition of Appies to be able to set himself up and be patient about it. And on the flip side, it feels kind of bad for Renzer, who's playing a built different board and not able to really get things online quite yet. The problem with built different is that a lot of the units that you want to play around, they're very elusive. Sometimes you feel like, you want to get the Graves items, and all of a sudden you just keep getting nonstop Pantheons and Hecarims and vice versa. It's a very expensive composition, but it's very fun. And so I personally really enjoy Build Different. I think it's one of the most rewarding ways to play TFT. We'll see if Renzer can pull himself out of this situation that looks a little bit bleak.
And with this particular built different, too, what's really interesting about it is, think about no synergies as the synergy, right? I think that helps a lot of people when it comes to built different. It feels really weird, and some people do drop it at the end of the game because it doesn't seem to reach peak power as some other comps that might be quote-unquote meta. So built different can also be pretty good with a variety of 3-cost units, but it does seem like we're going to keep the Shimmer Scales in this time because we already have a Soraka 2 as well in the back line. Are we going to see another Soraka 3? It seems to me my blessing and curse so far, Frodan. I've seen 3 so far in competitive TFT, and that's a Lux, not a Soraka. My bad, my eyes. I'm 30. But it's going to be good work, and so hopefully this Lux is going to show us exactly what Lux can do, but there's just too much HP for these dragons. Another Shio-Yu and Siphon there.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a reason why, for example, we saw Sag avoid going for the Jade, but You know, I think that the comp can support multiple players. Or if you're kind of showing you why the traditional Jade, Soifin, Whispers board is still very solid. Over in Renzerland, I think he also is struggling a little bit with his itemization. A lot of times with the attack speed and the HP with built different, it scales better with attack damage. Recognize that he got the Shimmer item with Draven's Axe, but still kind of a little bit tenuous. Hopping on board with another tenuous position here is Lucky, who has just, 1-star Deja, and I believe is holding the Zippy just on the bench with no Zippy on the board, hoping that this is enough, but his front line is a lot more fragile than it might lead you to believe, because all he has is a Sunfire cape. He's relying on the innate tankiness of 2-star units, plus the Cavalier that's been recently buffed. Is getting a little blessing in disguise, because Renzer is very weak at the moment. Renzer takes another loss, and this is the worst feeling as a BD player. Boob, sometimes you just feel like you can't win a fight no matter what, despite having what should be a pretty strong board on paper.
Because you're having fun, like when you're building it up and then you're finally like, I've arrived, and nothing happens. Something's happening on the screen right now for Lucky, who is on Elimination Station. A tack crown on the first roll for Treasure Dragon. Only 7 gold, but where are we going to add units, right? We don't have any gold, so where are we going to get stronger, right? We have the Heck 2 on the bench. We also have the Zippy on the board already, but nothing to roll or really get stronger, right? So Tack Crown is an easy pickup usually, but this time we're actually going to have to wait a little while longer for the value.
I feel like I'm watching a replay of the previous game. This is almost exactly the kind of spot that Appy's found himself in previously, where he was stuck on Deja 1, somehow kind of stumbled into a Tactician's Crown in the middle of the game, but largely just kind of stuck on 1-star Deja and having Nunu hold tank items. This is just the very unideal situation for him. In fact, I think that Lucky may have made a slight misstep here of building the Warmogs onto the Nunu. I totally understand the desire of wanting to have the Sunfire Cape live as long as possible, but if that's the case, I think I'd rather triple stack Jace at this point and frontline him, because in the Titans and the Warmogs have some really good synergy, and we don't have a Mirage that lends itself to helping Nunu. There's no Dawnbringer or any kind of electric or anything like that. So we'll see. I like he's on his last life. Maybe just felt like, hey, I'm going to go with my first instinct here and just hope that this Nunu can survive. Going up against the Siphon that's going to bite that Deja. See ya later, Lucky. This looks like a complete death, and you might be our first player eliminated here.
Yeah, Elimination Station gets the Tack Crown on the Treasure Dragon, has to take it off and kneel for Sag by the end of it. Are we have enough? No, -5, so that is an 8th. TrickP does win out, and so we do have a couple more rounds before we get another elimination, but this does seem to be a close lobby again. We had some top-heavy lobbies yesterday, 67 being the highest here, but the 3rd, 4th place spot is still anybody's spot, because no one really running away in the middle of the pack right now with anything.
Look at Sully's position. Sully going for a build, again, that we saw yesterday, and something that we talked about on broadcast, which is I think a lot of people feel like if you play Jades, you have to think about Siphon and how you're going to tech in this double dragon, but kind of forget that vertical Jades is also a viable build, particularly because, well, one, it's a pretty steady curve, right? You can play early Jades like Wukong and Harma in order to get to this spot, so your power level will be consistent instead of waiting to lose streak or win streak only on that ability to start getting things rolling. But at the same time, I feel like this vertical Jade is still good because of the way the matchups line up into some of these units. The Shio Yu-1 just gets access to the back line, able to deal some pretty critical damage to Wage and Iverson. And so Sully able to kind of utilize a traditional build that we haven't seen very much of. And I've been kind of impressed with how vertical Jades has been performing this weekend.
Yeah, it's the second time we've actually seen it do not just well, but pretty well, making it the top 4 moderately easily. Let's see if it's going to maintain there. Sully does get the Shio Yu-2. We've got some prep going on the bench as well, so hopefully this Deja for Wasian, if we get a Deja 2 at some point in the future, if we have enough time, is going to be better than the other Dejas based on our base stats, but again, we have to get there. In terms of frontline, you need time for Deja, and what does Wasian not really have is that frontline. We're already seeing Jace 2s with tank items. This one has offensive items. The Morelos tag is going to be pretty nice, but let's see how good this is looking rough. This Deja is going to be able to do, especially against a fully itemized Shio Yu, who we just saw do well against the Deja. This Siphon not going to the same school as the last one. Not the backline access that we saw in the previous round for the Deja. We're going to avoid another bite, it seems like. We're stacking that Rage Blade, and this is going to potentially get one more unit kill, but no, the Siphon is going to live. Nice Thief's Gloves roll for that particular situation. But that is going to be another elimination for first place, opening up the rest of this lobby for that top 2 spot.
It's a big deal. Legion Iverson points all of a sudden have come to a screeching halt of running ahead. This is opportunities for people who are behind to get some valuable points. I see a Jade emblem on the carousel. I wonder if Sully's going to think about 9 Jade if it falls to him, because not a lot of people are going for it. A lot of emblems onto this carousel in general. Sully beelines for it. And I think for Sully's perspective, that doesn't necessarily mean that you want to go for 9 Jade, although 9 Jade is also very strong if you're able to get it for free like that. I also think that maybe he can cut a Jade and tech in some other powerful units, because part of what makes Jade strong is that you have one of your best units, COU, a natural Mystic. And kind of the way the lobbies line up, everybody wants Mystics currently in their board. Now we're hopping on board with Spicy Appies, who has kind of run into an awkward spot, whereas Ezreal 3 has really fallen off and has not been able to really get that expected power spike. And I don't even know what Appies is necessarily rolling for. So he's an Ao Shin. Doesn't have time to think about how to tech that in, but can replace it next turn in some capacity and find a way to play 4 Tempest with Ezreal. I think that is a strong way to kind of combo. You could, for example, remove the Yasuo and the Kiana and try to play for that Ao Shin. You just go up against Soul Reaver. Soul Reaver has the, the cookie cutter Whisper Soifin Jade board. Is Appy's going to win? This would be a huge victory to be able to get it.
I completely agree. Let's see, the Siphon's going to bite. No, turns around instead. This Ezreal can take the Siphon down, but the Mystic shots aren't going there. It was actually targeting the Jace instead of the Xiaoyu right in front of them. So Spicy Appies is now on that precarious position of missing out on 4th place. We noticed it not too long ago, but the battle for 4th in this lobby is intense. Spicy Appies, Renzer, all in the mix right now. One of those players will not make it into the top 4, and right now Spicy Appies with this itemization, just a tier 1 Itis, tier 1 Kiana, everything, all hopes and dreams are for this archaeologist there on that Ezreal, and we didn't put the Ao Shin in either.
Yeah, for Appies, going up against Sully, who might have 7 Jade or 9. Does get the Zephyr onto the Xiaoyu very big. Able to take down one of the sources of DPS and Olaf, who's on the edge there. As long as Ezreal can stay alive, and, if Itis can continue to get repeated casts, his Fort Guardian is pretty tanky, but Xiaoyu does deal true damage. Historically, the matchup of Itis versus Xiaoyu does tend to go towards the Xiaoyu player if they're able to get up to the Itis in a reasonable time. Oh my god, the Mystic Shot able to deal big damage. Appies, unfortunately, has lost his Ezreal 30, just a little bit too weak, not able to find Itis 2, ends up taking a loss at the same time as Sag, who narrowly able to get a top 4. So job well done to Sag, able to outlive Appies, who had that very early Ezreal 3, but unable to capitalize.
I mean, had a tier for, I think, the majority of the game is what it feels like. And you saw how good Ezreal could be, right? So imagine if it was an Itis 2 with time in the front line. And I don't know if everyone saw, but Ezreal also missed another Mystic shot on the Xiaoyu that I think would have taken it down. So, sometimes it's that as well. The Ezreal sneezes, misses the shot, and it screws you over because that was the kill blow. That was your win condition. As now we do, this would have been great for Appies to get for his front line, but it's going to be Renzer instead. This is a very interesting top 3. Renzer very far out of the top 2 with that 40 HP. We're probably going to get a Sully Soul Reaver 1v1 situation where we see that a couple times, but is Renzer going to be, part of the rock, paper, scissors and get himself into the mix by taking the HP down? Looking at the comp, it could be. I mean, we have a very good bulldozer possibility here with Graves, and we're seeing a Last Whisper. We see a lot of Giant Slayers, but not a ton of Last Whispers.
This is a really good recovery from Renzer. The fact that it looked kind of tough and just needed to hit a bunch of these 4 costs, and I look into his board and all of a sudden there's a pair of Graves too, which actually leans into a way. Don't sleep on Renzer just yet. If you're able to get this win, able to get the carousel, if able to even position himself to potentially get Graves 3, he actually could end up winning this lobby. He does end up, looks like he narrowly takes a loss here, but he's not going to be dead just yet, and there's a glimmer of hope. If he's able to get Graves 3, he's also close to getting a Draven's Axe stack. I can see Renzer finding a way back in this game, but his time is basically now. He needs to hit big. I just don't think it's going to happen right now.
He needs that Draven's Axe proc. And the fact that it stopped at 95 in that last round, we're going to have to wait a whole other round that we don't have the HP for, potentially. That might be the nail in the coffin, as we're going to be switching in our Rakan, leaving the Nila on the bench for now putting it in. And let's see where these items go. We're going to put the Shojins back on the Varus. Hextech Gunblade on the Graves. So it's all Graves, and we got to get this Draven cash out, but we're still seeing another Soifin comp here. The Zephyr lands on Rakan. Could have been better, but still taking down a frontline unit. Man.
That's right. The Graves does end up proccing the Draven's Axe. Part of it is that Draven's Axe is only 7 gold. I think that this is just a little bit too much pressure coming the other way. So Reaver's at level 9. Renzer replaced Zyra, really invaluable support unit. Trying to mix and match some of the items in case he's able to find something better. So Siphon does get stuck for a brief moment, and the two Graves are keeping each other alive. Actually, a really good job there from Renzer to stay alive. And so the risk of selling the Zyra, repurposing some of these items for some of his other units, really good job. He has 7 Graves. Looking for it. Soul Reaver is now, Sully is now rolling down. What looks like to be the chase to Soraka to potentially go for 9 Jade. 9 Jade is very, very strong in terms of getting the attack speed and the healing. It's much more of like a comp that plays for second as opposed to first, but I'm curious if Sully can think about ways to get this comp over the hump.
Yeah, because at this point, he might be able to win attrition-wise. Let's see where Soul Reaver's power is. This is a very important 1v1. This is going to give us a pretty good look into the future, if this is going to be position-based, if the comps are separate from each other. These are both Soifins, one with a Bruiser emblem, though, in the back line to help out with that Jace. So everything going on in the middle of the board. The cooldown's starting to happen, but GOU... Look, full health. Edge of Night's so good on that unit, as well as the Giant Slayer. And did Renzer come back potentially?
Oh my God.
Built difference? Yes, sir. Jade statues can't take him down, and so Renzer is going to stay around and compete for second place.
Hey, Graves off carousel, and if the Graves in the shop, Renzer all of a sudden slingshots from third. There's a Graves with an Edge of Night. Does Soul Reaver go for that just to deny it? That would be so brutal! Oh my God! Rat Reaver in the house. Renzer now is kind of lost. Like, what do I go for now? That was kind of my entire game plan.
Just hit. Now you just got to hit, right? Maybe it'll be in the pack. Wait to roll for Soul Reaver to sell maybe the Graves. Oh man, now we're getting into like the true mind games of a TFT. Edge of a Night, not really going to be going on anyone either, so it's just a wasted item to block the Graves, because Renzer's win condition is that Graves 3. There's one whole one out of the bench, and we're going to get another pivot here at 6-5. This is a little bit desperate, but we're going to get those dragons in, because they're pretty strong, especially that Xiaoyu at the moment.
Positioning is going to be something that takes a backseat priority, just does something to try to get some units in the right spot here. Renzer going up against Sully, and Sully has rolled out completely. Sully also chasing Jace 3. Keep your eye on that. That is a very viable win condition for some of these Jade boards. And I just don't know if these Graves can handle the Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu systematically chopping up one 80 carry after another. Idas is still tanking and keeping the other Graves alive. It'll come down to whose 80 carry can reign supreme here. Graves versus Xiaoyu. The brink of dawn, able to get the second cleanse. But I think this Jade form is just going to be a little bit too strong. Renzer, a valiant effort, once again making quite a late game surge. That is one of the best top 3s you'll see all weekend long with the build different from Renzer. And now it just comes down to Xiaoyu battles here. But Soul Reaver did transition to that Dragon board. We'll see whether or not he's able to stabilize. Has found 2-star Aurelion Soul on top of the 2-star Aoshin that's in the shop at the moment. 15 seconds, and we have somehow on a cap board from Soul Reaver from the Soifin board. Who's going to be able to get the edge here? It kind of depends a lot on things like the targeting and whether or not we can get access to backline for Sully.
All right, let's see if that backline is going to be accessible. It's going to be Renzer versus Sully. Soul Reaver versus Sully, and Soul Reaver needs to win every single round from here on out. Sully needs to get rid of those dragons with the Giant Slayer and Archangels into the backline. Those dragons are going to be strong the entire time. The Bardolt pauses a couple of these units, but it's really the Xiaoyu in the backline that needs to take down the rest of these dragons. Avoids the Ao Shin ult for now, but everyone is going to surround the Xiaoyu, and Sully takes the loss. Soul Reaver will be coming back next round with an extra item as well.
This is kind of some of the problems that we talk a little bit about. This comp plays for second very often when you play Vertical Jade. I mean, hell, we're playing Wukong at this stage of the game, which is, he's a great mascot, really gets the crowd going, especially when he, busts out the popcorn and hot dogs. But he's really there as your victory cigar in this composition. He really doesn't do anything in the face of Terra, right? He can bonk, send Terra to horny jail, but that's about it. There's nothing really else that happens with this Jade, because it's pretty much just a Xiaoyu show with a support Olaf. And also, I felt like Sully had at 1.7 Jaces, so the fact that he has 6 implies that he had to sell it for some other reasons. And I feel like we're so far away from Jace 3 that it almost feels like we don't have a legit win condition here for Sully.
Unless we happen to roll 2 Jaces in one pack, which, has happened in the past, but won't be happening in the present, it seems like. We got a little bit of an upgrade for the bench, but it's still, Xiaoyu got to the back line, right? Xiaoyu was able to do the job, but could not break through the first dragon in the Terra Hex. We did switch, I think, a little bit on this one, but it's going to be Ao Shin and Aurelion Sol doing a lot of the damage there. Even though that is a Runins, we have the Archangels and the Giant Slayer on the Ao Shin. Backline does get Bard ulted, and the Ao Shin got shrouded. So this is going a lot better right now for Sully on the yellow side, and you're already seeing the difference in just positioning and some itemization there. The Shroud so much better than the Ionic Spark in terms of what Shelly was able to get us, and that is going to be it. The fight from 3rd to 5th was very, very close, but the fight for 1st wasn't quite. So Dan, we got to see some Soifen on that one, probably more than we did yesterday. Did seem to kind of fall a little bit, but today we saw some Soifen PhDs, and those Dejas really struggled today.
Yeah, the key to that last fight was take out the Wukong. And 3 Mystic is really nothing to be scoffed at. People have been telling me a long time, like, 3 Mystic is just really good. If you can go 4 Mystic, obviously, get that in, but it's impractical unless you get the emblem. Just really nullifies so much of that damage, and also good job from Sully to be able to get to that back line. Also, there's this Shroud also made a huge difference as well. And I kind of, it's the sum of its parts, right? It's the fact that we took out one of our weak links, we put in a better unit with has stronger synergies, we're able to get a Shroud, we're able to get the position that we really wanted, and our opponent was not able to really get anything meaningful compared to what we just got from the Rift Herald. So Sully able to kind of hold the line, not panic. Really good job. I take my words back. That comp can play for 1st. But it also is validating, because we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast yesterday that I think Vertical Jades is quite possibly one of the most slept on comps currently that is very viable. It's a very safe, stable way to play stage 2 and 3. Can ladder yourself up. And look, you didn't need Olaf 3, right? Last time we saw Sully plays was Olaf 3 with combat training. Was able to just kind of play a really steady game. And honestly, there was nothing super impressive about any individual thing about his board. The holistic game plan and execution from Sully. Chef's kiss.
Yep, it's like baking, right? You put a batter in the oven, you come out with the cake, and I feel like he did just that. Was put all the ingredients in, put all the right spices, and came out with a voila situation. And so let's go ahead and see what those lobby standings do look like, because we did have a little bit of a flip. Our winner from last lobby got 7th, and so we have a tie right now in that 1st place, 14-14 for Sully and Sag Wasian, who came in with a 3-point advantage because of their performance yesterday at 13, tied with Soul Reaver as well. Renzer, Spicy Appies, Lucky, and Trickpea following it up. And that top 4 has already started to separate, and you don't want that separation to increase if you're Renzer, Appies, Lucky, or Trickpea. So, I think Renzer tried it, but this next game, game 3 for those bottom 4, might be an all-or-nothing situation in order to keep themselves in the running.
It's almost time for these players to have to play first or rate, especially at the bottom. Remember, top 2 is a much more aggressive cutoff. Your average placement has to be that much better compared to the day ones of a lot of other tournaments where the half of the field advance. And so what is going to be happening over in players like Trickpeas Land, Spicy Appies, where they have to really put together a strong game performance. It can't really just be like a solid top four. It has to kind of be better than that. Otherwise, we're going to see some players who had that point lead and are doing well early, like Sully and Wage and Iverson, are going to run away with this thing.
All right, let's see if the running is going to keep going, or are there going to be even more changes in this lobby. Lobby 3 will be coming right up. Casanova and Riley are going to be bringing you the cast. We'll see you for a quick break, but stay for this one. We have a special message from our partners. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to the North American Last Chance Qualifier. I'm Casanova, joined by Riley. And we've got 2 games in the book and 2 Mystic 3 wins. That's what I'm going to call it for both of those, because they were able to mitigate all that damage from the dragon boards and actually take wins by having that extra magic resist. It's been crazy to see that, Riley, how big of a difference the Mystics have been making in these late game pivotal moments against the cap dragon boards that were winning all day yesterday.
Yeah, we were talking we were talking during that game when Boop and Frodan were on about some of the importance of Mystic and how good it can actually really be in these lobbies. You see these cap dragon boards that are so magic damage centric. You see a lot of AP coming in other forms. Deja, the Ezreal 3 that Appy's played. There's a lot of magic damage in the set, and Mystic can be harder to tech in, but if you can't get it in, especially if you can get up to Mystic 3, then that is a very powerful synergy to have.
Yeah, it's been incredibly strong, and a lot of the players have been popping off. We've got a clear top 4 right now with Sully, Wasian, Iverson, Sag, and Soul Reaver. And we'll see if they can continue to hold those spots. I mean, it's only 2 games in. We've got 4 to go. There's plenty of room for the rest of the players to catch back up, but those 4 both at 14, 13 points respectively. The 2 ties have been really showing some insane level of gameplay, and I'm excited to see what they do here in game 3.
Yeah, those top 3, Sully, Sag, and Soul Reaver, have been playing pretty good, consistent TFT. They're the only ones who have top 4 both games. Wage and Iverson, back to the more 1st or 8th, and not as much 8th, but 1st and 7th. We're starting to see some patterns emerge here.
Oh yeah, for sure. We'll see if Wasian can turn it around to another 1st here in game 3. They've been incredibly strong all weekend, but taking a 7th is pretty rough. We're jumping on board with Sully, our winner from the last game. Gonna be grabbing a sword to start, finds the belt off of the first creep round. And just as a note, Nomsy for this lobby is a mage, so that's opening up another composition that we may see.
Yes, and Sully with the sword start and already has a strong Jade opener with the Wukong pair and Karma, or at least a potential for a strong Jade opener. And something important to note, actually, Sully, I think, is one of the few AD, more AD focused. There's a lot of players in this lobby who are more AP focused, a lot of players who are really trying to play for the capped out dragon AP boards, some players who are going for kind of a mix of both, but I feel like we've seen Sully just play a lot of AD, and he's one of the few players who has been doing that, has been willing to do that. And in a lobby where everyone else is kind of contesting each other for these other lines, that can actually be a really big boon to have your lines generally be more uncontested.
All right, Bonky Kong angle.
I mean, if he had 2 offensive item components, I'd say sure, go for it, but especially knowing Sully and he wants to be super consistent, and he's ahead right now. He's tied for 1st. He doesn't need to risk anything on Bonky Kong. Why would we risk anything on Bonky Kong? Like, I want to see as much as the next person, but why?
No, it's not a Bonky Kong angle, but he is going to be able to make a Wukong 2 to help the early game. Actually, finding an Olaf is going to just leave that open as an option. Being able to play Olaf from 2-1 is incredibly strong. Thrill, a pretty good augment for it in general. So we might see Sully just lean into an Olaf build immediately by having that on 2-1, can start sacrificing it in stage 2.
Knowing Sully, though, he'll probably, there's a good chance he uses this Olaf just as part of that Jade build that we saw him play last game and saw him play yesterday. So you have some options with this Olaf. You have a variety of builds involving Warrior. You have Olaf itself, like you talked about. You have Yone, my favorite thing, and you have the 7 Jade board that it fits very well in. So he's got options. It doesn't look like he's opting right now. Is he going to? He's okay. He's going to sell off. He's going
to play Astral. Yeah.
So it looks like an Olaf game. If he was opting to hold the Wukong and maybe slime a Sunfire, it looks like he's going to slime the Sunfire anyway to save some HP, but it looks like he's going to be stacking Olaf, play the Astrals, really get the economy going. And yeah, it looks like an Olaf game for Sully.
Yeah. I mean, I like Olaf on 2-1. I think the first silver augment, of course, that's not fully going to dictate where you're going, but it's a nice one to have for Olaf, and the items are fine, right? You're already on a BF sword that can be an IE. Sunfire is really nice to help save HP in the early game. We might even see some wins happen for Sully, even while letting the Olaf die off very quickly. I'm a big Olaf fan for sure. It's no secret. And I guess, to be fair, Sully still does have the option to move into a Siphon Xiaoyu angle later in the game if they would like. But at the very least for now, the option for Olaf is there.
Yeah, just because he's sacking the Olaf early doesn't mean he has to go an Olaf-centric build. He could also be sacking it just to get the loose streak, get some extra stacks for when he eventually gets to the 7 Jade board. We'll check back in what line in that AD tree he decides to play later. For now, we're back with iLucky. Level 3 has not opted to go for the early. Level 4 took Blue Battery, looking to be more in that AP focus line.
Yeah, holding a couple of pairs and really looking for a Nasus. Has the Volibear and the Jax, but not being able to find that Guardian just yet to put in for the Shimmer Scale. And yeah, I mean, other than that, just pair of Vlads, pair of Sejuanis, and a pair of Talias. A little bit of junk on the board as well, and not able to make gold. Probably going to be able to lose streak. However, that Malphite is pretty tanky, and the Volibear staying healthy as well. So the Voli might snag this win. See the next hit. Yeah, it's not quite enough. It looks like it will just be a very nice loss here. Oh, maybe not. I'm wrong.
Oh,
I'm actually wrong.
Eep?
Yeah.
Eep? No. Okay. Lucky
Yeah,
gets
Lucky
that win.
goes win-loss.
That might actually be really unfortunate for him, depending on if he can hit some of these pairs next turn. So, well, if he gets the win, then sure, he'll be okay. But it's that win-loss. You want to be win streaking in this game, especially early. So we'll see if he can get that streak going later.
Yeah, and we've got Spell Sword as the Mirage. Currently, we've got 2 Mirage in for Trick P, but this is just AFK that's rolling. So we'll see where this gold ends up. I mean, already pretty rich, right? 20 gold on the side, still waiting for this AFK cash in.
He's going to have so much money. He's probably going to hit 50 gold instantly once the AFK cashes in.
Yeah.
And was also able to take a win on 2-1 off the slamming the Static Shiv on the Yone, setting up his board to be able to still able to have some board strength even while he's going AFK. AFK hits the second you take that augment. You can still move around your board. You can still slam items before you choose to take that augment. A small optimization, he put the Sejuani all the way to the left of his bench, so on 2-3 you can't move, you can't put that in yourself, but it will automatically teleport in onto the board, despite you not moving it yourself. So good optimizations by TrickP and just good early AFK.
Yeah, I mean, 90 HP off of AFK, probably going to be at 50 gold. This is, I mean, that's a phenomenal position to be in.
That's
Trick P can pivot to trying to win streak right now if he finds the right units, he finds the right items, and having just that surplus of gold is going to put Trick P in a great position to capitalize into a top 4 later in the game, so long as it isn't too low roll.
Yeah, has the Static Shiv slammed already. It's just super open AP item. We're talking about a lot of AP players in this lobby. Oh look, Trick P is going to be one of them, it looks like. Or doesn't even necessarily have to be AP for him. He has the Xayah option open. He's someone who we've seen is willing to play Xayah, and Static Shiv is an item that works in that build. So he's got options. I imagine he's going to be going a very fast 4-2 level 8 and just see what he hits.
Yeah, I mean, just noting on that for the amount of AP players in this game, Wei Iverson took Luden's Echo, Soul Reaver took Mage Heart, Lucky took Blue Battery. That's already 3 augments that were chosen that lean way heavier into the AP tree, and we would expect to see the AP tree played by those 3 players.
Yeah, Sag with the Archangels.
Yeah, that's insane. So that's another AP, right?
It's so many AP players in this lobby. I mean, you're just hard chilling if your name is Sully and you're just like, hey, look at all these AP players. Oh, I got my Soyfin, I got my Jade, I got my Olaf. I'm good to go. Easy. Y'all have fun contesting the tiers and rods. I'm gonna get my swords.
Yeah, gonna be able to find swords and bows very easily. If it's Soyfen, mostly just swords, but if he ends up playing that Olaf line, picking up a few bows is gonna be nice as well. Jumping on with Sag. Got still 100 HP for win streak. The Ezreal with the Archangels. This 2-star Ezreal doing a little bit more than Appy's 3-star Ezreal was.
Just a little bit already, yeah. Appy's, that 3-star Ezreal, just an unfortunate lack of items, but with the Archangel Staff, like we said, already slammed, he's got super flexible items. I think it's not just the AP players in the lobby, it's that they're playing AP Flex. They're playing towards these generic AP items that work on a variety of carries. You've got the Gargoyle Stoneblade already, which is going to work if you have Idas as your front line, if you have the Terra as your front line. You've got a lot of really flexible options for Sag, and especially at 100 HP, it looks like he's going to maintain the win streak over Sully. So he's got a lot of room to play with. He's got a lot of options open. I think that's just the story of the lobby for a lot of these players. I've been talking all weekend about flowchart TFT. There's no flowcharts going on right now. It's just whatever you hit late game. We've got the start of the flowchart, but we haven't progressed that much further yet. Let's go with that.
Yeah. Sully was sitting on 3 different Jade units as well, so still staying open towards playing that Soifin later on. Had a Karma, a Wukong, and a Jax on the bench. I'm gonna jump over to Weijin Iverson. You know, this early 2-star Volibear for Weijin Iverson has been a kind of staple of some of his better games. We see him ending up with massive win streaks off of this unit and converting with Shimmer Scale into just a massive amount of gold and converting to big late game boards and wins. And so this is kind of the start that Weijin likes to see. He's got a 2-star Volibear. He is missing out on having his Jax, so he doesn't have the Shimmer in just yet, but that's potentially a lot of gold or a Siphon angle off of that Dragon here on Krugs.
Yeah, is opting to hang on to.
Never
mind. Is not opting to hang on. He's I don't know how comfortable he is on any of the Siphon lines, but yeah, just gonna make the 30 gold, sell off those units. Items are a little bit awkward. He could maybe slam a Titan's Resolve on the Volibear. Could go for like a Shroud, which doesn't. I mean, it's an okay slam at this point in the game, but it doesn't feel great. It looks like it is going to be a Titan's Resolve. That is going to be the best item for his board right now, even if it is going to be a little more awkward in the later portion of the game.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't hate TR to try and keep this win streak, because your Volibear 2 with the Sunfire Titan's Resolve, pretty good at holding on to the win streak, especially with the double 2-star Guardian front line. It's gonna be able to help give him even more shielding. He's a big bear right there. You got to be careful of that one. He's saying only you can prevent forest fires, but no one's stopping this one as he's lighting everyone up with the Sunfire Cape.
Indeed. The preventer of forest fires? Nah. We're causing the forest fires here.
Big win for Weijin. Offered another Ludens. First aid kit is potentially a good option.
I mean, it synergizes pretty well, but yeah, it's not something you necessarily want to get stuck in late game. And ops for component grab bag, that should solve some of his rougher item situations. Although, does it really? Two bows. Not sure. He's rolling. He really wants to find Nasus, I'm guessing. Or not, really wants to try and find Jax. Yeah, sorry, I'm missing the wrong one. But yeah, he really wants to find the Shimmer Scale. Ups to roll a little bit, does not find the Jax, is going to cut his losses, stay at 30 HP. He's still relatively healthy economically, but what does he play? I think he just plays Soifin from here, honestly.
I'm wondering, okay, I see the vote. Yeah, I was actually going to ask. I was wondering if we were going to see RFC or if we were just going to see a Zerat on the front. But RFC is going to be a big win streak creator with this volley. He is attacking so fast. This is just like, this volley is going to be an absolute beast for these stages of the game. Weijin is going to win streak, and we're going to see how that pivot turns out. We've seen Weijin play like this a lot over the course of the weekend, and it's generally worked out very well for him. So I like this adaptation to be like, all right, I hate my items. They're not fun, but I'm just going to make this Volibear extremely strong. I'm going to win streak, and I'm just going to use the gold that I generate to craft a good enough late game board to probably get me a top 4, maybe a top 3.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to be seeing some more AD players this lobby. Appy's has a Bloodthirster and Infinity Edge, so he's going to be tending more towards the AD tree as well. Weijin Iverson has been more of an AP player, but could opt to play towards Soifin with those items. Even though he sold the Siphon to make Econ, I actually think that's pretty correct. It's hard to work that into your current board. You'll find Siphon will come back later, hopefully, we think, anyway. So we're playing around the Volibear 2 for now. I like the rapid fire Cannon is an item that works on Siphon later in the game. It's good right now. The ZZ Rot portal doesn't do much when you already have good frontline. So good play from Wage and Iverson right now. Finds an Itis as well. And it is I believe the Gambler's Blade as the Shimmer Scale item. So he's got the Shimmer in now.
Yeah, he does have the Shimmer, which is going to be nice, and runs into Trick P, who did spend a little bit of gold, goes up to 7 with that Deja in, but the bear is a little too strong, not quite. That's going to cost Weijin big, losing that win streak. That hurts for Weijin, putting so much effort into making this volley strong enough to keep the win streak, getting a loss there against Trick P's Deja.
Trick P finding the win streak out of AFK. So there you go. He's in a good spot. He's, I believe, lost 10 HP since then, which I can see being on 2-5. But it looks like he is able to pick up a win streak since then. So off the Deja, there you go. Blue streak AFK, win streak out of it.
Yeah, and Trick B with the guild crest for that, so can play the guild Deja, which was a pretty strong composition. Is a pretty strong composition. We saw it do okay earlier today as well. Looking through trade sector for Renzer, picked as the second augment. I feel like it's pretty rare we see it picked as a second augment compared to a first, just because you lose a lot of value over the course of the game of not having it from the first augment, but still going to be getting some econ value from that. Right here for Appies, we see a first aid kit and an Axiom Arc for Sully, which is interesting considering this was, or sorry, not Axiom Arc, that's Battle Mage. It looks similar to me. My eyes. Battle Mage makes more sense. I was like, Axiom Arc is weird here. Battle Mage makes sense. We get some armor and AP.
I wonder what his other options are, because Battle Mage, if he's playing towards the AD line, is not the greatest. Like, it's cool, you get some armor, but it's not the greatest augment, so maybe a bit lower on the options. But I think just overall, as we're taking stock of the lobby and we're taking stock of the lobby complexion, we called out a lot of AP players earlier, but I think we're shaping up to now have more AD players just off of what players got dropped off their items. So we're looking at a bit more of a balanced lobby than we saw some of the past few games with more AP players.
Yeah, it's definitely going to open up a little bit as Sully able to take a win off of Spicy Appies. Saw Weijin Iverson losing again, so that board is starting to potentially fall off, or just this lobby is getting super strong, because it felt like Weijin had a pretty strong board for this mid game. Picks up a couple losses, however. Renzer just grabbing a Zach 2, and Sully here has been playing the Olaf. It feels like it can be a commitment to Olaf, but he's still not 100% all in for it, keeping the items on that Nidalee for now so that they can go wherever he wants them to go.
He sold the Diana, which I think points more towards the 7 Jade with the Shio.
Okay, yeah,
so
for sure.
Not opting for the 4 scale score on Olaf. He's built Runans and Edge of Night, which are not great Olaf items. I think those point a little more within the AD tree towards Shio. So we're running it back with the 7 Jade for Sully.
Yeah, I still think Edge of Night's okay on Olaf, but totally agree with you there.
Yeah.
The Runan's not your favorite thing to have on him. And I think that, the Diana is really the big thing, right? Selling that off, you're definitely not looking to play Olaf if you're going to sell a Diana, because you want to play the 4 scale scorn. Totally expect that to be a Soifin later on for Sully, but falling pretty low already to 42 HP, so gonna have to be careful. We'll have to see when that roll down comes in if Sully can find those dragons. As we check in with Soul Reaver, and Soul Reaver's doing something that I like to do with Lilia, because I think Lilia 2 is a pretty strong unit, and just using it as an item carrier in the mid game with your AP items, with whatever items you've got, she can be very, very powerful. And we're seeing a win streak from Soul Reaver in stage 3 with this Lilia too.
I think Kent would agree with you that Lilia is a very strong unit, and
Kent specifically would agree. Yeah.
Yes, Kent very specifically, and I agree too. This is a very strong mid-game item carrier. It looks like he's off the mage heart that you called out earlier. He's going to be looking for the Mage Namzi build, especially with these items, with stacking the chalices. Finds a Soam, but without any tiers, it could get a little rougher to play that unit. I keep rolling some. Finds a Soam too.
That puts you in a decision point, right? Because
is that a bait? It might be a bait.
It's weird, right? Because you have no Lagoon stacks for now, but this is a Soam 2 on 4-1. You have 2 great items, but you are missing kind of a a tier item, right? You're kind of missing a blue buff, a Shojin, something like that. It could be a bait, but it's a Sohm too. That is a 2-star dragon on 4-1 that you can start to build your comp around. It's a mage. You've got the mage crests. It's a really tough decision. It looks like Soul Reaver. Yeah, he's gonna make it.
He's gonna make it. Sure, he's gonna he's gonna pray for tears off Carousel or a blue buff off Treasure Dragon, because no mana generation item for Sohm. Very specifically, no blue buff. Like, yeah, Spear Shojin can work, but it's not great. Cybernetic uplink for now will actually help out quite a bit. Yeah, it's gonna instantly pick that up. Finds a Namzi as well, actually, so he does have options. He could, even without the mana generation, he could actually play Sohm 2 as the item carrier for Namzi, which feels weird with a 7-cost dragon as an item carrier for a 6-cost. But if he doesn't find... This keeps his options open. He's going to hold on to the Namzi. If he isn't able to find a blue buff off Treasure Dragon within a meaningful amount of gold, he can just play around the Sohm.
Yeah, I mean, that could definitely work. Sells the Namzi though, so it looks like we're
okay. So he's committing
Sohm
Sohm
now, trying to make gold, commit to Sohm. Maybe we'll see some rebuys on Namzis later if he doesn't feel like the items he finds are good enough. But he's got a lot of gold to work with. When we get to that Treasure Dragon, might be able to just look really aggressively for the perfect items for his Sohm.
Yeah, and I think with him, he spent gold, the excess gold over 50 into levels, and opted to not hold the Namzi. I think he's just committing to the Sohm, and it's a very interesting variant. Instead of stacking the Lagoons, which he doesn't have Lagoon stacks, he's not going to reach a capped out Lagoon board. He's just opting to play 7 Mage with Sohm instead of Namzi. I actually don't know if I've seen this before. I'm really curious to see how it works out this game.
Yeah, I mean, the option was there, right? You just you're just gifted a 2-star Sohm on 4-1. I think you're already in the mage line. Yes, Namzi is your preferred carry here, but a Sohm 2 is going to be better than a Namzi 1, I'm pretty sure, in this spot. And you can just work towards capping it because he has a lot of HP, a lot of gold. He's win streaking. He's got a lot of things open to still just make this board incredibly strong. So I like this out of Soul Reaver. I think he's being put in a very good position as Appies is playing Darkflight. This is a little unexpected for me.
Yeah, I mean, it's Appies just playing around what he thinks he's gonna end up having. He found the Bloodthirster Infinity Edge early. I think he just looked at those and was thinking, hey, Rengar is uncontested as an AD comp in this lobby. I'm going to play that. I have good items for it. I think I saw him have an early Swain, so that gives him some direction. So we'll see how he can pilot this comp. One small optimization that I will call out that I think shows his inexperience: he has stacked 1 Rengar instead. Yeah. So instead of spreading those items out, it gives you an extra stack of Darkflight. And buffs up your Swain even that just that much more by the time that Swain is the last unit left. So I think that is a optimization he's not doing. I think shows his inexperience, but that doesn't mean he can't pull out a top 4 with this.
Yeah, I was gonna mention that's gonna hurt Appies quite a bit, not having that Darkflight Essence on the Rengars. Being able to have the Darkflight Essence on both Rengars, have an extra item on one of the Rengars, it's gonna be a lot stronger than having the fully stacked 1. But we'll see if Appies can maybe find a remover later and be able to correct that situation to help improve his board state. Just trying to find more items for the Swain. I think that makes a Morello with that.
Does make a Morello,
I believe he does have a rod on bench right now, so that's going to be solid for Appies. We're going to check over with Sully. The items have been moved to Olaf, but Xiaoyu is here as well, so might just be putting some items on Olaf, playing the Xiaoyu alongside it. And there is going to be the Siphon, so we might see a full pivot come through.
Yeah, there's the Siphon option. He has the 7 Jade and Xiaoyu, so yeah, I think he just passes it. So he's committing to the 7 Jade line.
Yeah.
And finds the Xiaoyu too as well.
Yeah, that's big. All right, Sully finding his composition down on 33 HP, but this should be able to stabilize. No items on the Xiaoyu yet. Going to be going up against Appies, whose board looked relatively weak, but did at least find that Morello for the Swain. It is, however, just a Swain 1, and the Olaf is kind of ripping through that. We'll see if the sustain ends up being enough, as that Sunfire, it looks like, has not tagged the Swain. Yeah, it looks like it did not tag the Swain, so he's just healing full every single time.
Yeah, that's huge, and these Jade melee matchups are usually bad for Rengar, but without the anti-heal tagging the Swain is just able to do work, is able to just face tank the Olaf forever. Normally, the Rengars will get stuck and not able to kill something like a Xiaoyu, or when you're playing Soifin, it'll get stuck on the Siphon or the Pantheon as well. But in this situation, they never went to the Olaf. Olaf got stuck, and Appy's, with some good fight RNG, able to turn what usually is a losing matchup into a winning one. He hits the Swain too as well. So even with his relative inexperience on the comp, he's in a good spot for it.
That's looking solid for Appies. If he can continue to increase the power of that board, I think the Swain 2 is going to make a huge difference, as Renzer going to be on that Graves Seraphine. No items for the Graves yet, but Seraphine and the Aura is going to at least help it do a little bit of damage. However, Renzer is going to get run over by Sully with that Xiaoyu and that Olaf.
Renzer opting into the I'm playing from behind, so I'm going to use Seraphine Graves as my out, playing around a bunch of 3 costs, and it looks like he's going for Rakan 3 as well, so playing to that as his out. He did manage to win streak it back before losing to Sully, so finds the Rakan 3.
Rakan 3?
Yeah, and has Pandora's bench, so that's going to help him find those 3 costs just a little bit easier, even if it is relatively hard. Rolls some pretty good items off the Treasure Dragon, actually finds 2 very good Graves items, the Radiant Titan's Resolve Deathblades, and also rolls a Protector's Vow, which even in its nerf state is a pretty key item for this composition. So yeah, pretty good Treasure Dragon pull for Renzer.
A good setup for Renzer, having the Pandora's bench. He's got a Lee Sin 2 on the side of the bench, so if that can roll into Seraphine, he's going to be just 1 Seraphine away. That's really nice tech to do for Pandora's bench. If this isn't something you're doing, you're messing up. Make 2 stars of the type that you're trying to get. If it's a 3 cost, make a 2-star 3 cost. Throw it on there. Try and look to finish up your Pandoras.
Yeah, and he's holding extra 3 costs and was rolling for them. Yeah, Econ is fake. Oh, finds another 2-star Volibear.
Yeah.
So yeah, the thing about Pandora's bench and rolling for these 3 costs, it's hard to find the ones you want. There's just a few too many just 3 costs in general to reliably hit the Seraphine, but at just a silver augment, you're committing relatively low resources for an outside shot at hitting these 3-star 3 costs. So it's not a bad investment. However, screw investments. Your board just gets blown up by a Shyvana 2 from Wage and Iverson.
Yeah, that is a disgusting amount of damage. Shyvana 2, GiantSlayer Titan's Resolve, and the Glamorous Gauntlet. Doing so much. Completely just deleting Renzer's board. Wasian going to be in a good spot. We talked about how, trying to bridge the gap in the mid game with that Volibear. Where was the comp going to end up? Ends up on a Shyvana 2 as Renzer finds another Seraphine 2. I was wondering if I was going to see that become a Seraphine 3, but it was just a natural Seraphine 2. So now if any of those 2-star 3 costs on Renzer's bench roll into Seraphine, that will be an instant Seraphine 3. Trick P with the Guild Deja as 2-starred it. Very strong looking board. Big Friend gonna make everything really tanky as well.
Yeah, and he's got 2 loaded dice on the bench as well, so maybe an option to go for some 3-star dragon. The Deja gets hooked, lives for just a second thanks to the Gunblade, but not going to live that much longer. A crucial mistake there from Trick P. Doesn't necessarily win the fight if he doesn't get his Deja hooked, but just not paying attention to that item being in the game is going to take a big loss there to Sully.
Yeah, I mean, even if he wouldn't have won the fight, he would have killed a lot more units, and that was a giant hit that Trick P took. And it might cost him big in this game. Trick P was one of the people in one of the best positions out of the early game with that AFK start, being at 90 HP, 50 gold. Absolutely insane. But now down to 25 HP, maybe not in such a good position. Renzer does hit that Seraphine 3. Likely that Pandora's bench did tick over towards it. As we jump on with Sag, and here's another transition. We've seen Sag be a little slow on these transitions in the past. There's not as much gold being moved around this time, so it looks like Sag will be able to get everything in. doesn't have a unit to put in, so it's just about getting the items on for now, and then needs to find a unit to play for the next round, because right now we're 9 of 10.
Okay, he got the items on. We're good to go. That's a much better transition.
Yeah, but Wei-Shin is
Yeah,
too strong. This is going
Shyvana
to be a
too.
big hit from the Shyvana. Going to go through, and one more Flame Breath is going to wipe the rest of this board. See if Aurelion can kill maybe one more thing. Yeah, it takes a little bit. Actually, one more cast. Does it go? Oh, it does not. Very close, but Sag in a position. We've seen him before. In the middle of a transition to a full dragon board with 1 life left.
Okay, that one's not as much on Sag. He
No,
did
that was
get
fine.
he did get the items on. Within what he did was fast enough. He just didn't hit. He didn't hit a strong enough board. And even despite being able to get all those items on in time, Wei-Shin Iverson is too strong, and this lobby HP, it tightened up a lot. Soul Reaver's sitting pretty at 45 HP, but you got Appy, Sully, 11 HP. Renzer's still sitting at 15. You got Wei-Shin Iverson at 24. You've got a lot of close HPs in this lobby, and a lot of players on 1 life already.
All right, well, moving over to Lucky, has the diamond. Oh my god, those items on Itis are so gross.
Those are absurd.
Actually, those are so gross. Holy. All right, it looks like we're going to check in with Sag still, just because he is on this last life. He's in 2nd place right now, so taking an 8th would be horrible for Sag, who is in a great position to try and make it to regionals if they can hold on to kind of top 4ing the rest of the game. So you see, once again, is this still 9 of 10? It is.
Still
Sag
at 9
didn't
of
find
10.
anything to play. Only getting Shio Yu 2 on this. There's a Terra in the shop that could be locked for.
Is this
Would
enough?
put. I'm not sure. This is going up against Trickby, who's pretty powerful with that Deja. We're going to see this cast from Deja. How much does it take out? No. That's still going to be Aurelion alive, but I think Sag is just gone. Yeah, Sag. Oh, one more cast. No, Deja's got it. Deja's got it, right?
Oh,
Barely.
and he's
Sag,
barely dead in 8.
perfect damage.
Wait, no, Appy's got him. No.
Appy's has got him, and Sag at least taking a 7th, so still not the worst case scenario, but Sag certainly wanted a better result than that.
Yeah, that's it's even more heartbreak for Appy's and Sag when he's out in that top 4. You really don't want to be seeing those bottom 4s. That's going to put him in not a great spot going into game 4.
Yeah, we're getting to the end of our halfway point, and we can start to see when people are falling a little too far behind to come back to a top 2 at this stage. Appy's may be one such player. We jump on with Renzu, who has hit that Seraphine 3, has hit the Graves 2, has some pretty good Graves items. That's a very tanky Graves with the double TR, one of which being Radiant. As long as the Seraphine stays alive, all the damage will be there as well, since it is a Seraphine 3. One more shield. Yeah, she gets it. And there's just going to be a nice win for Renzer staying alive.
Wow, and Sully taking a not quite a bot 4, hanging on at 2 HP, but assuming that he's not able to hold on, it looks like we're seeing some flipping in the standings. Lucky, who's all the way down in 7th, is on a win streak out in the lead, posturing himself to take this game. Trickby, who's in 8th with 4 points, can maybe hang on for a top 4, and I think we're going to see a lot more condensing of the standings after this game.
Yeah, I mean, Lucky's board is crazy. That Itis is just invincible, and he's got a Deja with really good items for this lobby. Having that Gambler's Blade going to be nice with the Spell Sword, as long as he's got some gold in the bank to work with it. He's got healing. He's got that stacking of the Archangels. This is a really powerful Deja Shimmer Scale board.
Radiant Zephyr as well, and gets dropped a remover to be able to utilize cheesing that item later. So he's definitely posturing himself to cap out. In the meantime, though, Trickby going for the level 9 double Shyvana shop. I'm not sure if he can use it, but is going to start using the loaded dice, try and maybe fish for the Yasuo too. Just finds
Does not find it.
able to find the Bard though, and that's crucial for the 8 guild.
Yep, getting the 8 guild in, upgrading the front line a little bit, even though it is just going to be a Nunu 2 with no items and a Sejuani 2. Will buy a little bit of time. especially since that Jace is stacked and will heal a ton. That Jace is also going to do a lot of damage when we see this cast come through. Does not quite get it on as many targets as he would like. And the Seraphine keeping the shields up. Yeah, that Graves is still standing and still standing a little bit longer. One more cast from Deja. Graves, couple more hits. Yeah, Trick P going to drop down to 2 health. Will Sully stay alive? Fighting up against Lucky, and Lucky's board is way too strong. Sully's going to go down in 6th.
Yeah, Sully goes down, Trick P and Renzer and Soul Reaver all on 1 life. Soul Reaver goes down here in 5th. That's really tightening up the standings. That's really going to make things spicy.
Yeah, Soul Reaver hits a Zoe 2. Weijin is on a win streak. We haven't seen his board in a little while. I'm curious how strong he is compared to Lucky, since Lucky's board is just gross with how tanky that Itis is, buying so much time.
Yeah, we're going to see Trick P, who you can see is guaranteed to go into Soul Reaver, who did, like we said, did end up sticking with the Soul, has the Zoe 2.
Didn't find any mana item, but instead has Bloodthirster to just give sustain. We might be reaching the end of the line for Soul Reaver. It's up to if Trick P's board is strong enough. It feels like right now Soul Reaver has a lead, but Deja is Spell Sword, so stacking up. The next cast, there is some help from that Zoe 2 being able to sustain. Though that is the Jace. One more jump, one more cast. Which one gets it? The Jace. Jace gets it. And Soul Reaver goes down in 5th. Trick P holding on.
Oh my word. Soul Reaver going down. The lack of the mana item mattering in the end there. Renzer and Trick P hang on. Weijin Iverson taking a hit, I believe, I'm not sure if it was Lucky or Renzer. He's on 1 life as well. Yeah, Renzer and Trick P hung on the top 4.
Yeah, it's hard to say. One of them would have had a ghost, either Lucky or Renzer. The other fought Weijin Iverson. Here we're on Renzer's board, though. He's just trying to hold on. He's in 5th place right now. It's not a bad spot to be. If he gets a good placement here, he's definitely in striking distance at a top 2. Going into Lucky, and that's a Zephyr on his Seraphine. You gotta slice through this Itis, and Graves is gonna have a really rough time doing so. Seraphine finally able to cast, and Bard is gonna hit everybody. Looks like Deja is gonna be able to start slicing everything up. As we look at the Itis, and it's still just full HP. It's going to heal back up again, finally proccing some of the diamond hands. But yeah, you can't get through this. Goodbye, Renzer. Does Trick P got you, though, because you took a big hit. Trick P on 2 health. Looks like Trick P will win as well. Weijin Iverson going to go down in 3rd. Renzer in 4th. Trick P and Lucky are top 2, both of which were struggling going into this game.
Yeah, and a good Radiant Zephyr from Lucky to nail that Seraphine 3. And to be fair, Renzer's mostly looking to stay stationary. It's hard to move around that Seraphine. It's hard to move around this whole board and dodge the Zephyr. So just good awareness from Lucky and a good Zephyr from him to really help secure that fight. Now in this final 1v1, he has the Magnetic Remover potential to just take that off the Soraka and just basically guarantee he nails the Deja. And he's going to do it. Yep.
Yeah. Lucky also just putting in a Shyvana 2. He was able to natural here. Still has 82 gold, buffing up this Gambler's Blade.
Yeah, we'll see if he's able to nail the Zephyr this time. He is going to take the gamble. He is going to hit Trick P's Deja.
Yeah, hits the Deja. Looks like this should be enough for Lucky to win this. The Shyvana items aren't phenomenal, but reducing magic resist is not going to be bad with this Deja casting away in the back. Bard going to land on the carry once more, and it's just a walk in the park from here. It feels like one more cast. Deja with all the spell swords. No, not quite. Yes, it is. Lucky able to find a win. Was in 7th before this. A 1st place, exactly what Lucky needed to stay in the contention for a top 2 today, to stay in contention for a spot at the regional final. Lucky bringing it back here in game 3.
Yeah, and shout out to his micro. Shout out to it is a basic thing, but still having the awareness of using that Magnetic Remover in the final 1v1 to not necessarily guarantee you hit that Radiant Zephyr on the correct target, but give yourself a much better chance. You don't have to place the unit around, and yes, you can place multiple units around and give yourself just that much better chance. He didn't hit the exact hex that Deja was on, but he put on the Bard that had, I believe it was a 1 in 3 of hitting the Deja, rolled the 1 in 3, takes the win off it.
All right, well, let's take a look at the standings after game 3. We reached our halfway point, right? We played half the games that we are going to play today, and it is still a barn burner here. The scores are so close, it is anyone's game. Wei Iverson with that third is going to reclaim the first place position at 19, but all the way down in 6th place is only a 6-point difference between Wei and Lucky. Trick P and Appy's both struggling quite a bit, but Trick P at least on the right start there with a 2nd place, but Appy's, it's really getting away from him. He's going to have to make up a 10-point difference to find his way into 2nd place, and that is going to be a very tough task.
Yeah, he's got a long way to go, but these players are fighting for top 2. Yes, they want to win this thing. Yes, they want to make it to regionals that way and still have the glory of they have won the last chance qualifier, but end of the day, it is making it to regionals. We got a lot of players still in contention for that top 2.
Yeah, things are still very tight. The race is very close between all of these players. I'm really looking forward to the back half of the day. We've got 3 more games to play. But before we go to a quick break, a reminder that our partners at Ball Street are still here with us on the Last Chance Qualifier. A lot of people may be asking about how Fantasy TFT works. Each player will trade it based on how likely they think the player will win. Price of the player is just a percentage viewers think that the player will win. So it's based on what you all think. 25 basically means that there's a 25% chance for that person to win, and all values are up to 100, like 100% chance that they're going to win. There is a how to play section on the app with an in-depth strategy guide that our good friend Gangly actually put together, so go ahead and check it out on the app to learn more. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, Boop and Frodan will be taking us through game number 4. See you in a moment.
We are halfway through the final day of the North American Last Chance qualifier. Today, we're going to find the last two qualifiers going into the North American regionals, as well as some prize pool money. First place, I think, gets $80 down to $50 for 8th. Boop and Dan here for this fourth game, and this is where it's time to put up or shut up, right? Like, in terms of where we're headed and where we're going to go, now is the time to make those moves. Everyone looking up at Wajan Iverson right now, who has had one of the more remarkable weekends of a player I've seen in competitive TFT this weekend.
Yeah, every now and then we get some hot streaks. Wajan Iverson is certainly on them. Seems like he has a good beat of the meta. It favors his skill sets, and he's able to pull out these clutch moments. And, you know, fortune is falling his way when it really matters. I think that's a really strong combination to put himself into regionals. And remember, that's all what this is really for. They're just having an opportunity to play with the best players in just a couple of weekends. There's not much time left, Boop. There's 3 games. Theoretically, it could inverse what we see, but I think for some players on the bottom, they really need to rack up as many firsts as they can.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think some players on the bottom need to 888 in order to even sniff at a top 2 position. We saw what those leaderboards look like. I think, again, one of the bigger surprises today has been Appies, but let's talk about a surprise outside of Appies and Wajan, which is Sully. I think we talk a lot about how players can be doing better, but Sully's actually been flying a little under the radar the entire weekend and is up there competing right now.
Yeah, Sully is a player that, you know, Spicy Appies even was the first person to really tell me that he thinks is quite strong, has good ladder performances, and I think Sully is an example of a player that's put in a lot of work in. So far, he's leading the pack.
To be the case. Excited to see what this first item choice is going to be. A lot of offensive-oriented items here with the bows, tiers, and gloves. Oh, look at this little intro here as well into iLucky's board. Starting off with the Senna. We'll see the Mirage here in just a second. And as a reminder, where it says cast by, that will rotate into the Mirage as well. So if you're ever curious as to what it is, it's right there. But Senna is a pretty good start. Let's see if this is going to be items, units, or gold.
So going into today, it seems like a lot of people have been finding much more success with dragon-oriented strategies, and a lot of the really powerful reroll composition seems to be not rearing its head nearly as much. We've seen some people try to chase 3 stars if they find themselves in a stable position. Once they hit, say, the Seraphine Graves composition, they get online, or they are able to pursue any 3 stars across like a normal composition, right? We saw people try to attempt for a Jace 3. And it really depends on your spot, but I'm actually kind of surprised at the lack of people who overcorrected for yesterday, where we saw a ton of people playing Kai'Sa reroll. Today, it just doesn't seem like it's that common. And that's kind of the way these pocket metas develop. It's just 8 players, depends on what their game plan is. And it could be a mismatch of their styles. Lots of Deja being played, lots of just AP dragons. Where are the low-cost reroll 3 stars?
Yeah, we saw one. We saw the Ezreal. Didn't do quite well, but that wasn't like a best-case scenario situation. We had one item component, just a tier, all the way, I think, through stage 4. We have the Ezreal on board again, and we haven't really seen a ton of reroll either. It really has been that Soifin, and yesterday we were getting capped-out dragon boards as well. So a lot of things that could still appear that we haven't seen just yet, and I love that term pocket meta when it comes to each lobby, is because in a competitive space, especially at this top tiers, we get a prismatic augment. Pocket metas develop really quickly as we move on into these augments.
Preparation 3 is the first thing that sticks out to me here for iLucky, simply because of its raw power level, able to get 8 AD and 8 AP stacking 4 times. Very strong. He also has a full bench, basically, because he kept all of his units instead of making gold. Another point of contention, whether or not you want to actually sell that Gnar pair to make 10 or to hold it, depends a lot on what Lucky is open to with the double gloves. Ends up committing to a Cavalier emblem with 2 gloves, with Duelist being the Mirage. Could theoretically lean more towards that Deja line, which has been very successful, just even as recently as last game. So that does seem to be the case here. Let's see what other Prismatics are lining up, because this lobby is so hard to predict based off that opening argument.
Right. Nomsy's an Evoker, by the way, if anyone is curious. And what this Cav is going to do is actually keep this Ezreal alive just for a little bit longer as well, because of the extra defensive stats that you get after every single charge. That's going to be a 4-unit win easy for iLucky there as we move over to some other boards and take a gander at what's going on their end. Soul Reaver taking down Renzer. So Weijin getting that carousel priority, the only one, along with Sully, to lose all of their units in that round. Let's see if we're going to see any other shenanigans like leveling up. We do finally see a Kai'Sa here, and as you said, I think there was 1 or 2 Kaisas in almost every lobby yesterday, and they won, so it is very interesting as to why we're not seeing it. I think it might be because the Shimmer Scale items haven't been friendly, but at this point, this is one of our first Kaisas of this time since the first lobby.
I mean, this opening has potential to be absolutely filthy, depending on a combination of whether or not Weijin Iverson is able to hit, Kai'Sa 2 in a reasonable manner without bleeding too much HP, or the opposite of finding ways to have stability off 1-star Kai'Sa and having good package around the Lagoon and Shimmer Scale, which already 2 out of 3 collected on the bench. Weijin Iverson could even reasonably just take whatever Volibear is on the carousel because he already has 2 items done on Kai'Sa. It's not like he needs much more, and if he wants to leave space for the Shimmer item, he could theoretically just play off of that. So great spot once more for Weijin Iverson, who just seems like he can't get a bad opening right now this weekend.
Doesn't it seem like sometimes these tournaments almost feel like a coronation, right? Like everything just seems to be going Weijin's way. I'm very curious to see if we do get a low roll game, if that's going to spiral at some point, but that would need to happen in order to figure that out. We do have a good comp on the board right now. I also want to point out that it looks like Renzer actually has scoped weapons, so we're going to get some ranged melee in the backline. That might be Yasuo's, that might be those Olafs. That should be really interesting a little later. But in terms of prismatic augments, if you take a gander at what they're actually all pretty kind of in the middle. We have Knife's Edge, we got Preparation, so nothing completely out there or different so far, scoped weapons being kind of the most unique so far. But this Kai'Sa doing a lot of work, doing a lot of damage. A lot of people think that you need some type of lifesteal on the Kai'Sa. What's your opinion on that?
It kind of depends on your spot for the most part. I think you want damage and mana generation as the most important things on Kai'Sa, and everything else is sort of extra, depending on what matchups and what your composition can really leverage based off your front line and your back line. So I'm open to it, but for now, I think Weijin Iverson's itemization is perfect.
Awesome. Perfectly fine, especially in the early game, is perfectly fine, my friends, as we're still running along with Appies now, as we do take a little bit of a switch. Appies almost needs to have a first. In terms of play style, we know Appies can do it. I mean, the way that Appies ended the day yesterday when push came to shove, right, and the pressure was there, some people buckle and some people rise above it, and Appies is someone who I think can actually do both. Let's see what version we're going to see. Are we going to rise above like yesterday, or are we going to kind of fall behind, because this is the lobby to make it happen. But in terms of HP totals throughout the entire other lobbies too, we haven't had a really fast lobby yet, but these upgrades are coming through. 2 tier 2s already on the board, plus the Volibear for Appies.
Yeah, and this is a classic Appies board, which is that he's just playing whatever he feels like he can get onto his board. He's playing a 2-star Lily with absolutely no synergies. He has Guardians and just kind of mix and matching 2-star units in general. This kind of play style is generally pretty okay in non-prismatic lobbies. I do worry that he runs into anyone else who has a really strong setup, but the good news is that with things like Lucky Gloves, he should theoretically just have very durable frontline. The redemption on the Lilia is quite interesting to me. I wonder if that was a combination of the unit that he picked off of Carousel to try to get some tempo on his end. I know Appies also has a lot of love for redemption as an item. Personally, I'm not very big fan of it. And I think that's kind of emblematic of Appies in general currently. I think a lot of his opinions are heavily disagreed upon by a lot of the top other challenger players. And that's kind of what makes TFT really interesting, is kind of the clash of ideas. I do think that Appies in general has been struggling just in this set. We've talked a lot about how his skill set isn't particularly rewarded currently in Uncharted Realms and even Dragonlands in the previous set. That being said, I think that he is in a position of comfort, because the one thing Appies has not been able to do consistently is win streak. That's usually kind of what he's really strong in when he's playing solo queue. It just feels like it's been missing this weekend. Finally in a position to capitalize as long as he can clear the stage 2 hurdle.
Yeah, it's almost like every time we reference, we're looking at the bottom of the leaderboard. So this is a different kind of scenario, different kind of situation, and maybe a different kind of solution at the end of the game. So we also have a really good front line now, especially with the Thief's Gloves, rolling with the Dragon's Claw and the Warmogs, along with the Redemption on the Lilia. So not a ton of damage going. We're going to win by attrition here, but the Hodges on these Dark Flights might be enough. Looks like it will to break through a lot of these defensive-oriented items.
Yeah, and this is kind of the big problem with Appy's composition, was that he had a lot of upgrade units, but he doesn't have a lot of damage. And so he's hoping that his opponent don't have stats. And unfortunately, his opponent Trickbee has a lot of cheap stats. He has a Sacrificed Hand of Justice, has Knife's Edge 3, and a Rage Blade. So Appy's loses his streak, and this is kind of where Appy's has lost control of the games. When he's not able to push generic tempo, have a lot of streak going in his favor, he has not been able to keep up with the rest of the lobby because his playstyle is a lot less about playing optimal boards that are cookie cutter, and it's a lot more improvisational. On the flip side, Trickbee playing, a Dark Flight opening and streaking. Usually that's not what you end up seeing. I personally am a big fan of playing Dark Flight if you have good sacrifice and a good board to play around, and was rewarded with a full 5 streak on stage 2.
A full 5 streak in a comp that can ramp up as well, like an Aphelios 2 here, especially with those items, should get us very easily to a Rengar a little bit later too. So Trickbee also started off really poorly. I think was eliminated 5 or 6 rounds before anyone else was back in Lobby 1, and has come back, and I think has top 2 to won a couple of them so far, as we have the tier 2 Rel. We had an Olaf in the shop too, but Hodge is going to be where everything is going, which is nice. I mean, lifesteal's very, very good, and when you have the buff of that prismatic too, you're going to be getting more of it. So all of that interacts really well.
I wonder if we want to sacrifice and the Senna, put the Hand of Justice on Senna, and put the second copy of Aphelios in, just to get a little bit more Hand of Justice value. I'm not sure how strong 3 Cavaliers relative to 2 at this stage of the game. It's a new patch, and I haven't had many chances to really mix and match. But with Titan slammed, with Rage Blade and Hand of Justice, this makes me, and the fact that Trickbee is holding Jays on the board, this makes me feel like this is just a temporary Dark Flight board. And instead, Trickbee is going to be leaning more towards a Jade Shio type flex situation. Maybe leads just vertical Jades, but probably leaning more towards Whispers. When you have these many Bruiser items, it's likely that he's going to want to play both.
Yeah, we actually had 2 Whisper comps win yesterday, which was, I think, more on the surprising side when it came to what was expected. And what's also very interesting, and I think Kent loves this, is we are getting itemized Lilias pretty frequently in a lot of these rounds as we get to our second augment here. Soul Siphon, Cybernetic Shell, and Stand United. The Handshake, like you said yesterday, not as popular as before, but it's just like a nice, good standard augment, right? You're gonna get stats out of it.
Yeah, it's actually kind of close between Stay United and Cyber Shell, only because Cyber Shell has a lot of stats right now, and we only had like 3 or 4 things active on the previous board. Stay United has a much higher ceiling. Cyber Shell is just a little bit of a buff here, but Stay United could theoretically keep scaling the longer the game goes, as long as you're able to add more and more units. So we'll see. I think both are totally acceptable based on this current position. Speaking of an acceptable position, I mean, Olaf 2 here on 3-2, while still having a lot of gold, is perfectly fine. Ends up rolling more. This is the question I had, which is he has a Yone pair. Does he want to keep dipping? Finds a Jace pair. He is trying to play preparation as well, so he wants to get some of these units on his bench to get those stacks. A little bit awkward of a scenario here because he does have the 4 Warrior, but he's stuck on Yone 1. So I feel like his comp does lack damage at the moment.
Well, and this is why prep is such a fascinating, I think, augment just in general and how people pilot it. It's sometimes you kind of just accidentally 2-star a unit, right? You have to be able to get those stacks on and not upgrade too quickly, or else you actually do miss some power at the end of the day. And a little bit of extra damage, like you said, on this Yone might have been enough to win out on that round. But as of right now, only one person at 100 HP passed this augment. That's one of those checkpoints. So he could probably make it to Wolves at 100 if we start investing and continuing that tempo. Appy's only losing that 1 round, staying on top. If you're a Appy's fan, that's what you like to see. But we're watching Wajan Iverson right now, who is leading the pack for the NA Last Chance qualifier right now. And that is a beefy Kai'Sa. Protector's Vow, though, is not something you see every day, but you see the value that everyone around her is going to like it.
Yes. I don't necessarily know how we got to Protector's Vow Kai'Sa. We have to watch the spot specifically. he's holding extra Kai'Sa's and oh my god, Kai'Sa's trapped in the corner. She doesn't get to autocast immediately. Wage and Iverson getting slightly punished for some poor positioning. And, you know, when I went back and watched some of Wage and Iverson's decision-making, I feel like he has set himself up in spots like this in the past where he didn't get punished. And so it's a rare moment where, you know, something small, it wasn't a huge deal on the surface, but when push came to shove, he actually lost a significant amount of DPS for the first few seconds of the fight. It's almost like he Zephyred his own Kai'Sa.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good... It's like scoring an own goal. And with the HP totals that were remaining, I actually think Kai'Sa takes that win in 8 out of 10 situations for that round. But because of our own individual positioning, and this is something that we now have to talk about as we get closer to the end of the day, it is very taxing, at least for me, emotionally, to be on top of the leaderboard at this point in time, right? Everyone is looking at you. You've been playing so well. One bad game, one bad move can completely destroy you. So hopefully that's not going to be the case, you know, if you're a fan, but everyone else does kind of want that to happen to Wajan as we do get to this carousel. A good spattering of items. We got defense, we got offense. And I'm curious to see what this next augment is going to be. And it's another champion duplicator. I feel like I've seen more of these than I have almost all set in this tournament.
I just feel like we have a lot of them for sure as we take a look at Sag playing Golden Ticket. It's a augment that I think has been a little bit more divisive amongst the high elo community. I think people strongly... Oh, nice, an Ezreal 3 finally. But some people feel very strongly about this augment. I think it's one of the best augments to get, especially in a reroll-based meta. And some people feel like, okay, it's pickable, it's solid, but is it even really that good? We're kind of finding out. You know, Sag hits at a reasonable clip. 3-5 is totally fine. Probably wanted to hit a little bit earlier, given that as a prismatic augment, he had a golden ticket. The one thing that I kind of have a little bit of concern is I'm not entirely sold that these are strong Ezreal items. I think Ezreal has a lot of support. The Hextech Gunblade is nice to heal up the front line, but Ezreal itself is not actually going to deal significant amounts of damage, only because he doesn't have a lot of AP. So you have to kind of rely on the base stats here and hope that blue buff is enough to kind of sustain everything else. And so far, so good. Looks like he's going to be able to get this win over Soul Reaver because Olaf is playing Gunblade IEGS, so not exactly the crazy setup that we're used to with Olaf having the ability to use rapid fire cannon and a lot of range. And we'll see whether or not Sasha said wants to move up. Another question is whether or not he wants to go to 7 or he wants to stay at 6 and utilize that golden ticket for more rerolls, 3-star every Guardian possible, and eventually find ways to pick up that Twitch to get that 4th Swish shot, or the 2nd Swish shot.
Guardians mean time for the Ezreal, but this is the definition of a death by 1,000 paper cuts Ezreal, right? It's going to be more about attack speed and support and almost utility with this Ezreal. We really would have liked it at like 3-3, 3-4, but we got there at 3-5. But this is the second time we've seen an Ezreal 3 with kind of not that great itemization. We saw the Jeweled Gauntlet Archangel's Ezreal for a little bit inside almost one-shot Shio U's. This is not going to do that. We're going to have to ramp up as much attack speed as possible and hope that eventually we're just going to overwhelm the front-to-back fighting that Ezreal does do, because right now backline access is not quite there. You know, Lee Sin could technically get there, but the kick needs to get there as well. So Jack's going to try to distract the front line a little bit longer, and you're seeing the itemization kind of matter right now with these Guardians. The last Guardian trigger with the Hextech Gunblade. This is a utility Ezreal right now for sure.
Yeah, it brings me back to the Abomination from this from TFT Reckoning, where you would have Brand hold the blue buff and the Gunblade, and then maybe Nomicon, we call it the ambulance, right? The Brambulance.
Yeah.
You basically heal your front line consistently. That's going to fall off pretty soon, actually. As soon as people start rolling down to stage 4 with the prismatic augments. He does have a little bit of time, but you know, and you kind of talk about attack speed. You only get 5 stacks with Mystic Shots, so it's not even like you're stacking a ton of attack speed either. We'll see whether or not he's able to keep that momentum, but everything looks okay over there in Sag land. Let's check over with Sully, a player who was looking good, you know, had that early Kai'Sa, has this Titan's resolve, but needs to find a way to get to this Deja soon. Gonna have the ability to play this Deja, and thinking about maybe if he wants to roll a little bit more, but also can play around the Itis instead of rolling for Zippy, and chooses to do so. Finds Goldmancer. Oh my gosh. Oh, but we're not gonna play Goldmancer Deja. We're going to play Goldmancer Itis, and I think that, you know, that's definitely an acceptable choice here. I think, personally, I would have loved to get the Goldmancer Deja because I'm greedy. We'll see if it works out for him, because we have no items for Itis right now either.
Yeah, and I wonder, because you can't shuffle any of these items off of Deja off either, and I think we could have waited on the Titans, to be honest with you. The other two items we see on Deja by themselves a lot at this point in time, and that's A-okay, but we're going to get a little bit more beef, so we get a little bit more power with that Titans, and we're going to get a little utility, too, with that Hextech Gunblade. It's going to work out just for now, but that Goldmancer would find value. Like, that is the guaranteed value on the Deja. Maybe it's because we're at 30 gold that we decided to wait on it, but we're never going to get it on the Deja at this point.
Yeah, I'm open to putting on Jace. Jace is not a bad holder by any means, and there's an argument you could have mixed and matched. It depends on what Sully's thinking. Again, when we're pivoting into these spots, they're highly contextual. Speaking of contextual, a lot of people would probably gravitate towards Cyber Uplink there, but I do really like Sunfire board because he has no anti-heal, and most importantly, I think his comp's lacking a little bit of damage. And I think that while Cyber Uplink is good, a lot of his items are concentrated in just 1 or 2 units. So I think that it was a lot closer to the decision than people give it credit for, because people see Cyber Uplink, they think one of the best Cybers to play, especially if you have a unit like Deja. I think it's a great decision there from Sully. That was kind of hard.
This Sejuani is one of the coolest Sejuanis you'll see. Tier 3 Sejuani. I feel like I have seen less Tier 3 Sejuanis than I've seen Tier 3 Dragons in my life so far in this meta. So it's going to be the Guardian too, so that's going to help with the Zac, the Braum, and the Iris. You have the 4, and that's again going to give what time to the Ezreal, and we have the Goldmancers this time on the Ezreal, and that's you're going to automatically see a huge difference in productivity on this unit. And because the way that Ezreal works, there's auto attacks, and it's front to back, you potentially can get a ton of procs on this Goldmancer too. Already getting 2 gold. I think the record we saw was yesterday with a Kaisa that popped 6 gold off of their Goldmancer. But 2 is just fine right now. We would love another one. CC though, and this Aphelios just tier 2 was enough with the Rageblade and the Hodge, and we tapped on that Aphelios a while ago when we saw it at first, and that item combination is a lot better than I think people expect for a unit like that.
Yeah, nice. We hit a Leona 3. And so we're pretty much committed to just staying for this comp. And, again, Sag is leaning into a specific type of composition, which is a war of attrition. Think of it as like another variation of the Seraphine comp, which is that you want to heal that front line and keep it really tanky and have one source of healing while you just outlast and out DPS a bunch of other people. The problem is that there's a bunch of compositions out there that can capitalize on this if you give them enough time, especially if you're playing Archangels and you have like an Aushin that targets the Ezreal in the backline. Another problem is, how do you defend Ezreal against units like Rengar? All of a sudden, the Titans onto the Deja makes a ton of sense because the Titans is supposed to protect against a Rengar that's targeting the lowest armor unit. And so this is a very good observation from a lot of the players who are playing around this Darkflight Rengar that's in the lobby, putting tons of pressure on a ton of those backline units that are vulnerable to the assassin.
That's so interesting. So it gives it at least 1 or 2 kind of leeways for the unit with the Titans for the Rengar to kind of ignore it. And then when the Rengar does finally get onto that unit, it's ramped up. That's super cool. And so we have Spicy Appies once again. And where are we? We're last place. I mean, we were win streaking at the beginning of this lobby, and now we are at the bottom of it. There was, I remember, kind of an unfortunate situation where we did lose our streak earlier on, but at 39 HP in the day that we're having, this just seems to be the name of the game right now for Spicy Appies.
Yeah, I had to look at Appy's spot, but the moment he lost a streak playing kind of the board that he was, slamming suboptimal items, kind of made me think that he's likely to put himself in a spot where he needs to have a strong stage in stage 3 and stage 4. Okay, so now we check in. We do see the Archangels and the Bloodthirster. So these are pretty good items, actually, that he has a lot of room to improve. But his Fast 8 picks up... Well, he sold the Deja. So he's going to instead lean towards Shio Yu, finds another Deja, sees Soraka too. So the game is just pulling his attention in multiple directions here. I'm still not entirely convinced that his board is that strong at the moment. It's a second Thieves Gloves because he wants to get value off of Lucky Gloves. Archangels can be placed on Jace as a temporary AP carry. Not able to get the optimal position to greed things like the Jade, but hopefully that won't come into play a factor here as Wage and Iverson playing a Protector's Vow Kaisa 3. This is, again, some really interesting tech. The Protector's Vow to protect her from the Rengars, right? Again, we were really confused about things like, why would you put Protector's Vow Kaisa? And a lot of people are putting a defensive item on their hyper carries, recognizing the threat of the assassins. Really cool dynamics in the lobby playing out.
Yeah, and it might have been one of those like accidental advantages too, where it's like, oh, I combined an item from Carousel, but there was a Rengar here, so why not, right? Let's try it out, because man, that's one of those kinds of things that gives me chills to think about, those little small moves that you can do to give your units just 3 to 5 seconds, and that's an ultimate. That's 2 more auto attacks that potentially might be the game-changing moment. But we already have a tier 2 5-cost unit here with Soraka. We saw DQA yesterday utilize Soraka to help win lobbies and develop a little bit more HP, and Spicy Happy's needs just that. We need that HP. We have the double Zeeks. Unfortunately, we've got good units, but the tier 2 units that we do have aren't the ones that are going to carry us to the end of the game. We still have tier 1 dragons.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Appy's plans make sense in terms of like what he was gearing for. He was playing the Lucky Gloves to get to this point with Soifen, but I think bled just a little bit too much HP in order to get to this point, was not able to get strongest board into this. And also, I feel like Appy's didn't roll at 7, which is something you have to be willing to do with this composition. It's something that feels bad because you feel like it's so expensive, but I think he just bled a little bit too much HP, and when he did go to 8, he didn't hard stabilize with like Shio U2 and Siphon 2. So as a result, he's still losing. And it's not like his augments are bad. And honestly, his itemization is even not that bad. I think Appy's is just too far behind the curve.
It's in lane 8 right now on the track, right? It's something that just looks like you can tell that we're kind of walking in quicksand when it comes to this comp right now. Soul Reaver, though, as we look at Renzer with the Yone 3, who has scoped weapons, by the way, so that's going to be a very, very strong Yone once we do see it. Scale Scorn app is... Scale Scorn is going to go on somebody else, but this Olaf is the carry for now. And again, a lot of more of these comps are going very heavy in the front, going front to back, and that's why backline access has been so very important for other comps. This one, though, is going to be pretty strictly front to back, meaning that we're going to take down the tanks in the front line and hopefully get to the back line with enough time to finish them off. And so the opposite side is trying to do enough damage to our carries, so when we do reach the back line, our carries can take them out instead.
Kind of an interesting dynamic to have Sunfire Cape and Pantheon, because a lot of people think, oh, Pantheon has anti-heal. Shouldn't you actually put it on somebody else? And it could be, but you also want to put Sunfire Cape on your tankiest unit, which also happens to be Pantheon. So I think that this is a situation where I think is totally valid. Trying to see if he can get the right positioning in Shrouds. Shrouding on the left side covers most of the units. Yone doesn't have mana, so it doesn't really matter, but everyone else, a little bit painful. And this is actually potentially a huge fight here for Renzer because... for Soul Reaver, because he's being contested by Renzer for similar units and wants to try to get this Olaf 3, but if he's able to win, which he does not, takes huge damage and now puts himself in a spot where he does not feel comfortable whatsoever.
Man, Spicy Happy's at 6 HP. I wonder if we got some removers for some of our, for that Protector's Vow on that Kaisa to put a little bit more damage in now, because I think that might be a little bit better, even with the Rengars in the lobby. So we're going to get the Bloodthirster 2, good lifesteal, and the shield is also really nice for Shio. We have the Whisper on the Zyra 2 to help get some more damage onto the other side of the team, along with some CC and stat checking. But this double Ionic Pantheon is actually potentially going to be doing a lot of damage. Every single time they ult, we'll get 2 ticks of that Ionic, but these ultimates don't really happen all that often, as it's another very familiar look on the other side.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not that ends up coming to play here, as we do have the scoped weapons Yone fully online, just able to utilize the permanent uptime of attacking. And this just goes to show you what a lot of people are hyping up with this build. I was talking about 2-cost reroll. A lot of people are talking about Kaisa. The 1A to that is I think Yone reroll, especially with prismatic scope weapons, is just one of the strongest comps in the game possible, especially relative to how its tempo curves out to other compositions, and Renzer shows you exactly why that is. Appy's does end up surviving. Again, he has Soraka too. And his comp is, again, it's not bad. I think it looks like it's kind of fully online too, because he hit Shioyu 2 and Siphon 2. Missing Pantheon 2, but that's okay. And he still has some good itemization. Maybe Appy's can climb himself back slowly but surely. I have seen this comp do some pretty nutty things, and when he has 3 Thieves Gloves, it actually can set up a situation where he just regularly gets the optimal setup, the right siphon bites, and some good positioning, can have Appy's make that slow comeback. It's unlikely, but it's possible.
All right, this is a Siphon 2 versus a Siphon 1. The first charge is going to be for Appy's Siphon, and then the second one will go for Trick P. No lifesteal on the Siphon. A lot of people do like having that lifesteal for the Chomp, but you called it almost perfectly there. That's enough. We were late getting here, right? But it's a little bit fashionably late, and see how much further we can climb up this leaderboard, because we've already avoided the 8th place, which is at least a moral victory for now. But this comp, like you said, could get to a top 4 spot. We do need some friendly matchups to get there, but it can happen.
Yeah, meanwhile, we just have iLucky putting a lot of pressure. It's actually so fascinating to see so many Jade and Soifin players in the lobby, and yet the Darkflight player is streaking. Either iLucky has godlike matchmaking, or it's just not really an issue right now, possibly because there's 3 people playing that. In fact, 2 of them are 6 and 7 right now. Appy's and Trickbee kind of struggling a little bit. Take a look at the Stage 5 carousel, which will largely shape how everyone is going to be able to play out the rest of this end game, because there's some really strong items. In fact, there's a 4th Thieves Gloves. Appy doesn't even need it because he doesn't have that many slots left. That is something that I do see a lot of people thinking about, like, oh, I'll take a Thieves Glove. It's just so good. It's the best item in the game. Sometimes you don't have slots on your units anymore.
That's true. And like, you actually have extra stuff on the bench. Lucky Gloves is awesome, right? But you're actually seeing that it could clog things up right now. Are we going to add more dragons to this board, or are we going to keep it here? We would love a Pantheon too, but we have things like Gnar 1 in the front line, so we're going to need another like soft matchup. Maybe the mirror against Trick P, which won't happen because that's not listed here. So Spicy Appies can only face the top 3 and Sag right now. In terms of the draw, I'm not sure we are happy with that. We are going to go up against iLucky, who is streaking with these Rengars.
This is theoretically a good matchup on paper. A lot of people have specifically cited this matchup as the reason why Darkflight Rengar is just not very popular. But it's a pretty strong Swain, and the setup here for iLucky is quite strong with Ascension. Rengar is not being targeted or focused. We do have Shiryu ramping up with the Rage Blade, and now Rengar is basically the target focus of that. Oh no, so Rengar does end up eliminating the other units. A lot of dodges preventing the Shiryu from being able to get the execute, and now it comes down to overtime. And that is a back-breaking loss here for Spicy Appies. He needed that streak. He needs to keep stacking that HP, have more than 2 lives going to stage 6. That hurts a lot. Taking a look at Wage and Iverson's spot, looks like we have got that Protector's Vow off of the Kaisa, replaced it on front line, now using Goldmancer, hit a 3-star Volibear, so slowly but surely stacking those stats onto that Kaisa 3. And yet, despite that, not really running away with the lobby, because there are some really strong compositions online. We saw the Darkflight board. We also saw that Renzer had that 3-star Yone. Now going against Spicy Appies, and this could be a fight that effectively eliminates Spicy Appies from contention.
Shroud misses the Kaisa. Those crits onto that Kaisa along with that Ascended blue buff is going to make sure that those ults go every single time on every other auto attack, and it's going to slowly but surely whittle away that HP, and you can't even break through the Volibear 3 at this point in time, and we're not going to make it past this. Kaisa is going to eliminate Spicy Appies in 6th. That was a pretty brutal potential 8th, but we're going to finish in 6th instead. Sag, the other person on Elimination Station, with a triple item round here as well. Sometimes these can really change the face of the entire lobby, because some people get perfect items and some people get the opposite of that.
These are decent items. In fact, I wish we got these 2 ability power items onto Ezreal. But I guess we do have Goldmancer and we do have Blue Buff. Those are 2 perfectly fine items. The Gunblade trying to feed that front line. But it'd be, I think Sag is a great way to summarize the situation here. If this doesn't top 4, what will for Ezreal? And the answer is, it just feels like it's a prismatic lobby, so it's really tough to get things online. And also, it just feels like a lot of the lobby could still deal with the amount of health that you have, right? Sag has so much HP. He's got the percentage shields from Guardian. He's got all these defensive items. He's got Soraka healing. He's got an Itis for additional shielding. And yet, despite that, still not able to out-tank a lot of these compositions that, some of them have scaling that's going to be really, really hard to deal with. So I want to see if Sag can do it. I would love a top 4 from here. And so putting the Goldmancer off the Ezreal, I think this is actually a heads-up play, so we can put Goldmancer on, say, like Itis, for example, or another unit. Okay, Soraka is perfectly acceptable. Can he find a way to outlast Wage and Iverson's Kaisa?
ooh, the Kai'Sa's going to be doing a little bit more damage to that front line, but Zac 3 is actually a very, very, very tanky unit. Along with the Ionic, you're actually making that Volibear a lot weaker than I looked in that last round. Volibear 3 is out right now. It's Kai'Sa versus Ezreal. Unfortunately for Ezreal, Kai'Sa is on the back line. We got to get rid of it, but the ZZ Rot is enough. I mean, too much distraction on that unit, and Sag is going to fall. Kai'Sa takes down Ezreal like it's the League of Legends bot lane. SlayerTFT in the top 4. Wasian, again, continuing this trek of very good results, -1, in the top 4 right now.
Yeah, great top 4 here from Sully. Honestly, he, on paper, a lot of the part of his board looked pretty average, and I think the prep 3 and the 3 combat augments really pulled him out here. I don't expect him to go much further, just given the cap of this board is way lower than the rest. Lucky, he hit Rel 3, did not. We're potentially playing a second copy of Rel, as we do see this Dark Flag composition once more pressuring the back line. The question really becomes whether or not we can isolate Swain for the Deja, but I think iLucky does a really smart thing of positioning Swain in the back line just to make sure that he's the last target, maximize the chance for Ascension to kick in. Ascension does, but this is the part where Deja's really comfortable in this match in particular, because you give him the time for Deja to be able to focus fire it down. A little bit close, but I think it should go the way of the double dragon versus the one dragon.
Overtime. Oh, that
very close fight. Oh my gosh, the HP is so close from second all the way to fourth. It's just separated by a few hit points. It's anybody's game for top 2.
Yeah, 3rd and 4th tied. So literally out of the entire game at round 6-3, one individual unit might determine who gets 3rd place. iLucky at 8, Resner with the scoped weapons at the top with 47. And I don't know if y'all noticed, but we got to see the Titans resolve in work with those Rangars. And what was really fascinating about it was both Rangars jumped next to the Deja, and the Deja was able to take them down without even getting touched by those Rangars. So really cool tech at this point. It's not going to be as helpful here, but it's all about getting rid of this Volibear first and not giving this Kai'Sa time. We want more time for our Deja, but we already got shrouded.
Oh, we did get a Wind Blast before the Bard was able to lock it down, and that does mean that Deja all of a sudden has dealt with almost every unit but the Kai'Sa, able to focus fire. Wage and Iverson once again pulls out a clutch top finish, gets himself in top 2, which puts himself very much there in terms of guaranteeing a spot at regionals. We'll have to do the math to make sure everything is good, but what a turnaround event once more to contend for that spot. Renzer's the only player that stands between him and yet another first place. Wave and Iverson putting on a clinic this weekend.
Oh, man. I mean, I don't even know if there's anything that's stopping him at this point, because like you said, I think we've only seen him get punished like one time for doing something wrong. Everything seems to be falling that direction. The winds are pushing him across the finish line, but right now, in terms of this lobby, the scoped weapons might have an opportunity to keep them in second place. Wasian has 1 life remaining on that 6 HP. Resner, though, has been on a hot streak. All about this Kai'Sa. We're going to get a couple more auto attacks each, too, because of that Zeke's with that Volibear. How long is it going to take for these front lines to fall? Braum already has that ult up. That's going to keep a lot of those Kai'Sa bullets away from that back line, especially with this range. The Yone has actually been very, very, very safe so far, and that is not going to be enough as Wasian falls. 47 HP lead for Renzer for Game 4. These standings are actually going to be very interesting. We know that Wasian's going to be in first place, but how it's going to look after that is going to be interesting. But Wasian, we talked about it all day yesterday and pretty much all day today. Nothing seems to be going wrong for the dude.
Wage and Iverson is very much in contention, if not almost guaranteed, to get to regionals at this point. Very good performance. I also want to give a shout out to Renzer. I think he's the most wide player in this field by a considerable margin. I feel like I've seen him play all kinds of styles.
I agree.
We've seen him play loose streak, greed into fast 9. We've seen him play tempo to kind of win streak. We've seen him play built different. We've seen him play all kinds of reroll compositions. We've seen him play mid-range, standard cookie cutter comps as well. And I think it goes to show you the amount of preparation and also the amount of talent that's able to bring all those together and not get dizzy, confused. Really solid lines, really good execution from Renzer all weekend. I would love to see him compete at regionals. And, you know, people kind of forget that this player has hit rank 1 before, is capable of putting it all together. I think Renzer is showcasing some excellent TFT And if I watch back some VODs, he actually might be a candidate of the person who might be playing some of the best TFT this week.
Yeah, I actually, one of my friends described Renzer's play as like ambidextrous, right? Can really kind of do whatever at a pretty equal level, but it's like a jack of all trades, master of none situation, right? Like, when do you become that master of those comps, even though you're going so wide? Let's go ahead and look at those standings too, because that is what we're all interested in, I'm sure. Weijin Iverson at 26,
Oh, wow.
but look how close it is between Sully, Renzer, and Sag. Lucky and Soul Reaver both in it. Trick P, Appies, I'm sorry. Thanks for coming, but it's going to be tough for you. But seeing how close it is for the second spot, I mean, Weijin has a bad game in game 5. Everything is open again.
Yeah, for Trick P and Appies, they're out. It's just really hard for them to be able to get it. They needed big finishes, and they needed to rattle them off in a row. But hey, you made it to the top 8 of the last chance qualifier, and that puts you in the top 32 of the region in my book, which is very competitive. I think a lot of people look at just being like top 5 or top 10 as the ultimate goal that they want to be. But, you know, any time you get to this stage, you're just going up against elite players. There's no guarantees in team fight tactics. So being able to get to this point is fantastic for both of these players. They're going to keep playing for pride, and also because we need 8 players for lobby. But they should be very proud of themselves. Fantastic result this season. Even if they're not able to get to regionals, they should hang their heads high.
Yep, and there is also something special about playing spoiler. If you have some internal rivalries with anyone else in this lobby too, we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that, because an Appy's win in a lobby means that someone like Sully doesn't get that point, right? So that could be a really big difference maker in these last 2 lobbies. But first, we're going to take a quick little break. Riley and Cass will be right back here. We do have another video from our wonderful partners. See you on the other side.
Welcome back to the North American Last Chance Qualifier. I'm Casanova, joined by Riley. We're here for our 5th game. There's only 2 left. The penultimate game here, and Wei Iverson has a 3-point lead currently at 26. And Riley, I know we're really looking at Wei to hold on to this. If he's got a couple more just solid performances in the last 2 games, he's very likely going to regionals.
Yeah, at this point, no one is locked for top 2. Obviously, no one's locked for that first. But for Wei Iverson, he is the one with the lead. He's really looking to get himself the placement that locks in his spot in that top 2 right now. It's not just on him. He's going to need a little help from maybe some lower placements from Sully, from Renzer. But if he can... He's going to look to be setting himself up for that top 2, and then from there, if he does that, he can look at what's the points I need to win this whole thing, because we talked to him yesterday. He wants to win this thing.
Yeah, he doesn't just want that regionals qualification. He wants to win this. He wants to go to Worlds. He definitely has some very big aspirations here in TFT. A very young player, a lot newer to the competitive scene, and he's just popping off huge here on this weekend. And in the best position of anyone in this lobby to make it to regionals so far, with a 3-point lead over Sully. Renzer not far behind there as well. So a lot of these players just vying for those top 2 positions. Really a big fight for second if Wei is able to hold on and still put up these top 4 performances in these last 2 games. But we're going to be getting into that 5th game here, Riley. Let's go ahead and jump in. Only 2 games left here in the LCQ.
2 more games, and we're going to determine who are the last 2 participants in the NA Regional Finals, joining the 22 players we already have qualified. We're hopping on board with Renzer, who's one of the players, or we're hopping on board with Lucky. No, we are hopping on board with Renzer, a little bit of a switcheroo. Took the tier start from Wei Iverson, notably.
Yeah, able to grab the tier. We'll end up seeing if Wei was able to grab one too. I kind of missed the opening carousel if there was only 1 tier. Or if there were more. But big note that Nomsy is a mage. We haven't seen much mage Nomsy today. Even the lobby that it was available, we didn't end up seeing it get played, but that was partially because we saw that random, Sohm 2 just get grabbed out of nowhere as well. So we'll see if Nomsy ends up being played in this one. Executioner's Edge as the Mirage. I know you've mentioned you like this for Yone.
I love this for Yone, and Renzer, a man after my heart. He played the Yone the last game. He got the first with it. I mean, when you have scoped weapons too, I mean, it's pretty much a Yone angle, but this game, no bow start, the early Karma 2. I want to see the Yone. I don't think we're getting it this game.
Yeah, Renzer has shown that they are not afraid to play reroll comps, play a lot of different compositions. Dan mentioned that Renzer's been one of the widest players that we've had over this weekend, and now, here's a setup potentially to play a Karma with an early Karma 2. Obviously, you don't need to commit this early to anything, but the fact is I don't think Renzer's afraid to play anything, right? So if he starts to see a good setup for any which comp, we might see Renzer go for it.
Yeah, he's been tending to favor the AP tree, but he's been showcasing a wide range even within that tree, and he's also been willing to go over towards that Yone last game, towards some of the other comps. So good, very good range from him, demonstrating a good flexibility within the AP tree. Gets dropped double Silas. Just okay, so even more AP units. Good to know.
Yeah, I mean, as an AP player, double Silas is kind of an interesting thing. It can be a bait because it can hurt your economy so much, but if he's able to find an early Silas 2, if he's able to find the 3rd Silas is more what I was trying to say, that can be massive for an early board state. It does feel like a bit of a bait though, because Silas 1 versus the Silas 2, and just the fact that it is 6 gold on your bench can be worrisome.
Yeah, it's going to eat up a lot of your economy, and the Silas 2, yes, it's good frontline early, but it's not this absolutely unkillable monster early with the mage bonus like it was in set 7.0. So we'll see if he opts to hold on to these. It's not hurting his economy right now. It's not like he can make 10 anyway, so it doesn't hurt to hold. But for now, slamming the blue buff on the Karma, playing around the Guardian frontline, has an upgraded Leona already, even on just the level 3, not level 4. This is shaping to be a very strong opener for Renzer.
Yeah, it's a great level 3 board. The Karma should be able to carry very easily with this tanky frontline. Renzer might be able to set up for a win streak, still having the option to play reroll, but there is also plenty of ways that he can go with this start. And Renzer has been great playing flexibly. Yesterday, I kind of called him out for being only able to play from a lead, but he proved us wrong as that day went on, and today he's been doing great from all different situations throughout the game.
He did prove us wrong, and credit to him for adapting between the days. That's something you really like to see, especially in someone who is so new to tournaments. You like to see them making the adaptations, showing that they're a good tournament player, not that just they're a good player. And Forenzer making those adaptations, he is... I liked his play yesterday, but I don't want to say I was particularly impressed. I am impressed by his play today.
And we're jumping on with Lucky. Consistency is the pickup. I've talked a bit about this augment. Phoenix, who did lose out in day one, is a player that I've seen pilot this really well, but he also had a pretty poor consistency game yesterday. We've got Lucky playing it with Olaf as the start. We'll see if it ends up being a commitment to Olaf. You want to lose streak in stage 2 anyways, since you are sacrificing your Olaf. So this can be a decent synergy as long as Lucky can find some good combat augments later to support it.
Yeah, and he's trying to lose streak, but he did end up opting for this level. I want to say he poked around the lobby and decided that, hey, it doesn't cost me econ. I can level to 4 here, save a bit of extra HP, but will not cost me my consistency loss streak. That above anything else, you have to preserve that. But maybe the level, getting the scale scored in with getting the Brahmin, saves a couple HP, allows the Olaf to get a couple more attacks, and that's enough to kill a unit. So that work out, not necessarily, but I do like the idea from Lucky, and we can't see them scouting around, but I imagine that's the thought process.
This augment from Sully, pretty interesting.
Dragonmancer Conference.
2-star Kaisa already. Dragonmancer Conference, going to be able to get all those Dragonmancers coming through each round. Going to get one hand delivered to the bench and start going for some very high star level Dragonmancer synergies for the Kaisa.
Apparently, this man got it at 2-1. This man is the wizard of 2-1 Kaisa 2s today.
That's true. Actually, yeah, it was Sully that got
was
the
him,
2-1
exactly.
Kaisa earlier. Yeah, that's crazy.
In game 1.
He naturaled it. We thought it was true 2s, but no, it was a naturaled on at 2-1. Once again, it's 2-1. We got note from production. That's Sully has just been the absolute Kaisa wizard.
Yeah, and doesn't necessarily have the greatest item set for it now, but he's on a win streak, or just got his win streak snapped. It does not give him carousel priority though, which is crucial. When you're getting those losses, you really want to use those losses to get carousel priority, to get better items, especially if you're trying to play around this carry Kaisa. Off of that, I don't know if he's going to be able to reroll, especially if he can't get this tier for blue buff. Wajan Iverson is going to take it, so I'm curious to see whether he decides to full reroll, which I imagine he will with Dragonmancer Conference, but it's going to be a bit rough from the item perspective for him.
Yeah, items will be tough, but if he can maintain his HP, you can tend to find your items a bit later in the game. The rough thing, of course, is just not having a single Kaisa item to kind of bridge the gap early on. If you had the mana item, then you can kind of get away with it until late game. But yeah, being only on a single rod and having tank items other than that is going to be a tough spot.
He did have a vest on bench, I believe, so we'll see if he opts into making a Sunfire cape. He was able to grab that belt on a 4th Kaisa off carousel, so yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going full Kaisa reroll for Sully.
All right, over to Soul Reaver, also having an Olaf in, but this looks more just like playing a strong board in the early game versus the other Olaf player, which would be iLucky, who might be actually playing for that. Because we've got Item Slam's Gunblade already, so can go into Deja, can go into a number of things.
Yeah, the Gunblade is a slam I feel like we've seen a few times today, but it's not something we see super often. Usually when players favor an AD healing item, they're going to favor Bloodthirst or Hand of Justice, just because of the stats it gives and just those being better items that synergize with the AD trees. But we've seen a couple Gunblade AD holders early. I believe we saw another Wukong earlier with Gunblade, and I think it was Bruiser Heart. It might have been from Soul Reaver. So and it's been working out. That was a win streak combo too. This Gunblade Wukong doesn't look like it synergizes particularly well at first, but it is an item slam and it is working out.
Yeah, they've got good synergies for now and second win, so really good for finding those early W's. They're offered a Namzi here, but it feels like Soul Reaver is just going to stay away from that for now. Look to Econ all the way up. We got to note that Lucky 1, 2, 3, so they snap their consistency, which is very, very tough.
Yeah, that's not great, and he did lose 2-5 as well, so it's not like he's going to be able to get a win streak going from there. So yeah, just you've called out some good consistency streaks and some bad consistency streaks. Looks like we got a bad one going. Oops.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough augment to play unless you just fully open, but if you don't get the value from it in the early stages, it feels like you are just playing down an augment essentially the entire game, because it's a lot harder to just maintain a super long streak as the game continues on.
Yeah, we'll also note that the Gunblade was able to save 4 HP there from Soul Reaver. It kept the team alive just long enough for Malphite to pick off 2 more units. So, hey, a good item slam that is able to save a bunch of HP. So that's generally what you like to see from those early game item slams, even if they're not optimal.
I actually want to talk about a little bit, as we look at Sag and we see this Shimmer Scale crest, it actually makes it so much worse for someone like Lucky to not be able to continue with that consistency loss streak. When there are 2 Shimmer Scales crests in this lobby, there are 2 other people who are just going to be econing an insane amount more by having that Shimmer. And we see it's Draven's Axe. This is one that gives so much money, and it also gives that item component. It's going to help accelerate these Shimmer players into the late game.
Yeah, that Shimmer Scale crest, it's been something that's gotten called out by a lot of high elo players as, oh hey, you hit 2-1 Shimmer, congrats on your free fast 9. But Sag at 80 HP, he's not super healthy yet, so fast 9 actually might be out of the question already. Spicy Appy's the other player who got the 2-1 Shimmer Scale crest on 94 HP. He could look at more of the fast 9 instead of the fast 8. So we'll have to check back in later with those players. But for Sag, when he's taking the Shimmer Scale and trying to go for that fast 9, looking a bit rougher for him unless he can start picking up some wins now.
Yeah, I mean, 5 loss streak at 80 HP is not the worst thing ever. Still making good gold.
That's
already
actually
making 50
really
gold.
good.
Pretty solid.
That is a very good loss streak. Normally the 5 loss streaks.
Snap it here though.
Yeah, and that he's more than okay with that. He really wants to start winning now. He already got the 5 loss. 80 HP is around 10 or so higher than what you usually think of as best case scenario. You think of like 70 HP as, hey, that was a pretty good loss streak. 80 HP, ridiculously healthy, and I think we saw DQA have a pretty similar super healthy loss streak yesterday that turned out very well.
Yeah,
and I mean, this will help a lot though with fast 9. He got level up.
Yeah, level up is there.
There you go.
This is huge. You know, you're gonna be lacking in combat augments for now. Wow, going scope
Wait,
weapons
scope
instead.
weapons?
I thought that was a clear level up angle. Instead, gonna go scope weapons.
Oh,
Find
he's
Yone? Are we just
he's
gonna play
just
Yone?
playing warriors. Okay.
Wow.
Let's go.
Look at that.
Okay.
Execution, we mentioned that the version of Mirage was very good for Yone with Executioner's Edge.
And you can look to farm. You can look to farm some items with Draven's Axe, and get the Rage Blade online. You have some good items for the Olaf. The Bloodthirster can easily go on him later. We're getting some Yone. Yo,
yeah, this is crazy. I mean, just in contrast to Lucky, remember we were calling out that they ended up winning a round, which broke their consistency, and they're 10 HP down to Sag, who was able to hold the loss streak the whole time. And now, you know, we expected this to be a fast 9. We've seen Sag play fast 9. We've seen it before. They've done really well with it all throughout the weekend. So it seemed like an obvious angle when they see that level up, but scoped weapons, we just saw how powerful this was when Renzer won that last game playing Yone, and as soon as that is offered to Sag, he takes it, rolls down, finds a Yone. Right now, he's still a little bit weak on the Yone 1, but he can start to put this board together and turn this into a big win streak. He's got plenty of HP to do so.
Yeah, he'll slowly get towards the Yone board, and that Yone board with scoped weapons too, this augment, I think Yone's broken already, but that's just because of me playing at 2020. Scoped weapons too makes Yone one of the most broken things in existence right now, so I thought he was just going to go fast 9. No, he's just going to see the scoped weapons and just hard force Yone with no Yones. He found a Yone too. He is set up right now.
Look at what Wasian's got.
Dragon Soul.
Look at what we've got here. We've seen this before. The last time we watched Dragon Soul be played, 2 players had it and they went top 2. So Wasian having an augment that has been pretty crazy in this weekend and just on this patch in general with the Ascended Dragons. Once you get the 6 dragons to be played, Weijin going to be sitting in a great spot, having 90 health, blue buff Kaisa, so he's already got a board that's going to pick up a couple of kills, even if he starts to lose. He's win streaking right now, but even if he does lose, he's going to be at least getting kills, trying to move towards a fast 9, play some dragons.
Yeah, funnily enough, he was the one, he was one of the 2 players who had the Dragon Soul yesterday, and he was the one who took it over Renzer, has the Lagoon in as the econ trait to help him get to the fast 9. He takes a loss here that's going to hurt him a little bit, but he is relatively healthy. He has a lot of econ. He's looking to just go for it.
Yeah, jumping on the carousel, let's take stock of kind of what other augments we're seeing, right? Dragon Soul for Weijin and Iverson, we mentioned. Woodland Charm for Appies. Going to be an interesting pickup. Other than that, a lot of general stuff. You know, Band of Thieves 2, Celestial Blessing. Blue Battery from Sully means we're going to likely see AP, but we already knew that because that's a crazy pickup for the Kaisa player with the Dragonmancer Conference.
Exactly, and I think that augment in particular is going to be nuts for Sully because he wasn't able to get that tier off first carousel. He's not looking at really a blue buff anytime soon. Congrats, there's your free blue buff for the Kaisa, and now you can just stack triple damage on it.
All right, Weijin going to be playing Namzi in the mid game with that Dragon Soul.
Popping over to iLucky, who is rolling with the Olaf for now, sitting on just the Olaf 1, but a relatively strong board around it, all upgrades except for a Siphon. Notably, the Siphon, we have the ability now to play dragons with Scale Scorn, so he's identifying, it gives Bruiser, it gives some nice Whispers. It looks like strongest board right now, and this isn't the strongest level 7 board, but for 3-5, it might be good enough, especially to just maintain this win streak he's on, and we called him out for not having the best stage 2 consistency. He's really looking at having a better stage 3 consistency. Looks like he's going to take this win over Weijin Iverson, maintain that win streak.
Yeah, I mean, if he can win streak all throughout stage 3, it's going to make up a lot of the econ that he missed out on earlier. Not going to be a perfect consistency game, but at least getting a lot of value out of the augment. That's super important. If we jump over to Appy's fight, getting very close to proccing that Draven's Axe. So Spicy Appy's very close to having a lot of extra gold, get an extra component as well there.
Yeah, well, we'll see maybe what component he gets. For now, iLucky continuing to roll a little bit. He's really trying to find the Olaf 2, really trying to maintain this consistency win streak. Once he hits Olaf 2 and for Scale Scorn, he is pretty much set. He's just looking for Braum and the Diana. So he's rolling. He's not quite finding what he needs. Wonder how strong his rotation is and how deep he feels like he needs to roll. He does run into Soul Weaver, who does not look particularly strong. So look, this should be an easy win for Lucky.
Yeah, this is good for Lucky. Able to keep consistency all throughout to Wolves. Going to be making a lot more money, but did roll down a lot of gold in order to do so. So does lose out on a little bit of econ in that sense, but does gain it back, of course, through having the consistency.
I wonder why he's holding on to those dragons. The 2 Zippies and the Deja. There's no world he pivots, right? It's just an Olaf game?
I'm trying to think about the Zippies because Zippy 2 is great for win streaking in stage 4, especially because he's got gloves, so it could be an opportunity to itemize it, but I don't know how he would fit that in. He would also have to get rid of a unit he's wanting to keep in order to move the gloves, so it would be tough. Yeah. I am unsure of how he wants to play that. We jump over to Weijin Iverson. Got a very prepped board right now, so a lot stronger than you would expect this board to be. However, still trying to push towards those late game dragons, and this board might not be strong enough to just let Weijin continue to level. He's at least going to be able to fast 8, but he might have to roll a bit there.
Yeah, I will also call out, it looks like Sag might be just using Yone with the scoped weapons to fast 9. He slammed the gunblade on that unit, which is nowhere close to. It's a solid item, but it's nowhere close to what really you want on Yone. And I think that actually speaks to some of the options you have with scoped weapons Yone. Renzer last game rerolled it. Sag, you can see on the right side there, he pushed level 7. He's using scoped weapons Yone to fast 9 instead of level up because he thinks that's going to keep him healthier. Here he has the shipper scale in. It's going to take a lot of gold to pivot around Yone, and when you have a unit that can get so much work done and get you to fast 9 healthy, he thinks it's less risky than taking level up. Even if level up, he's going to have more gold to get there. And I really like that.
Yeah, an interesting adaptation, one that I would not have thought about. And Sag has been so good at maintaining HP during this tournament. That's the biggest strength that I have praised him for throughout the weekend, is his ability to just hold on to high health totals as we get to those late game stages of the game. And this is again kind of showcasing that, right? Playing a very different style of Fast 9, even when level up was an option.
Yeah, recognizing that maybe level up isn't going to be the best option for him. Recombobulator? I'm down. Oh, well, I don't know what his board looks like. I don't know how good this Recombobulator is actually going to be.
Dragons, actually. He can put in the Itis, recombob it into a 10 cost, and then
he's rearranging his board.
Yeah, you would also get your Nomsy into a 4-cost dragon, but they're not 2-starred, but at least he's recombobbing this for sure.
Oh, he's 100% recombobing. I'm so down.
It's actually good. It's actually great here.
He got Ao Shin!
Yeah, he found Ao Shin. It's actually so nice. Ends up selling one of the dragons, but he found Ao Shin and he's got items for it. This is a really solid spot. If this can push Wei Jin up to level 8, level 9.
Oh my god, I love how he played that Recombobulator too. He didn't Recombobulator that many units. He kept around his front line. He kept around the Jax 2 and the Skarner 2 with these items on it. Unfortunately, gets his Ao Shin Zephyred, but an Ao Shin on 4-2, that's still going to be so good.
All right, I mean, we'll see if the cast is enough to take down this board of Soul Reaver. Soul Reaver, not one of the strongest boards in the lobby.
Okay, maybe not. That kind of did nothing.
Nearly enough damage.
Never mind, I lied.
Whatsoever.
Yeah, okay. No damage quite yet, so I might have gotten my hopes up a little bit too much. I get excited by the Ao Shin, but there's one Ao Shin found already for Wei Jin Iverson. He's probably going to be rolling a little bit on level 8 to stabilize and then be able to go 9 from there. Even if he just has 1-star copies of the 6 dragons, we saw Renzer able to stabilize pretty hard on 1-star copies of the weaker dragons. So he just needs to get there. He just needs to get to 6 dragon at all, and in this lobby with no one else contesting him for 6 dragon, it's not like he's a Renzer with a Wei Jin Iverson in the lobby with a stronger 6 dragons board. Then he should be good to go. It's just all going to be about getting there and preserving the HP to be able to go 9 and play the 6 dragons.
Yeah, and we know Wei Jin was already very close to being able to just go 8. He had a lot of gold sticking around, so he's very likely to be able to get there. It's just a matter of will his rolls hit the dragons he needs to make that 6 dragon board, and I think it's likely he will, but he's taken a lot of damage. He's down to 37 already.
He's really going for the first rate style, which we all know him to do. So, you know what, props to him. But for now, we take stock of the rest of the augments. A lot more just generic augments all around. Nothing picked that is super specific towards any comp besides the Recombobulator, which is still a generic augment.
All right, Wei Jin getting some more ability power, so maybe that Ao Shin will be less pitiful on the next time it comes around. I couldn't remember what item he had on the bench, but maybe this can actually turn into something nice. A Death Cap, an Archangel. Really just needs something for it. Looks like JG is going to be the option.
Yeah, now that the Ao Shin has some damage, then yeah, this will do a lot more work. He has the blue buff on it for now, just to get the cast off sooner. I expect that blue buff to go onto the Aurelion Soul. He expects, quote unquote, to find later. That mana item just works so much better on the Aurelion Soul. Get the chain casts off. So we see the setup, we see the idea for Wei Jin Iverson. We're hopping on board with Soul Reaver, who is getting in a bit of a roll down, looking for the Guild Deja board. Just has to get the items on. We've seen this so many times of we get the units in, we just need to get the items on. He gets them on pretty quickly. Okay, I'll accept this pivot.
Yeah, pretty solid. Doesn't have the items for the entirety of the fight, but for the most of it, gets it on before Deja had any casts at the very least. Didn't miss out on too much damage there. Deja Gonna be able to cast at the Yone, but Yone is going to be on the Deja now and should be able to take that fight down. Soul Reaver gonna take a little bit more damage in the middle of this pivot, but if he can find that Deja 2, he's in a pretty solid spot here with the guild Deja set up. And there it is. Picking it up. Finds a Shyvana as well. That's gonna be an option to go in the direction of just playing dragons.
Yeah, has a Terra as well. Honestly, I would have liked to see the Terra over... Or there's a Zippy 2 as well. I honestly would have liked to see the Terra played over the Malphite and the Sejuani 1 for now. Yes, it's gold that would have been taken up to find the Zippy 2, but he didn't have Zippy pair. He didn't expect to hit the Zippy 2. That passing that Terra feels like a bit of a micro mistake. But for now, he did find the Deja 2, which is the most important upgrade, and Zippy 2 behind it is the second most important upgrade. So yeah, he skipped what I think would have been a good unit for this comp, but he still found his board, even if he is going to lose to iLucky.
Yeah, Lucky able to win this one. The Olaf comp online, not close to an Olaf 3, but Olaf 2 can still get some work done, especially in stage 4, a little bit in the stage 5 before he starts to get taken out by some of the bigger boards. Those dragons coming through. We move on to the Dragon's Horde. What is everyone going to get? Sully with that Kaisa 3, this big Dragonmancer board. Rolling down a little bit.
Yeah, really looking for a good third damage item for this Kaisa. Glamorous Gauntlet you could consider. Just depends on what you want to do with the rest of the items. The Zeke's Herald and the Spear of Shojin is okay as your other items. Is going to opt to pass that. Chalice of Clarity an option. Perhaps you could go Archangel with the Chalice and then Zeke's. Opts to pass that as well.
That was kind of nice.
I think he really wants to find Giant Slayer though. I think is
well, he found it here. And
yeah,
the Shroud is great. That's really, really nice. Yeah.
Oh, and the Radiant Shroud in particular is a great item for these AP dragon-filled lobbies because, you get the Radiant Shroud on Alshin. That Alshin is not casting until there are 5 seconds left in the fight. That's ridiculous. Oh, hi.
Okay. Hi, Wasian.
Hello.
We've got to the dragons. They are ascended. Even that Swain right now, not bad as an item carrier for your Terra. Is going to do a pretty good job with those.
Oh, absolutely not. It's just a 6 dragon board. We saw Renzer hard stabilize on this, but is it going to be good enough versus Lucky?
Lucky's got a pretty strong Olaf board. However, this is Ascended Dragons. The damage should be there. I mean, you just see how hard this is hitting. The Bard, though, going to slow down that Aoshin. Here comes the cast, but will they die too fast?
He's dead!
Weishin's gone! Weishin's gone!
The dragons didn't work!
Oh, no! Did not get enough time. Weishin takes an 8th, and that was maybe the one way that Weishin is going to be falling out of top 2. Had a 3-point lead going in, but taking an 8th is a really tough position to go into that 6th game. I don't think it counts Weishin out, but now it means in game 6, Weishin is going to need an incredible performance to get into regionals.
Oh my god, that's the downfall of the 1st or 8th style when, frankly, this game he didn't need to go for that. He just needed the top 4, and he would put himself in a very good spot to get to regionals. Taking an 8th there, also not hitting an Idis or a Terra, it seems like Swain is an okay frontline with those items as your dragon frontline, but it's nowhere close to as good as Idis or Terra. So low rolling on the dragon roll down on level 9, but also just playing a style and a line that I don't even know if he needed to go for.
Yeah, I mean, playing so all in on the Dragon's Soul, going for that, ends up biting Weishin Iverson, going down in 8th place here. Sully trying to run it back with those Dragonmancers, able to win a round. But Weishin was in such a good spot to just lock in regionals in this game 5, but instead Weishin is going to have to put it all on the line in game 6 to make it there. And let's see who else is going to come close, because that is beautiful from Spicy Appies, having all of those woodland creatures all around. But this is also Future Sight looking for that Zephyr. Here it comes. Soul Reaver ready, holding on to the Zephyr on the bench, puts it in.
I love this sight.
Yeah, no, that's super nice, and it ended up being a ghost, which is a little tragic because still going to be able to get the Zephyr, but it is nice to see who Soul Reaver's looking at.
Yeah, I love seeing the 3 Idases on Appy's board. It's like, wait, why are there 3 Idases that aren't combined? One's a Woodland Charm. Okay, that makes sense now. It's the little things sometimes.
Yeah, Soul Reaver is still able to take down the Ghost of Appy's, but Appy's on a win streak over there with those 3 2-star Idases on the board. Of course, one of them being the Woodland.
Yeah, Sully and Renz are taking losses as well. Them, along with Wasian Iverson, are our top 3. If those are our bottom 3 in this game, then we're going to get a crazy Game 6.
That would open the door wide open for just about everyone, except for maybe Appy's and Trick P, who are our bottom 2. Try and make it into that top 2 position.
Yes. Wow. This crazy set of games all day. Impressive play pretty much down the board. That you can say that there's been varying degrees of high roll, low roll, varying degrees of how well everyone is playing, but at different points today, everyone has played well to some extent, and that's really showing, I think, in the parity of what it looks like these scores are going to have, the parity of what the scores have had so far, and even more so if Sully, if Renzer take these bottom 3 scores.
All right, well, let's see who Sully's fight is against. There's the Shroud. Does it hit? It's against Renzer. Shroud gonna connect pretty well, but misses the Dragon, and Renzer gets the Zephyr on to the Kaisa. Once she comes down, will she be able to get enough damage out, or has Renzer taken down Sully? Because it's feeling like Renzer's done it. Sully, just having this Kaisa get stunned up, it's taken down. Renzer takes out Sully. Sully and Wasian Iverson, top 2, are now bottom 2 of this lobby, opening the door for everybody else.
And you know what? Renzer, yes, he's on 16 HP. Yes, he's now on the 6th lowest HP in the lobby, but I think he has a chance to bring this back all the way to a top 2. He made it to level 9. He's starting to really get those Lagoon stacks going. He's starting to get to the capped out version of the Soam board. And I think he still has a chance. I don't think just because he's at the bottom right now I don't think that means he's going out in 6th. So that's going to set him up super well if that comes to fruition.
Yeah, and look at where Sag has made it. Hits the Yone 3 on this round just in time, going up against Lucky. Going to be trying to turn this loss around. Got a loss in the last round, but now has the 3-star Yone. Is it enough? The front line's still pretty weak for Sag, but this is a lot of damage, a good amount of healing coming from this, and looks like it is just enough to hold on against Lucky.
Doesn't matter. It's scoped weapons Yone. And you know what? Sag defying all my expectations. I thought he was going to fast 9 with the scoped weapons too. Nope. He decided to reroll on level 7, which is pretty... With the scoped weapons, it's kind of like 50-50 with Yone. I would rather personally roll on level 6, just my style. But he opted to go for level 7, be able to fit in Shimmer Scale and for Warrior, and saying, hey, I'm going to hit the Yone on level 7 anyway. I'm going to 3-star it. Doesn't matter that I have the decreased odds.
All right, and double Gunblades on the carries, trying to help sustain this front line. Probably not optimal items, but they are getting the job done at the very least for Sag as of right now. See if they can hold on a little bit longer, because Sag is another player. He's in 4th place going into this game. He's in a good position to make top 2, especially with Wasian Iverson and Sully falling out early. If Sag gets a good placement, he could find himself in 1st place after this lobby.
Yeah, Lucky rolling down for the Olaf 3. He found his 8th Olaf. Just a couple more rolls. Is he going to be able to find it? Not quite. He has 6 Dianas. He could opt to sell those and continue to roll. Yeah, I totally agree with that decision. Is not able to find that Olaf 3, so he stops just 1 roll early, takes a second to reposition. I really like that little micro from iLucky, knowing his priorities are still to position, even though he has that 1 roll left. The odds you hit that Olaf are not worth it over just getting the positioning in. Maybe took a slightly better loss because he was able to get that reposition. So Lucky not quite able to find the Olaf 3 yet. Renzer takes another hit. He's at 4 HP.
Yeah, Renzer falling very low. He was top 3 alongside Wasian and Sully, and now we actually get to see Soul Reaver is going to be fighting Renzer. with that future sight. So Soul Reaver gonna have an idea of where to go. We're gonna actually get the vision of it. Watch Renzer Zephyr alongside Soul Reaver Zephyr.
Yeah, I wonder if Renzer is going to take measures to counteract Soul Reaver potentially Zephyring him. Looks like
Soul Reaver got a last second swap.
Did not get the Soam though, got the Soraka. That's actually going to be huge.
Yeah, the Jace is the one that was grabbed by Renzer on the front line. Able to stop some of that early damage from this Jace. And it looks like this Soam might be able to do enough, but the Deja's a little untouched so far. Trying to push through the damage, steps forward, dodges the Zyra. Looks like Soul Reaver is going to take out Renzer. Lucky has gone down, so is Trick P, but Renzer's going to take the biggest hit. Lucky top fours with that, going down to -1. Trick P in 5th and Renzer in 6th. Our top 3 players go out in the bottom 3 places respectively. Weijin was 1st, he goes out 8th. Sully was 2nd, he goes out 7th. And Renzer was 3rd, he goes out 6th. And that opens the door for Sag, who was in 4th place and is now top 3ing this game.
That just blew the series wide open. Sag looking to now solidify a spot at the top of the leaderboard. He's got Soul Reaver and Spicy Appies
3-star Itis
to fight with, but it is a 3-star. Is a 3-star Itis for Appies, and notably that is getting cloned by Woodland Charm. So you have 2 3-star Itises on your board. Good luck killing that if you're anyone else in this lobby.
His front line is now unstoppable. This should be a first for Appies, and it's a matter of Sag trying to dodge him. He does. Soul Reaver's out. Sag goes
It's a
down
double
as well,
kill.
but he's up by 1 HP over Soul Reaver, and Sag gets a second. This means so much with how close this lobby just became. Appy's gonna get a first, gonna be great for his confidence, even though he's likely eliminated from top 2ing. But what that did do is Sag is now in a phenomenal position going into this last game, going into this last lobby to try and make top 2. It's insane. Appy's, Boop was saying Appy's can try and play spoiler. He comes through and takes a first with the 3-star Itis.
He was the spoiler indeed. We got to see another 3-star dragon. And like we said, the top 3, Weijin Iverson, Sully, Renzer, in that order, went 8-7-6. Blows the series wide open. We're going to see an absurdly close standings at the end of this. And we had 6 players coming in to this game still in contention. We're probably still going to see 6 players still in contention going into game 6.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, with the way that lobby worked out, the people who were near the bottom, but not quite the very bottom, like Appies and Trickbee, were all able to get decent placements, which is going to put them very close to Weijin Iverson, Sully, and Renzer, who all took those bottom 3s. It's going to be one of the closest game 6s we've maybe ever had in a tournament. And it's happening in the LCQ, where you have to get top 2 or it doesn't matter. It's top 2 or bust here. Let's take a look at the scoreboard. Let's see where we are sending this final game. Oh my God, Riley, this is so close. Weijin, even with the 8th, is tied with Sag for first. So still in the best spot to make it, but it is so tight between these players.
4 points separate 1st and 6th. You're kidding me, right? You're kidding. That is so close. That's even closer than we came in with. It's anyone's game.
Everyone except for Appies and Trickbee can definitely make this top 2. Lucky, Soul Reaver gonna need a little bit of help from the top side, but their fate is still within their grasp. If they are able to knock a first down in game 6, they won't need nearly as much help from the top half. They're not that far behind. This is beautiful. This is so beautiful to have this setup as our game 6. You couldn't write a better story here at the end of the day to have these players going for these top 2 spots at regionals. And I can't wait for us to get that final game. Before we get into it, I gotta shout out our partners over at Ball Street. Fantasy TFT is expanding its reach and can now be your home for new TFT content across the scene. They've added a news feature and collecting the best stories across TFT from strategy rankings and all the best podcasts. I'm sure they'll be writing about this tournament soon enough. Download or join via the web to play, win digital gift cards, and see everything TFT all in one place over on fantasytft.com. Riley, that is it for us on the day. Oh, do you have any final thoughts before we kick it off to Frodan and Boop to close this out?
This has been a crazy weekend. It's gonna be a crazy weekend going into the last game. And you know what? Thanks Giant Slayer. Thanks Wisdom for having me. It's always a pleasure to cast. It's always a pleasure to cast with you. I'm always happy to get the non-binary desk reunited. So see y'all on the next one.
All right. Well, shout outs to everyone. Shout outs to Frodan and Boop for
Not
popping
Bryce.
off. Not Bryce.
Not
Bryce.
For once.
Boop and Frodan. They're going to kill it on game 6. I just can't wait to sit back and watch this beautiful final game to see who makes it to the regional finals. I've been Casanova. This has been Riley. Thanks all so much, and stick around for the final game of the LCQ. We'll be right back.
Five games have been completed. It all comes down to this 1 with an 8th place, Wajan Iverson, making it so 6 people are eligible to take the last 2 spots to the North American Regionals. Once again, I am Boop here with Frodan with an amazing opportunity to cast one of the most impactful lobbies, if not the most impactful lobby of the weekend.
It's going to be crazy. We've rarely had an opportunity to see the last lobby have this much stakes. It feels almost like it's regionals and we're on the cusp of finding out who is going to be going to the World Championships. It's just that hype. And high stakes TFT is so important because every single decision and mistake gets amplified that much more. Every single time they miss position, we've seen some accidental trapping of carries or just being on the wrong side or missing their Zephyr and Shroud in the key moment could end up being the placement that determines if you're going to regionals or you're stopping right here and have you reflecting on every single decision you made throughout the entire weekend. Months of hard work is coming down to this final game for some of these players who's going to be joining us at regionals in a couple weeks.
Yeah, and there are 2 players with a 2-point advantage. So the players in charge of their own destiny right now are Wajan Iverson and Sag. But anything lower than the top 2 puts things in a questionable spot for both of them as we do enter the last game of the last chance qualifiers here for Uncharted Realms in North America. And we get a mixed first carousel here. We're going to ride along with Sag, who is in 2nd place with 27 points, I believe tied actually with Wajan Iverson, starting with the belt.
Okay, belt, pretty generic. More important than ever, you have to think about every single shop and item combination that you can think about, whether or not he took it because he's comfortable with belt, whether he missed his first item, whether or not he is simply just picking it for the Ezreal. We'll see. He starts off with an opportunity for a Sunfire Cape. Now, here's definitely a question that becomes very interesting because do you take more risks or are you going to be risk averse because you want to simply try to play for a nice top 3? And it kind of depends on where you are in the standings. For a player like iLucky, who's at 23 and 4 points behind, needs to be taking that risk. For Sag, the player that we have right in front of us, tied for first right now at 27 with Wajan Iverson, could take a little bit of less risk, but if you go for a safe top 4, people could leapfrog you, so you kind of want to aim for that top 3, top 2. That's what makes all these openers so interesting. And then the question becomes, what happens if things like Prismatics or, an all force of nature carousel appears on stage 5? These kinds of dynamics are just going to add so much intensity to the game.
Well, and to be real with everyone, too, Wajan's only in the spot because of those bonus points coming in from yesterday. We're in our 6th lobby, and those 3 extra bonus points has given Wajan the opportunity to control their own destiny, and I would rather be in that position than any other position in the game. But you're totally right. For some reason, players in this position, especially inexperienced tournament players, will go ham for a first place and then bottom out in 8th and then completely miss it as another champion duplicator comes through, and any extra resource that you will have on your board if you're Sag is going to give you another opportunity later in the game to get a higher spot like that top 2. Because again, I'm going to say it one more time, Sag and Wajan Iverson, if they finish in the top 2, these spots are theirs.
Pretty solid option. Sunfire board with a Lagoon start allows you to play for the traditional Lagoon board. What I mean is, but you play Soam, you play Neela, you try to use that economic resource that you get just from the Lagoon rewards at that high score to be able to fuel it, and you don't need Morello whatsoever. On the other side, if you pick Beast, then it's just a very strong army. There's a reason why it got nerfed. And Sag also has components for Sunfire Cape already, so that could be the reason why he was leaning away from it. And yes, he does have the Shapeshifter Gnar on the bench at the moment, but he's utilizing the Lagoon to charge his economy and get started. On the other side of things, Appy's with a Yone pair, and we know that Mirage is duelist dexterity, which seems to be the most common that we've had today. Very strong opportunity for Yone reroll, and what a dynamic it would be if Appy's is somehow able to muster a first place back-to-back to wrap up, similar to what he was doing yesterday, and kind of give less points available for everybody else. He is a very, very good opening.
Yeah, and Spicy Appies is exactly the kind of player that could do that. Remember, any points Appies gets is stolen from anyone who he finishes ahead of, right? And that will affect people like Weijin, who we're riding along with right now. It says first place there, but is tied at 27 points with Sag. And we have a Mana Zane Kaisa here, and that is exactly the kind of comp you do want to run here. I think Graves' Lawnmower would work well in this position for Weijin, but where are we going to go? We know that Kaisa can win those lobbies, can win those games, especially with this item.
Yeah, Mana Zane is definitely an item that I think a lot of people still have trouble figuring out outside of dragons. Like, people love putting Mana Zane on some of those AP dragons. Talking about like Aurelion Soul. I've seen people put it on Namsi. You know, obviously Aushin if you can able to get Mana Zane to cast. So a little bit of an awkward situation, but Weijin Iverson's probably just thinking about taking it slow, right? It kind of depends on how the game pans out. He already has a Kaisa pair. Apparently he is the Kaisa Whisperer. And he wants to see if he can lean into the Kaisa to maybe go for 3-star. It is a very consistent way to play. And Weijin Iverson, again, comes in as the point leader tied with Sag. So if he gets a second, he is guaranteed to go in because no one can leapfrog him this piece up. So he wants to be playing a dominant strategy. He's in a great spot.
And it's going to be early dominant, too, because the way that worked, at least from my observation, was those first 3 casts were faster when the follow-up casts would be slower than some other mana-based items. So in the early game, when HP isn't as high, those first initial casts with some damage, with one last damage item, might be enough to make it through a lot of stage 4, and then think about how we're going to use the Kaisa a little bit later, as well as we also have a duelist dexterity now on Ezreal, and that is a unit that really loves attack speed, and if we're able to get some AP, we have been seeing Ezreal's absolutely destroy dragons with just 2 Mystic shots.
Yeah, I mean, well, Ezreal is not going to do that anytime soon just because I don't really think people are hitting those dragons quite yet. But they have stuff that's really powerful. Appies, for example, does have this 2-star Yone that he eventually did hit, but thanks to the Sunfire Cape and a resilient frontline, iLucky with a level 5, able to get that win and decisively continue his win streak over Spicy Appies, who I don't think had a really strong level 5 and was probably hoping he wouldn't queue into iLucky. A little bit unfortunate there for Appies.
All right, taking a gander at where everyone is right now. Usually at this point in time, a lot of things can still change, but when a game is as important as this one, every bit of resource matters, and that includes HP. You want kind of, if you were going for first pick in Carousel, 88 is actually a very nice HP total to have. 76 is all right too. Everyone else a little bit higher than that. But Sag looking to climb back up. Every time Sag loses, that's one less opportunity to potentially stabilize against someone ahead of them in the standings in this particular lobby because they are in second. Looking around right now, we see the augments on the side, and we have some Rage Wings here. Not a lot of sets, just in general today. This is an obvious opener, probably for something else, as we do have the Volibear putting in right now.
The Shimmer item is going to be Determined Investor. So after 8 deaths, you're going to get a lot of gold and a champion duplicator. This is a really strong one to play around. And the fact that Sully's able to get early, it's a really big deal because now Sully with Rich Get Richer and the idea that he wants to go for a fast 9 strategy, if possible, Sully can play around Itis and Diamond Hands, and Diamond Hands is one of the highest win rate items in the game, if not the straight up highest win rate item. And so you can get it early. So after 8 rounds, which is basically the end of stage 3 by Wolves, he should have this Diamond Hands ready to go for the 4-1 roll down. It couldn't have come at a better moment.
Unfortunately, I have seen some accidental throws when it comes to the Diamond Hands where the person that they put it on doesn't die, and having one extra round can be absolutely brutal, but we work out here. That's why sometimes players will wait until a unit is almost dead and then slap that item right on there to guarantee a stack. But something that you mentioned that we all have to remember is the Rich Get Richer along with the Diamond Hands and the Itis, because we saw Itis with Diamond Hands destroy a lobby a little earlier today. So in 8 rounds, we might be already pushing a very high economy and high probability of a very strong comp on the board. As we move over to Lucky here, 6th place, 23 points, not out of the running yet, just 4 points behind, needs to finish 3 points ahead of Sag, and Weijin. So that's a 4 first versus a bot 4 for the other two, so Lucky still in the running.
Yeah, Zippy, looks a little bit kind of awkward in the sense that you play an early Zippy and you're just playing 4 units despite Lucky streaking, but Zippy with Sunfire Cape is very, very strong. And Lucky has an upgrade Ezreal and a Leona to make sure that the support around Zippy is really good. I think when you play like a 1-star Zippy on an all 1-star board, not as high impact, but given the context of it, 1-star Zippy, when played correctly in the right spot, can make a huge impact. Now, that being said, Sad finally started turning the corner, has got the Beast Den in. All this attack speed is just a little bit too much, and now has lost his win streak, which is a really big deal. And Wajan Iverson is the only person streaking at the end of stage 2, which has huge implications for his economy moving forward because he gets to get double the interest bonus.
That is an enormous benefit for Wajan. I mean, good on Wajan to know exactly where they are. Remember, control of their own destiny, to not let those nerves take advantage of potentially bad play, because we are win streaking, and any resource, again, that gives us a better opportunity is where we want to go. Renzer, though, probably our most flexible player of the weekend, probably a little bit of a fan favorite at this point at 25 points, is the line right now. Third place does not make it into the regional, so we also have some attack speed. This is looking like a potential Graves comp, especially with the Seraphine on the board, but again, anything can happen. We're still very early and they're all tier 1.
I think you're entirely right. I think it is going to be a Bulldozer Seraphine Graves composition that emphasizes the Mystics. I think with the trade sector, it does mean that he's going to be down a combat augment, which is going to be very relevant. The part of the reason what makes that composition so strong is that you have really strong combat augments. But for Renzer, maybe that's what he believes, that it's good enough from his spot. And maybe because he feels like he's declaring it effectively, anybody scouting him will know that's what he's going for. He might be able to play uncontested. And that's the kind of dynamics that goes into this lobby. Are you willing to play contested? Or if there's other people who are showing the same kind of comp as you, will you pivot?
That has actually been, I think, one of those turning points for a lot of our players here, is how they have responded to being contested, because it's been all around the board so far. So at this point, the Kai'Sa, with those very, very early ultimates with that Mana Zane, is getting those front lines down really quickly. I'm gonna start getting concerned, especially if this isn't a Kai'Sa 3 by like stage 4-4, 4-5, that Mana Zane might not be enough, because we need like 7-8 ultimates at the end of the day. Shojin's would be okay as well to help us get there. 2 people on fire, and you know who they are? The 2 people in first and second place, and a prismatic augment to top it all off.
High Roller is really interesting, only because you want to try to chase that 3-star Kai'Sa, but with so many Lagoon and Dragonmancer units at the cheap tier, or rather the lower levels, it becomes really difficult to guarantee it. So he does end up going for High Roller. This is a situation where he might even roll. He has opportunity. He has 2 things. He can roll and try and see if he can position himself, or he can slow roll. But it does seem like he's going to commit to this Kai'Sa for this. And this is everything on the line. The most important unit is set, I believe, at 6 for 40% odds, which is very strong if he can get to it. But what is Agent Iverson going to do? He's going to see the Shimmer. He's going to stop here and try to build up that determined investor, which is going to encourage him to keep Shimmer into that late game and potentially have a very strong front line.
Oh, man, it is tense on the Convergence right now. And something I want to bring back that you said, Dan, people take risks when they're in the lead sometimes, and this is one of those potential risks that we're taking because we've committed, right? We went with the loaded dice, we had the portable forge on the Kai'Sa already, and these are pretty good items for it as well, or could become good items for it, especially with that Giant Slayer. Again, that's going to be 3 ultimates immediately pretty much after the fight starts, and we're already ahead of the curve in terms of dealing with the strong dragons like the Idases and even the Siphons and Shioyus that are going to be affected by this Dragon Slayer.
Wage and Iverson's in such a good spot. Ranger does have Mystic Soul, which, I mean, is actually very quietly one of the better augments that you can get if you expect a lot of AP in the lobby, which I think everybody does. We'll see whether or not he's able to stabilize later on. But you do see some people holding onto the Kai'Sa. Some people might be wondering, why not just find a set, go for that Kai'Sa 3 before other people are able to hit? But, that's a question for Wage and Iverson, depending on what he wants to do with those loaded dice. Because theoretically, he could also not be going for Kai'Sa, instead be using High Roller for something else.
Yeah, interesting choice here. Binary Airdrop second on this board as well. So that's going to give an opportunity to get potentially more action on the Beast Den. Plus, this is one of the best late game augments in the entire game, but you're not actually going to get as much value out of it on these particular rounds. So that's going to get stronger as the game gets a little bit later. And we have another scoped weapons comp as well. And it's going to be Spicy Appies, who is trying his darndest to be the biggest spoiler of LCQ.
I mean, Appies has almost a god combination for that composition. He's able to get the scoped weapons for that infinite rage. He did build RFC, so a little bit awkward there, but that's okay. At least maybe Jaxes won't be trolling you because you can't dodge anymore. And he's also has a fully upgraded board. Appies is very much in contention to be a top finisher in this lobby, which is just going to put everyone else under notice. Sanchez has lost his streak, and Weijin Iverson moves forward. Right now, win share percentage-wise, Weijin Iverson is the leading candidate to join us at regionals, but who else will?
It is not guaranteed whatsoever. As of right now, if you're looking at percentages, if you're a betting person, Weijin is definitely in a very good spot. Sag in an okay spot, but look at how much closer it is after first place. Every single choice from here on out is going to affect where these placements are. Yes, that's how TFT works, but when you're in a high-pressure situation like this, you can do many different things on accident, as we do have the red buff coming through. So that's going to make sure that we have some healing mitigation. But as of right now, Sully, who is in contention, needs to find even more power. But that power will come once that determined investor pops.
Well, Sully has some of the highest cap in the game. Weijin Iverson hits Kai'Sa 3, by the way, with his high roller. Okay. So it did end up using those dice. I mean, we kind of anticipated that. Sully has some of the highest cap in the game, though, available to him in the form of Dragon's Pull. So with this combination, it's very clear what Sully's going to do. He's going to try to fast 9, get 6 dragons in, ascend the dragons. That is something that's recent in the previous patches, where you add a bunch of stats to every dragon onto the board. And if you can 2-star it, it is actually the strongest comp in the game. You can't actually really beat it. The only way you can do it is some unreasonable amount of 3 stars, 4
like a Soraka,
yeah, exactly. Something that can really stop it. But in terms of pound for pound 2-star boards across your entire composition, nothing can beat 6 dragons.
Well, and this is a little bit of about a big butt, if you will, but 8th place in the last game was a Dragon Ascended comp, but it wasn't the 2-star. So we could potentially get there, and we have the money to do it, right? You're sitting at 80 gold at level 6. We're going to get our 3-cost dragons here, or really the Siphons and the Shious, to potentially bring us to the late game. But we also have Determined Investor, so we could play coy and sack even a little bit longer, because something that a lot of high-level players are able to do is kind of ignore where they are in the current standings and play from where they're at. And the Determined Investor is a really great pivot point for a player to say, all right, now I've got to win, right? I've got the resources to do it. This is my pivot point, and if I don't do it here, it's going to be bad news. So in a couple rounds, Sully is going to have to make that decision.
Yep. And at Wolves, we'll be finishing that Determined Investor, just hoping to take minimal losses. Sully actually wants to lose this fight for maximum econ, but also doesn't want to take 6 units on the back end, and that's going to be huge blowback the other way. Sully takes damage down to 40. That is very uncomfortable, and Sully's going for an all-or-nothing type of play. I respect it. Will it pay off? As we check in with the other Lose Streak players, Soul Reaver taking heavy losses with Astrals, and Soul Reaver also with the Cluttered Mind going for that Fast 9 strategy, but his board is looking very weak. I don't know what's going to happen here, because clearly the Lose Streak players have a game plan. I think the only person that's kind of in limbo right now is Tricky, but Tricky is not in contention. So if Tricky goes for a bot finish, that actually helps everybody else in the lobby. What's going to actually happen here is we're going to go for an explosive stage 4, and more importantly, what's going to be a last augment for everybody gearing up into this explosive finish.
Okay, so the Legendary Orb actually gives out gold, so that was probably going to be units. 70 gold to start this round. One more round for the last augment. And everyone has a prismatic augment, so at the end of the game, when we kind of review these, everyone who went high roller, for example, right? Let's see if that lack of an augment in the late game is going to matter. The Champion Duplicator here still for Sully. Are we going to use it on a dragon? We're frontlining that Karma. We have some 5-cost showing up in these shops. It is level 8. And we have Dragon Alliance and Diamond Hands. So we have gotten stronger. There's still a lot of tier 1 units here, but that Nunu is definitely going to be tanky.
This is a massive deal of what we just watched. Sully rolled all his gold. He's not going to be able to go to 9 unless he either hits an augment that lets him, or he's able to streak from here. And that's the intention. He recognizes, if I try to just fast 9, real likelihood that I just die, and I'm not able to get it done. In fact, look, he rolled all his gold, and the fight still is going the other way. So the fact that Sully was rolling down all of his gold and is not able to decisively win here, and in fact loses, is such a big deal. I think we may be witnessing the end of Sully's run if he's not able to turn around as soon as the next turn. He has one last chance to really put this together.
Running out of time. The time is ticking. Doomsday approaching for Sully right now. We got 2 more dragons, though, for Sully. We want to get to those Ascended dragons as fast as possible at this point in time, but we spent that gold, Frodan. And so now, hopefully, things like Terra, things like these tanks are going to be able to get us even more gold. We have the duplicator to save, you know, at least the gold for a unit, but we're getting the dragons that we need. We still need that Ao Shin. We still need to level up, I think, one more. No, we're at level 8. We have the 9. We can level up again for the dragon. So there's still possibilities here, but we're actually pretty far away from locking the Exodia type of this. And at 29 HP, it's going to be tough.
I mean, Sully was just hoping to hit a 2-star dragon and use the duplicator. His strategy was oriented completely around whether or not he can get a pair of Brilliant Soul, Ao Shin, almost there. His Diamond Hands has to evaluate who he's going to go on. It's likely going to go on Ace Soul here, just because he needs to make sure that he can continue to scale. One against Soul Reaver, who still has full gold, still trying to greed for a fast 9, but it has to be concerning when you're Soul Reaver and you're seeing your opponents already pulling out that Aurelion Soul, pulling out things like that Terra. It's just going to be less dragons available to him if his opponent just hits it, and we've seen some miraculous level 8 2-star dragon boards. And here's another thing about Dragon Soul: as Soul Reaver takes critical damage, it still kind of counts like a force of nature in some ways, because it just gives you that extra dragon slot anyways for very cheap. So maybe somehow Sully can pull his back way, but Soul Reaver takes critical damage. Soul Reaver's in contention, can't take any more losses. When are we going to fast 9? Are we sacking one more? That is absolute madness.
Oh man, sacking one more is either an overconfident approach or a very good decision to make. I mean, we have the HP. If we get wiped by a team, we could potentially get to like very close to single digits. We probably do have an extra life, but why mess around with that, right? Soul Reaver at 16 HP has tier 1 units in the back line and front line. When our tank is just a Thief's Glove Silas, things can be a little bit difficult, but Soraka should be able to keep us alive at least for a couple units to fall. I might have spoken too soon, because scoped weapons is for coming from the other side, and at that point, the backline doesn't really matter because the melee units can get there anyway, and this rocket can help, but not enough.
Is he dead?
Nope.
Oh, just a couple more units if he lost by. Soul Reaver's affected at 1 HP. So now the Fast 9 has 2 elements of it. Soul Reaver needs to build a stable board and needs to find Soraka. Otherwise, he is done. Stage 4 Carousel is also really pivotal for everyone trying to complete their items. Wage and Iverson, very healthy so far. But his itemization with the Mana Zane is not ideal. He's just using it temporarily because that's the best case that he could have. Soul Reaver goes for immediately the tier on the Yasuo. And I want to see if Soul Reaver can do this, because this is going to be one of the most difficult Fast 9s I have seen yet in TFT short competitive history.
Yeah, and if he's able to do it, it's going to be historical, in my opinion. So the last time we saw someone try to go for this, they got the dragons, got 8th. We need to get Soul Reaver to have those Ascended dragons, get those extra stats, and potentially win out. I've seen it happen. You can win out in single-digit HP if you're able to get there. Renzer now 3 stars the Seraphine, and that was already going to be that Graves comp. Soul Reaver. Here's the pivot. Let's see if it's going to be enough.
Just needs some kind of carry. Finds Aurelion Soul. That's the most important thing. That's a 2-star Terra. Those frontline problems are already solved. And most importantly with this, you want to make sure your frontline is good so that we can stall. Is it Ao Shin or is it Aurelion Soul? I can see a case for both. It depends a lot on the lobby context. Gets every unit in. Has 2 Thieves Gloves with Lucky Gloves. Going to use Shioyu temporarily as a frontliner. Shiv, Bloodthirster, Shojin, Archangels. He has done it. That is one of the cleanest Fast 9s you'll ever see.
Yeah, and the only bad thing that really happened was the Shroud onto our Aurelion Soul. So let's see if it's going... Oh, that is going to get to that cast, and that is that Ao Shin getting through the shields. Bardolt goes through, and there it is. There is that 9. 4 HP and a dream for Soul Reaver.
God. wait, Soul Reaver just sold his Soraka. And I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think at 4 HP, you have to play as if you can, that other people are going to match your power eventually. Jace is great, get that extra stats. Rips the Tome, gets a Mystic Emblem. That is really strong. But, in my opinion, I feel like that could be something that haunts him. If he wins out, great. I'll eat my words. But I'm kind of a wuss, and I want to make sure to get my health back in tow.
Yep, I agree. I mean, we saw how that actually won a lobby for DQA twice yesterday. Unfortunately, we don't have DQA here today, but we know that Soraka can bring you back from the brink, and sometimes it's that extra unit, right? You get 2 more HP, and then you end with 2 HP to get an extra round, right? This is a Siphon 2 with an Edge of Night as well. And that's going to be the special version. And we do get into the back line onto the Aoshin, but the Bard ult is going to delay this just a little bit more. The Siphon isn't going to charge the Aoshin once again, but the Aoshin is already really small. One more ult from Aoshin should give this an opportunity to win that round. We got to get there first, and we don't! We are eliminated. Soul Reaver in 8th place. That makes things for Wasian and Sag a little bit easier, as we know we're guaranteed at least a 7th. And, honestly, for confidence, that does feel good.
Yeah, at this point, it's just pretty much someone else's loss is their gain. Sully has that Diamond Hands Aurelion Soul and somehow has been stabilizing it, either a combination of good matchmaking or just being able to have really strong setups for this. Needs to find healing for his Aurelion Soul. That's the most important thing. You can see that he's passing a lot of viable items. This is actually something you could take. Take a Gunblade. You could play Redemption and Stoneplate. Ends up going for it. Excellent pickup here for Sully. And slowly but surely putting together the pieces of potentially making that deep run. And he has 61 gold. So he can go to 9. Has an extra dragon ready with the Namzi on the bench.
Wow.
Keep your eye out for this Sully TFT guy. I think low-key could be making his way to regionals. Just needs to survive a couple of fights. Gets to 9. Get that 6 dragon in. And the rest is history.
Yep, just like Soul Reaver, whose all their dragons are back in the pool too. That's going to help Sully, who is on fire. And once this gets online, because this Dragon Soul is going to come online a little earlier because it was the second augment, we've been able to plan for it this whole time. We're going up against Trickpea, who is going Soy Fin. Some good Siphon items there. RFC is a little interesting, but we got the Bloodthirster, and we're going to get some attack speed. It's all about where the Siphon goes to school. We're going to make it into the back line. Heals because of the Hex Tech as well. There's a little bit of a swapperoo here with the Zippy as well. Is this going to be a loss for our friend Sully? Depending on this Shiou here, Zippy gets stuck. Siphon gets into the back line, but doesn't bite the Aurelion Soul right away. Not enough damage on that particular ult. Oh, Siphon runs away. One more ult here. Almost takes everyone out and does. Hex Tech, Gunblade, Rabadon's Diamond Hands difference, if I say so myself.
Absolutely is, and it kind of shows why Aurelion Soul is becoming one of the main ways people want to carry their late game. I think a lot of people say it's the Aoshin show, and Aurelion Soul actually is more than capable of holding their weight. In fact, a lot of players even prefer it depending on the board, and Aurelion Soul does way better into clumped units that are, melee oriented because they all tend to batch around it, and it's a little bit more difficult for Aoshin to get the cast off due to the mana nerf. Finds an Aurelion Soul pair. Duplicator, and now we are online. Sully TFT is coming for that regional spot.
Talk about a really good play, ignoring Aoshin's, right? Investing into this Aurelion Soul instead. And the other thing that's really great about this Aurelion Soul is going to survive the bite because of the Diamond Hands is the damage all happens at once, right? With Aoshin, it's kind of clipped. It happens every once in a while. With this unit, it's all at once, and that's why these wins can come so surprisingly. And the damage does get more intense, and the AoE gets bigger after, I think, 20 seconds in the match. So that's why so much damage from that Aurelion Soul popped through and will continue to pop through, as the reason why this lobby's numbers have gotten so close is because of Sully and that win streak.
Sully's 2 points behind Wasian Iverson's Sag. So if he gets first, that should put him there because he's going to be having more points than Wasian Iverson and Sag because only one of them can get second. So that's a really, really big deal. So Sully has to go first to guarantee a spot. And with that he should be. By the way, Evoker Namzi, really clutch to be able to get that extra mana for that 6 dragon buff. Let's check in on some other people around the conversion to see whether or not Renzer can get it with that early Seraphine 3. Now, he got an early Seraphine 3, but this lobby is entirely bananas at this point. There's so many strong boards. Look at iLucky with that Guild Deja 2 wailing on the front line. Seraphine tries to play a stall game. Deja welcomes the stall game. The front line just cracks a little bit too quickly there for iLucky. And iLucky is looking like a bot 4 right now as Renzer able to win that crucial matchup. Everyone's scrapping together to see what they can put together.
Oh, goodness.
Wajan Iverson takes a critical loss and now is in danger of going bot 4.
Will the player of what I would consider of the weekend even make it to the final 2 spots? That 8th place last game is going to live in Wajan Iverson's memory for the rest of the set, up probably until the next time he's able to compete in a tournament if we do miss out. That is a straight up fumble at the end of the day. Spicy Appy is playing the best spoiler I think I've seen in the last year, potentially going 1-1 the last 2 lobbies after being mathematically eliminated. But all eyes are still on Sag, 35 HP, 2nd place. That is not very high, but right now I think I agree with you, Dan. Sully, especially with the Evoker Namzi, seems to be in the driver's seat and has been since he was in 7th place with this comp. 29 HP should be enough. And like you said, a first from Sully or anyone else who is 2 points below is enough, because a 3rd place will eliminate whoever that is, if it's Sag or Wajan. So again, stakes upon stakes upon stakes.
Wajan Iverson hits Yasuo 2. Oh no, iLucky's going up against the 6 dragon board from Sully, who has also since been able to add more resources to the front line. And this is just a Deja 2 versus 6 dragons. It is just not fair fight whatsoever. This Deja's trying to best clean up a couple of these units, and Zippy is stalling. I just don't think that we have a way to deal with this Aurelion Soul. We lost our damage source. We have lost our ticket to regionals. Trick P also goes out. And now the path has just gotten that much smaller. The door has become almost shut for some of these players here because it's just so hard. And Spicy Appy's still holding strong. Olaf 3 has come into the mix. Spicy Appies has turned into spoiled Appies. What is he doing? He is disrupting this entire lobby.
Oh, man. You know, honestly, I'd probably wear that like a badge of honor after a game like this. And we had a crazy day yesterday, barely making it in. Started 8th, made it to the final day, and we might finish 1-1. But looking at this back line, we thought that this Mana Zane would be good or fine in the early game, but have a harder time once these units get stronger in the front line. And it seems like that is the case. We just won our first game in the last 4 rounds on that last go-around. So we are stuck on the Volibear right now. Kaisa doing a lot of damage, but it's really all up to this Olaf and Yone to get there eventually. Olaf should be turning to this Kaisa here pretty shortly, but no, is going to get the rest of the group instead, and now it's a race to get to the Kaisa, and there it is. Is Olaf going to take it? Yes, they will, as Wajan will take this loss. It is a 2-unit loss, and Renzer is in single-digit HP, an elimination station. Everyone here except Appy is technically still alive in the standings as well, so every elimination is an elimination from regionals. If you are Wajan and you're getting 3rd place, if you're Sag and you get 3rd place, things can go crazy. Spicy Appy's finally not necessarily leading the whole lobby, but this is close, Dan.
It's probably because Spicy Appy played against Sully. I'm pretty sure Sully wins this lobby, which means it's just really who's going to get that 2nd spot, unless something miraculous happens. If someone gets, an incredible, like if Renzer gets Graves 3 out of nowhere, I'm pretty sure Wajan Iverson is capped. I just don't know how he can get stronger, and I think that would mean that unless something miraculous happens on his end, he is unlikely to join us at regional as well. We're talking about Graves 3. There's 7 Graves, but Renzer has Sully in his pool. It's between Sully and Wajan Iverson, and he is begging, pleading, DMing Mortog, please. Let me play Wajan Iverson. Sully just hit a tier 2. This is getting absolutely bananas. There's no way for him to beat Sully's board, so he has to pray and hope for Wajan Iverson.
Is it going to happen? It is Wajan Iverson, so this could be an elimination game for Renzer. Will Wajan be able to overcome the last couple losses? Just 1 win in this in Stage 5. Stage 6 needs to be totally different. We do have that Kaisa still. That's been a Kaisa 3 since Stage 3. but has been falling off since. We have a Diamond Hands on this board too, but the Diamond Hands isn't going to be enough to keep that alive. Kai'Sa, though, doing the damage. We're starting to get to her. Seraphine 3 is up towards her. The melees are up onto that Kai'Sa. Is this going to be it for Wage Inversion? No, but we do have one more life. Will Wage Inversion waste a 3-point bonus coming into today after winning a couple lobbies? And will they miss out on regionals? What a heartbreaking situation that could be.
Well, we just got another curveball thrown at us because Sagittarius had also lost. So it could come down to the head-to-head. Wage Iverson's playing Sully. What a terrible time for matchmaking to decide your fate and let you know what's going to happen. Sometimes I don't want Future Sight. A frontline Kai'Sa. You're trying to target the Aurelion Soul. A huge gamble. Will it work? Will it work or will it pay off?
This is the risk, this is the gamble, and this is potentially the last round for Wage Inversion. Came in with the lead and might leave with just a little bit of cash. This Kai'Sa has gotten into the back line, doing damage to that Aurelion Soul, but there's just enough there. Kai'Sa's Wage Inversion's weekend is potentially done as well. Sag at 4 HP gets into third place, gets the 2 points over Wage. So Sag feels pretty good about it. Yep, it should be Sag and Sully who's going to win the lobby. How funny would it be if it was Appy's?
Well, not only that, we have our 2 players joining us at regionals. Congratulations to Sully and Sag. Because Sully is going to win this lobby, most likely, because I just can't imagine Spicy Happy's doing it. And now he's going to be able to, they've leapfrogged Wage. Sag has outplaced Wage Iverson. And Renzer needed to go first and outplace these players. So we have our 2 players joining us in the North American regionals.
What a way to do it from Sully. I want everyone to be reminded that Sully was at 29 HP very early. Oh, barely even got to these dragons, but we got here, and the second we locked him in, we have not lost since. This is a beautiful moment for Sully and Sag, so congratulations, but we aren't done yet. Spicy Appy still competing to play a little bit more spoiler. Any points up also can increase our prize pool if you're Spicy Appies, so you're feeling pretty good about that too. So that's going to be at least a second. Sag feels great about that because Wasian finished 2 points below. Whew, man, that was tense, Frodan. I love TFT, and Sully loves this game too, I'm sure. Coronation probably to the end of the game towards this win.
I'm sure Sully is a bigger fan of Six Dragon than any other person currently on the North American server. A victory lap, a coronation moment here for Sully, going up against another Sully. In fact, these are 2 Sullys that are on the North American server are regularly pushing those top ranks. And it's only fitting that Spicy Appies gets to crown him as well, because Appies was the first player to tell me that SlayerTFT is cracked. And if you're sleeping on him, you're asking to get hurt. So here we go, what should be the last fight of this tournament, unless Spicy Appies once again spoils it.
All right, are we going to get some spoilers, or are we going to get the crown? SlayerTFT versus Appies, and potentially the last round of the LCQ. Lots of damage going on. This Olaf is taking that damage, but this Diamond Hands Aurelion Soul should be good enough. Was it enough damage here to end the game here? Yes, it is, and Sully gets the crown. Was it enough for first place? We'll see against Sag. But like you said, Sully and Sag are our last 2 qualifiers for the North American Regionals. After Regionals is Worlds, Dan, and what an amazing opportunity for these 2 players to really show up and make a name for themselves.
It's a fiery finish, and when it comes down to it, you have to be willing to take those high-risk situations. And Sully really did get some things fortunate, right? Obviously hitting things like Dragon Soul, but being able to navigate it. And you saw the other side of it, right? We saw 2 players attempting their strategy. Soul Reaver going for a cluttered mine, trying to risk it all, almost felt like stabilized. And that was the only other person, in my opinion, that felt could really charge. But we talked about having lives to play with. He just took it a little bit too close to the edge. Yes, he was down to 1 life and he was relatively stable, but in this kind of prismatic lobby, everyone's getting strong. Show some respect for your opponents. Play with more than 1 life.
Yeah, exactly. And that's something that I just want to reiterate before we close things out. When everyone's got a prismatic augment, everyone is strong, right? So even if you think you've got a good one, it balances itself out because they're all prismatic. And with Dragon's Soul, Sully goes from, I think, 7th or 8th to 1st in that lobby. And I'm ready to see the final scores as well. We know who, but let's see how many points we got. We got Sully at 33, Sag cubed at 33 as well. That works out really well. Weijin had the 3 extra points, had the day started with the lobby win. It almost felt like it was impossible for Weijin to miss out, and he does. Renzer, great 4th place. I'm super excited to see where Renzer is on set 8. I think set 8, or any new set at the beginning, is really good for flexible players. But yeah, and Spicy Appy's finishing with the 1st and 2nd too. You can't underestimate that. Getting some extra cash as well.
Yeah, Spicy Appy's, popping off in the last 2 games really disrupted the rest of the lobby. If anything, his takeaway is that his play can definitely compete still, right? Like, people are wondering, like, whether or not Appy's, like, is a slow start. He takes a lot of ace, these 7s. Very much so. Like, when he's kind of got the right things lined up, he, too, can put together some good scores. So a great finish there. And just a heartbreaking moment for players like Renzer and Weijin Iverson, who really played their hearts out this week. And I think they showed some really good stuff, but ultimately, we only can send 2 players. I have to tip my cap specifically to Sully for showing off a different part of the Jade Tree that I think a lot of people aren't really giving it a lot of credits and looks at. So you love to see a player succeed with the traditional lines and also bring out their own tech that they truly believe in and found a lot of success with. I think this was completely deserved from Sully. And Saz also being able to be really consistent, had so much LP going to this event. In fact, I believe right now they're right behind Setsuko for rank 1 on the server. So by no means are these slouches. The rest of people in North American regionals better watch out, because these 2 players are putting the work and time in. They could be stealing that world spot if they're not careful.
Yeah, I think if someone is most likely to steal a world spot, it is going to be one of these 2 players. Based on how Sully played and Sag played, especially in the end game. Look at Sag, 7 and 6 there, and then a 2 and an 8. Sully needed the win, right? We got there. Sag got the top 3, and we got there. So congratulations. We're actually going to be able to interview both of them, but I do have some things to say. I would like to have one more thank you to our partner, Fantasy TFT, and Ball Street is expanding its reach, and it can be now your new home for TFT. There's news, there's stories, there's strategies, rankings, and podcasts. So download either on the web at fantasytft.com or on mobile. And again, you can win gift cards too. So thank you so much for being such great partners. We're going to take a quick break. Riley and Casa are done for the night, and so thank you so much for all of your hard work today. Thank you to production. But the stars of today are Sag, and Sully, and we'll have them for you after the break. We started with 16, and now we're down to 2. 1 on camera, 1 off. I'm Boop here with Frodan, but more importantly, I am here with the last 2 qualifiers for the regionals in North America. First off, Sully, what a crazy game on that last game. What were your expectations going into that game? Was it like, I gotta do it, I gotta get this first, or I'm gonna move on? Or were you playing like kind of conservatively and moved to where you thought you could?
Yeah, no, I'm normally a pretty conservative player, so I definitely was playing like completely out of my comfort zone that game, because I knew I needed a first or a second if like the cards fell right, because there were like 3 people within 2 points of me, so I knew if they do well, then I'd have to get first.
Yeah, 6 people were there, and Sag Cubed, you have been pretty consistent throughout the weekend. Is that pretty consistent to how you usually play in situations like this, or were you kind of just peaking at this the right time for today?
I got kind of lucky, but this patch feels pretty comfortable to me. As long as you don't get Mordok too hard, it's pretty easy to play for top 4. But some of those games were, yeah, it was pretty weird. But,
all right, well, go for it.
Thanks for all the support I got from competitive TFT Discord, Christopho and Happy. Thanks, guys.
Wow, already doing his shout outs. He wants to peace out.
he's got some money to spend. Yeah, Dan, I know you've got some dragon questions probably for Sully, huh?
I mean, I kind of, before we get into that, I kind of want to get to know them as players. I think it's the first time for some people to be seeing them. So I'd love to kind of get introduction of like who you are, how long you've been playing TFT, and you know what has gotten you into competitive TFT in the first place to pursue it at this highest level. So let's start with you, Sully.
So I started playing in set 1. I played like Dota Auto Chess back when that was a thing, and I've always played League, so it was pretty easy jump to TFT. But I played pretty casually. I don't think I never even hit Challenger until like the Disneyland final patch of 4.5, and then so I don't really count that. And then I didn't hit Challenger again until like set 7. So I consider myself a casual all the way up until set 7, I guess.
Got it. So then when you hit Challenger and you were saying, hey, I want to go beyond Challenger, I want to compete, what was actually that moment that felt like you leveled up in order to get to this level to compete at LCQ and make it to regionals?
Yeah, it's hard to pinpoint. I think I did try to go for Astral Cup a little bit, but I was like super far off. Astral Cup was the first tournament in set 7. And that felt pretty bad. So it was like, from that point on, I started being a lot more like intentional with how I was playing the game and how I was trying to improve. Because I think before set 7, I just really played the game passively. Like even when I had aspirations to be better at the game and wasn't just playing casually, I still would like just not really play to improve. So I think once I started like really putting in the effort to improve, things just started clicking one at a time. Like I scraped into Jade Cup, and just that experience of playing it in Jade Cup was huge for me. Like, it gave me such a better understanding of like the tempo of lobbies and just the gap between the top players and like low challenger players. And it was also like one of the most fun things I've ever done playing in Jade Cup. So it gave me that drive to just keep getting better.
Wow, you're giving Gangly all of his material for his next YouTube show. 'Cause this is all he talks about. He talks about the importance of open tournaments and how going up against the best players recognize how bad you are, but it also ignites a fire to improve. So I love that story. I'd love to hear more, but I also want to get to know Saj. So same question to you from before. What got you into TFT? What got you into competing in TFT to get to this level?
I've been playing TFT and Dota Auto Chess since launch. I used to snipe Wreckful quite a bit, and I loved him as a streamer, and rest in peace. But I've always been top of the ladder whenever like I enjoyed a game, but this isn't usually my main game, so a lot of the sets I kind of just play it for fun. Like, I'm sure a lot of you probably resonate with this quite a bit. And
Okay,
this
hold
set,
on. This is not your main game. You're playing this for fun on the side? Am I hearing this correctly?
yeah, still gotta do Lost Ark weeklies.
I see.
You're in good company, I think, in the TFT community then.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Can I ask you about your username? Is
Yeah, I
this
was
just a
curious
fun
to know.
inside joke? Are you actually Saj? Are you gonna change it ever, or is this just kind of your identity?
I changed my name quite a bit, but I haven't really cared about it that much. I think it's just kind of a meme at this point, so I am a little bit Saj, but not that Saj. So
Maybe we take
Can't
one
be.
away.
You're going to regionals.
yeah.
All right, back over to you.
Probably won't.
I love it. So, Saj, we got the name thing. What about Sully? What's the story behind Sully?
Oh man, you're in for a treat. Hit him with it.
Yeah.
Tell him why.
Yeah, so funnily enough, my first name, like Spicy Eppies, is Sullivan, and all my real life friends call me Sully. So I
Gotcha.
Damn.
well,
Crazy.
so
story.
normally on normally on League I just like change my name like every few weeks because I had too much like blue essence or whatever to use, so I just like change it. So I never actually had like a real like screen name, and I had to kind of come up with one really fast for Jade Cup. So I just defaulted to Sully.
That's nice. So my kind of last question to both of you before Frodan kind of closes this out is, who is there like kind of supporting you? Do you play with anyone in the community like regularly? Like who helped you prep for this, whether it was family, emotionally, or other players in the community that you want to shout out that kind of helped you get here, or maybe you did it yourself and you just you guys both just grinded. We'll start with Sully.
There's no one at like the top level that I play with. I have some friends that are in like the master, grandmaster range, but I don't like really prep with them or anything. But they were very supportive, and all my friends that don't play TFT were very supportive, and that meant a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I just learned from like watching various streamers and like kind of analyzing my own gameplay. Watched a lot of like Fish Soap and Setsuko, and then various Chinese streamers.
Nice. What about you, Saj?
Prep with some friends in the competitive TFT Discord, Tofo and Pappy. Like, I would just, shoot my ideas and bounce them around. Outside of that, I just queued a lot of solo queue and watched, the streamers like Sully said, a lot of Setsuko, a lot of Dish Soap. I watched Soju when I wanted to learn what not to do, so it was pretty good.
We do.
Taking strays,
Very
taking strays. Soju, if there's anything more common than Soju taking strays on a TFT broadcast, I don't know what it is. Yeah, Frodan, why don't you
also-
close us out here?
Go ahead, Sully.
Oh, sorry. I forgot to shout out Spicy Eppies. I spent a lot of time in his stream. I feel like we just kind of became friends after Jade Cup just because of the name thing.
Nice.
It was kind of funny.
Nice.
And he's
Kind of
I
became
think we have
friends.
very similar play styles, so I've learned a lot from watching his stream.
Awesome. That's really endearing. So, you kind of answered one of my questions, Sully, so you don't have to talk too much more. Talk about inspiration. But actually, how about this? If you were forced to have a Dragonmancer cutscene skin, first of all, tell me which one you would play at regional. Let's say you have to. And who were you looking forward to cutscening the most? I'm pretty sure Sash already told us, but why don't you go first? Who are you gonna cutscene?
Bachelor.
Oh, sorry. Not really sure, but the 6 dragon thing has gotta go. I really don't like Exodia, where you just hit the 6 1-star dragons and you literally never beat them ever again. So that's very disparaging to play against.
Answers my question perfectly. Thank you for that. Sully, wrap us up here.
Let's see. I've never actually used one of the Dragonmancer chibi skins. I like the Ash one a lot, but that's probably just because it's new. So I'll go with Ash. And then, yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll go with Soju. Just because they would be the most fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good
that
memory.
Makes sense. Yeah, and hey, and one last thing, actually, it is underneath your names right now, but if you have other social media that you would like us to know about, Sag, Easy Skill Shot 95 is your Twitter. Do you have anything else that you would like us to know about? What is your Twitch if we want to like hang out with you as you prep for regionals?
My Twitch is Sag 95, and
Cool, Sully, what about you?
Yeah, Twitch is SlayerTFT. I'll probably try to stream a little bit of my regionals prep. It's kind of hard. I'm in med school and I'm really behind because of prepping for this tournament. So we'll see. I'm probably not going to do very well at regionals, but yeah.
All right, well, low expectations, maybe better results for regionals, but congratulations, Sag, and Sully, coming back from behind pretty much for these last 2 spots in the regionals. We're going to talk about who else is going to be there in a second, but I just wanted to say congratulations once again. I'm excited to see what you can do in regionals, and even if you can go even further than that. Dan, do you have any final words for our last 2?
Good luck. You're gonna need it. Regionals is intense. It's your first time. It's kind of banger.
Yep. Take advantage of it and really appreciate where it is. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate you, and thanks for playing.
thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you guys so much.
Awesome. Thank you. So that is going to be it for the last chance qualifiers, folks. And so that is going to be actually my last TFT cast for the year as well. We've got regionals coming up. Dan, do you want to talk about regionals a little bit?
Regionals is great. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say anything beyond that.
Yeah, regionals is great, and it's happening.
It's going to be exciting. I mean, if anything, I'm looking forward the most to fantasy drafting with Bryce, Soju, and Precedent on our podcast, because those 2 are terrible at fantasy drafting, and it should be a fun time. So make sure to tune in then.
Okay, let's see how terrible they could be. But let's see also this next graphic of who our representatives for regionals are going to be. Remember, we started with the Astral and Jade Cup into the mid-set finale where Amde, Brotosaurus, Clear, and Pokygom qualified. Then we went to the Dragon Cup where Asa, Degree, Goobums, and Prestivent. I mean, it's gonna happen, right? Prestovit sets 7 world champion, and a last chance qualifier with Sag and Sully. We just saw that. All of them are going to the NA regional finals, along with those who qualified through points and the leaderboard. From bottom to top, it's going to be Ramblin, Casper, Setsuko, Dishsoap, and then Taco Bell, Wi-Fi, Days, Kivik, Socks, Malala, Soju, Kurimex, Milkai, Liquid Robin, and my pick for kind of like if we had a Rookie of the Year, Rain Plosion. So those are going to be our representatives. Every one of those players will be battling it out for regionals, and that is a stacked group. Every single one of these players has done successful tournaments, is really good on the ladder, and I'm excited to see what North America is going to be sending to Worlds. Looking at that graphic, Dan, what are you most excited about?
I'm just excited for all these players to put up or shut up. I think a lot of these people's names on the list, there's a lot of copium going around North America where they're just like, oh, there's nothing to play for. Regions all that matters. I'm going to be able to turn it on. I'm playing other games. I'm hanging out. I'm trashing the game in my Discord, on social media. And the reality is not all of you can be right. And yes, you can blame luck or you can blame whatever you want, outside factors. Maybe another hurricane is coming over to your state. Hopefully you're okay. I'm making light of that situation. But the reality is some of y'all are not prepared. Some of y'all are not ready for some of the hard workers that are putting in the time and the effort in the background. So I'm excited for the trash talk, the bragging rights, and most importantly, the devastation that's coming the way of some of the most arrogant people who really don't know what's coming. So you better watch North American Regionals because I am there ready to trash talk your favorite player and watch them get cutscene.
All right. I mean, that's a perfect sign off. All right, let's just move on now, I guess. All right, Dan, thank you so much for letting us know what regionals is all about outside of the good play that's going to happen. And remember, regionals will be taking place on November 4th and 6th. Definitely tune in and see who's going to get a reality check and if someone's going to surprise us and take the invitation to Worlds with a name like Sag. You never know. But today was an amazing day of games. Yesterday was a great highlight too. Remember, we had Soraka 3 on a bench with Aushin 3. We had Appies qualify with a win after getting 2/8. Sully and Sag coming in as newer players. I mean, set 7 sounded like it was the first time Sully really took it seriously, and he's in med school. So I feel terrible about myself as well and my accomplishments. But at this point, I'm sure that they're really excited to go. I'm so thankful for everyone here. I love casting TFT. Casting with you, Dan, was an absolute pleasure. Thank you, everyone watching. Thank you to the production. Thank you to Riot. And thank you overall to our father of them all, Mort God, as well. I have been Boopasaurus here, and I'm going to do one more thanks to you, actually, to our nice partner, Ball Street. But now it is going to be where the regionals are going to be. Definitely take a gander on November 4th and 6th. My name's Boop, here with Dan, for Casa, for Riley, for everyone in the Wisdom production team, Riot and TFT. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you for regionals.